Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 51, To Steal a Piece. Mahito's domain expansion, cursed genesis spread like an infection across the battlefield. But this time it did not form walls, did not raise barriers to lock Mahoraga inside. It was unbound, an open sprawl of shifting flesh and countless faces, surging outward and yet anchored to Mahito's very being. The domain moved as he moved. Wherever he stepped, the writhing nightmare followed. Mahoraga's blade of light carved through the cursed landscape, but there was no boundary to sever. The wheel on its back spun furiously, shrieking against the endless distortion. Mahito's smile widened, his teeth bared, blood still running down his chin. Ah, so this is what you saw, Sukuna. A shrine without walls. An extension of the self, painted on a non-existent canvas, his tone lightened, playful again as laughter bubbled from his throat. But unlike you, dear king, I've gone in a different direction. His eyes slid shut. Darkness swallowed him, sudden and absolute. The writhing faces of his domain vanished from sight. He saw nothing of the collapsing street, the crumbling buildings, the towering Shikigami before him. Because that was the price. A binding vow. To move his domain as an extension of himself, to break the rules of barriers, Mahito had given up vision whenever it was active. But he did not need eyes anymore. Mahito saw the world through souls, through the endless chorus of energies flickering in every direction. Mahoraga was an ancient storm of brute force and adaptation, its soul a vast will grinding endlessly toward balance. And nearby, barely clinging to life, was Megumi Fushiguro, his soul faint and trembling like a candle in a hurricane. Mahito licked his lips, savoring the sight. Delicious. Mahoraga surged forward, sword cleaving in another arc. Mahito slipped aside, his body unraveling into a dozen twitching forms before reassembling an instant later. He laughed as the blade missed him by inches. Too slow. Oh, I can feel every twist of your soul, little wheel. I don't even need to watch you anymore. You dance exactly as I wish. He reshaped his arm into a spear and drove it forward, piercing Mahoraga's chest. The wheel spun, the wound knitting itself closed, adaptation already at work. But Mahito didn't retreat. He pressed in closer, hand sinking into the Shikigami's body, his cursed energy swirling, probing deeper, not into flesh, but into the essence beneath. Yes, there it is. The core. The technique. You're not just some mindless beast, are you? You're tied to him. His gaze, or rather, his awareness, shifted toward Megumi's fading soul. The ritual connection glowed between them like a thread of shadow. To take you, I'll need a piece of him. Mahito's grin sharpened, his voice lilting with cruel delight. It will rip poor Megumi's soul to shreds. Leave him comatose, body alive but empty, just another broken doll. But you know what? He leaned in, whispering against Mahoraga's hollow face as though it could hear. It's a price I am willing to volunteer him to pay. Mahoraga roared, swinging its blade in a desperate cleave. Mahito twisted aside, the light grazing his ribs and slicing chunks of transfigured flesh away. Pain lanced through his soul, sharp and biting, but he laughed all the louder, pressing his other hand deeper into the Shikigami's chest. Cursed energy flared, a grotesque resonance between Mahito, Mahoraga, and Megumi. The thread connecting the Shikigami to the sorcerer strained, screamed, then snapped. Megumi convulsed where he lay, blood spilling from his lips. His soul shrieked, Mahito drank the sound in like fine wine. The wheel above Mahoraga spun wildly, then slowed. Its form shuddered, growing indistinct, melting into streams of shadow that were drawn into Mahito's waiting hand. The ancient Shikigami dissolved, absorbed entirely into him. Mahito threw back his head and howled in triumph, his laughter spilling out across the ruined district. Magnificent. Oh, the power, the adaptability, the final form of the Ten Shadow. I'll wear them all. Megumi, I am oh so grateful you've given me so much more than you ever imagined. He straightened, the remnants of Mahoraga's form folding into his flesh, his body warping subtly to accommodate the new prize. A faint halo of rotating energy spun behind him, mocking the wheel that had once belonged to the Shikigami. Mahito flexed his fingers, rolling his shoulders, delighting in the sheer abundance of strength coursing through him. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. With this, even I am confident of facing Sukuna again. I've surpassed the template he carved for us all. His domain pulsed outward, the writhing flesh and faces groaning in unison before beginning to recede. Mahito shut it down, opening his eyes once more to the ruined street. His vision returned slowly, the world bleeding back into shape. Megumi lay broken against the rubble, chest rising shallowly, soul threadbare. Mahito crouched beside him, tilting his head. Still breathing, HM. Remarkable. I did say you were useful, didn't I? He pressed a hand against the boy's battered body, healing flesh and knitting bone with casual transfiguration. The soul damage, of course, he did nothing about. You'll live, Megumi. You'll even look healthy. And when your friends ask what happened, I'll tell them I did everything I could to save you. Isn't that touching? His voice dripped with mocking sweetness. They'll trust me too, since I went out of my way to show how I helped Yuji. He stood, brushing the dust from his clothes, his smile as wide and playful as ever. Mahito glanced down at his hand, feeling the faint thrum of another soul within him, the compressed form of Dagon, writhing like a caged animal. For a moment, his grin dimmed into contemplation. I could eat you, he mused aloud, voice thoughtful. Take your soul, add your strength to mine, just as I did with Mahoraga. But no. This is a rare opportunity, to think I'd be able to freely transfigure the soul or a special grade curse. His grin returned, sharp as a knife. You'll make a fun research piece. Still, Mahito couldn't help but sigh when feeling the amount of fatigue that was welling up inside him. Lying out a domain twice a day was already unheard of for anyone who wasn't Gojo, but he had also been hit by Mahoraga a few times, and even grazed by the sword of extermination. It was fair to say that he was now at his weakest. No doubt, it's about time for him to make an entrance. As if on cue, the air shifted. Mahito paused, his smile freezing. A new presence brushed across his senses. Two, in fact, one impossibly familiar, the other cold and distant like winter itself. From the fractured street, they emerged. Kenjaku, wearing Suguru Geto's stolen body, his smile placid, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. And at his side, Uram, the frost-haired attendant, their expression unreadable, aura crisp and biting. Mahito, Kenjaku said smoothly, his voice calm, measured, dripping with the same calculating amusement that had always unsettled his allies. I see you've been busy. Mahito's grin didn't falter. If anything, it widened, childish delight sparkling in his tone. He spread his arms as though welcoming an audience to his grand performance. Busy? No, no. I've been perfecting. What brings you around, though? You and Sukuna's attack dog, come to collect what's left of me. Chapter 52, Weakness. The smoke of Shibuya's ruin swirled, drawn by the cold front that followed Uram's presence. The air tightened, crisp, almost painful against the skin, as Kenjaku stepped lightly over the fractured asphalt. His stolen body was immaculate despite the chaos, his expression as serene as ever, lips curved into the placid smile that never revealed quite enough. Mahito tilted his head, body still streaked with cracks from the clash with Mahoraga. His grin didn't falter, even as his limbs twitched faintly, betraying the exhaustion he could never admit to. Well, Kenjaku began, voice smooth as silk. You've grown, far beyond my projections. I underestimated the deceit bred from humanity's hatred of itself. That, I confess, was my failure. Uram's eyes narrowed, frost-laced breath escaping in an angry plume. You dare to stand here, reveling in your theft. You denied me from witnessing Sukuna-sama's return. You preyed on his weakened state, twisted the moment with your foul tricks. For that, you will pay. Mahito burst into laughter, his voice rising in mocking peals that bounced across the shattered buildings. He clutched his stomach, shaking his head like a child hearing the silliest joke in the world. Dirty tricks. Preyed on his weakness. He dragged his words, sing-song, taunting. His gaze snapped to Uram, sharp and gleeful. Those are the words of a loser. Your king would never whimper like that. He lost because he allowed me to surprise him, because he thought himself untouchable. That's not my sin, it's his mistake. Uram's jaw clenched, fingers curling, the temperature dropping sharply around her. Kenjaku lifted a hand to still her, his sigh soft and deliberate. Enough, Uram. His gaze slid back to Mahito, calm but piercing. Your bravado masks your limits, Mahito. You've dazzled me, yes. You even forced Sukuna's hand. He paused, that faint smile sharpening. But you've already fallen into my palms. You are far too weak to expand your domain again. Even should you achieve another black flash, you couldn't push your soul through that door a third time. You're playing your final cards. Mahito blinked, his grin dimming for the briefest moment, then stretching wide, unhinged. He clasped his hands together like an actor acknowledging applause. Oh, Kenjaku. Kenjaku. You almost sound proud of me. He leaned forward, eyes glittering. But tell me, what makes you so sure I'm that weakened? The ground shifted. Kenjaku's smile flickered, just faintly, as cursed energy signatures blossomed all around them. The ruined street darkened, shadows stretching unnaturally as figures stepped from alleys, burst from broken windows, crawled up from shattered subway tunnels. They surrounded the block. Dozens. Hundreds. Mahito's creations. Each one bore the warped aesthetic of his touch, skin stitched with faces, limbs bent in grotesque balance. But these were not the crude puppets of his early experiments. No, these were cultivated, refined. Each pulsed with cursed energy taut and potent, the weight of a grade 1 sorcerer made manifest in grotesque form. The strengthened fly soldiers buzzed above, wings whirring like bone saws, their forms bulkier, carapace hardened, antennae twitching with sharpened cursed perception. Below, the ground quivered under the march of the soulsborn, twisted hybrids of men and curse, their eyes glowing with an unsettling clarity. Mahito spread his arms, as if introducing a grand performance. I've been busy, after all. Did you think I'd waste all that time chasing children and sorcerers? One of the soulsborn stepped forward, aura pressing outward, deliberate. Its body was lean, almost human, though its skin shimmered translucent. Above its shoulder floated a spectral jellyfish shikigami, tendrils drifting lazily in the ruined air. Mahito's grin curved, eyes alight with cruel delight. Outwardly, he said nothing more than, "This one's a favorite." Delicate. Subtle. But with a sting that lingers. Inwardly, he relished the truth. Junpei. Poor, broken Junpei. Crushed by bullying, crushed by fate. He had taken his own life in the end, but here he was, resurrected as something useful. A cruel joke, and Mahito was still laughing. Another creature stepped forward, its torso massive, shoulders hunched. Chains of cursed energy dangled from its wrists, each link burning with sealing properties. It slammed the ground and the chains rippled outward like serpents, biting into the broken asphalt. A third followed, slender, with its face split into 3 vertical mouths, each chanting in harmony. The sound bent the air, a cursed hymn that distorted the perception of distance and weight, making the ground tilt nauseatingly beneath Kenjaku's feet. Then came one more, a creature with glassy skin filled with liquid shadows. From its palms erupted spear-like limbs of hardened ink, reshaping themselves at will into blades, drills, or nets. It hissed wordlessly, and the liquid inside churned with shapes of screaming faces. Mahito's grin widened with every reveal, every gasp of cursed energy that licked at the ruined street. Each of my darlings here has a cursed technique. Each calculated to endure against sorcerers, crafted from the cast-off souls of humanity. Tell me. Do I look weak now? A ripple of laughter burst from him, wild and echoing, spreading over the chorus of buzzing wings and rattling breaths. Then, a flicker. From the edge of the ruined street, a second Mahito stepped into view, shambling, cracked, its form a shadow of the original. Before Kenjaku or Uram could react, the clone surged forward, collapsing into Mahito's body in a mass of squirming flesh. The fusion was instant, seamless. Mahito shuddered, back arching, his grin snapping wide as cursed energy flooded his frame once more. His aura surged, expanding violently, like a second heartbeat had joined his own. Delicious. Mahito gasped, flexing his fingers, aura thrumming stronger, fuller. A quarter of my reserves, restored in one gulp. Did you think I'd waste myself against Mahoraga without insurance? Oh no, no, no. I never fight with all my cards on the table. That's not art. That's not fun. Kenjaku's expression remained still, but the calculation in his eyes shifted. He had come expecting to reel in a weakened pawn, one that had outgrown its leash but staggered too far to resist the chain. Instead, he stood amid a battlefield swarmed with Mahito's army, each pulsing with cursed energy, each a grotesque testimony to the depth of Mahito's craft. And worse, the young curse had hidden his strength, had puppeteered his exhaustion into a trap. Kenjaku exhaled slowly, words quieter than before. So this was your hand. Mahito tilted his head, grin splitting ear to ear, voice lilting like a child's song. Why, of course. Did you really think I'd let myself be cornered so easily? That I'd bear everything for Sukuna, then stagger into your arms? He tapped his chest, his tone turning sharp, cruel. No, Kenjaku. I am deceit itself. Humanity's reflection. As a human, you were mistaken to go against me from the start. Uram's disgust boiled over, her voice ice-edged. You twist the weak into puppets and call it strength. You mock Sukuna-sama with your filth. This army is nothing but a fraud, a graveyard you wear as a fake crown. Mahito only laughed harder, spinning once like a performer on stage. Maybe, but it fits me perfectly, don't you think? For the first time, Kenjaku's smile thinned. His eyes, calm as still water, flickered with something colder. Realization. He prided himself on anticipating every move, always 10 steps ahead. But here, amid the smoke of Shibuya, he had been maneuvered instead. He had been played. Chapter 53, Army at Work. The smoke of Shibuya hung thick, ash drifting over the ruins in slow spirals. The cold that clung to the air was unnatural, sharper than winter, born from the quiet presence of Uram. Their frost gnawed at the shattered asphalt, rhyming cracks with glittering veins of ice. Yet the cold was only a backdrop to what stood at the center. Mahito, body still marked with fractures from his battle with Mahoraga, grinned as if the wounds were badges of honor. His posture was loose, almost playful, but the cursed energy that rippled from him carried weight. Kenjaku faced him in silence. His borrowed features were calm, expressionless but for that faint smile that never gave away enough. For the first time in centuries, calculation failed to steady his stance. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he let out a breath that misted against the cold. "You have grown into something I did not plan for," he said, voice even. "I believed you a pawn, possibly valuable for your technique, yet tethered by your immaturity. But today you have proven otherwise. Against Sukuna, you achieved what no curse should. You forced even me to hesitate. I had not thought such a day would come." Mahito laughed, shoulders shaking, the sound light as bells yet warped with something unhinged. "So flattering. But I told you before, Kenjaku, compliments won't get you anywhere. If you see me as strong, then good. If you see me as dangerous, even better. But don't imagine your words soften me. They only confirm the obvious." Kenjaku dipped his chin slightly, not in deference but in acknowledgement. "Perhaps so. Yet facts must be stated. I had intended to claim your soul, to assimilate your ability into my arsenal, a last piece of the puzzle. Now I see that will not be done today." His arms spread slightly, robes whispering over the wind. "But that does not mean I leave defeated." The next instant his shadow rippled. It bulged in shape, warped, then split, and from the fissures poured an endless tide of curses. Some slithered as serpents of shadow. Some rose on 6 arms or sprouted bone wings that cracked the air. Others crawled like masses of hands and eyes, their cries overlapping into a maddening chorus. They poured from Kenjaku in hundreds, in thousands, the street shuddering beneath their weight. The sky darkened as winged curses blotted out what little light pierced the smoke. The stench of their energy was suffocating, a wall of hatred and hunger that pressed against the skin. Yuram did not hesitate. The cold around her tightened to a killing frost, her hand snapping up as ice bloomed into existence, jagged spears radiating outward. "This ends here." She lunged for Mahito, cutting through the swarm. Her speed left streaks of frozen air in her wake, and in a heartbeat she closed the distance. With her other hand she conjured a coffin of solid ice, snapping it closed over Mahito like jaws. She had watched his fight with Mahoraga. She knew the trick of his body. Physical damage meant nothing. To end him, she would freeze his very soul in a tomb of frost. The ice coffin slammed shut with a deafening crack. For a moment Mahito's silhouette was lost inside the crystalline prism. Then came the glow. Orange light pulsed within the ice, faint at first, then searing, veins of heat splitting through the frost. The prison shuddered as cracks spiderwebbed outward. Mahito's voice came muffled, yet unmistakably amused. "Cute trick. But I already prepared for you." His right arm erupted, reshaping in an instant. Flesh boiled, bones twisted, and his limb transformed into a cannon of molten rock. With a gleeful laugh, he fired. A torrent of magma tore from his arm, exploding outward in a volcanic blast that shattered the coffin of ice. The eruption engulfed Yuram, the force throwing her back across the ruined street. She crashed through the husk of a collapsed building, stone and rebar melting where the magma splashed. The ground hissed, water vapor screaming into the air as snow and ice dissolved on contact. Mahito stepped forward from the steam, his grin wide, his eyes alight. "I've long surpassed the likes of you. Yuram staggered to her feet. Her robes were scorched, skin blistered and blackened across her arms and side. Yet already the burns began to fade as reversed curse technique flooded her body, knitting charred flesh back into pale perfection. She raised her gaze, unshaken, though the set of her jaw betrayed what she now knew. This curse outstripped her. He had surpassed not only the sorcerers, but Sukuna himself, as weakened as he was. His victory was not a fluke, and the humiliation of her master's fall began to settle as grim truth. Around them the battlefield devolved into carnage. Mahito's army of warped creations hurled themselves at Kenjaku's tide of curses. Fly soldiers filled the sky, intercepting winged spirits, their bladed limbs tearing wings to ribbons as shrieks echoed above. On the ground, souls born locked against grotesque monsters, chains binding, spectral hymns warping perception, spears of ink piercing through amorphous flesh. Kenjaku's curses answered in kind, devouring, ripping, overwhelming by sheer number. Explosions of cursed energy lit the ruins like fireworks. Concrete collapsed, flames spread, smoke billowed thicker until the air was choking. Mahito was not still. His laughter carried through the chaos as he pressed further. The ground beneath his feet bulged, cracked, then split as miniature volcanoes erupted across the block. Lava spewed in fountains, rivers of molten rock spilling outward, consuming curses and rubble alike. The swarm shrieked as lava swallowed them, bodies burning to ash. Kenjaku's curses burst apart one after another, their screeches mixing with the roar of boiling stone. The battlefield became a hellscape, magma lakes cutting paths of annihilation. The fly soldiers dove again, their wings slicing through the last curses overhead, clearing the skies. Kenjaku's smile vanished completely by that point. So he can truly steal techniques. This is worse than I thought. He had no way of knowing the full extent of Mahito's technique, but now he was finding out more and more. Frustratingly, Jogo had been one of the curses he wished to devour for himself, but Mahito had beaten him to that too. Worst of all, Jogo's technique was more than likely among the best to use against a large grouped-up army of curses. His gaze flicked toward Mahito, toward the magma rivers carving through the swarm. If I leave him unchecked, he will shift the balance of everything. Sorcerers, curses, the culling game itself. He could unravel centuries of my preparation. Today was supposed to tighten the noose. Instead I am the one standing inside it. Still he steadied himself. Calculation was habit, and habit never broke. I must live. His technique will be mine eventually. If not today, then tomorrow. That is enough. He lifted a hand, cursed energy surging, and the air around him warped. Symbols of a domain began to coalesce, the ground vibrating as a spherical boundary threatened to bloom. Mahito's eyes narrowed. He snapped his arm outward, magma surging at his command. A geyser of molten stone burst from the ground, cutting across the forming lines of cursed energy. The heat warped reality itself, dispersing the fragile structure before it could seal. Kenjaku's attempt faltered, the incomplete domain shattering like glass. Mahito wagged a finger, voice sing-song. Not today. I could clash domains with you, but where's the fun in that? I'd rather watch my toys play. Kenjaku's curses fought on, but the balance had shifted. Mahito's creations, empowered and versatile, held the advantage. The sea of lava gnawed away at the overwhelming numbers. And Yuram, though healed, found herself panting, her body moving slower than instinct demanded. Her ice melted before it touched Mahito, her certainty eroded with every clash. Then, as though fate itself punctuated the chaos, a flicker of movement cut through the storm. Yuram, unwilling to yield, summoned a spear of frost, launching it with killing precision toward the heart of the battlefield. Its trajectory was not for Mahito, but for the boy off to the side behind him. Megumi, sheltered in the lee of Mahito's presence, unconscious and unaware of the danger streaking for him. The air froze in a line, the spear promising death. Before it struck, a figure landed between. The frost shattered against an unseen force, blocked cleanly. Yuki Tsukumo stood tall, her expression as sharp as the crack of ice-splitting stone. Her arrival drew a hush even through the chaos, her presence commanding. She glanced once at Mahito, once at Yuram, then set her stance as cursed energy surged around her. Now. She said coldly, I certainly missed a few things. The battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Mahito looked at her with a smirk. Shitty timing as always, party's almost over. Kenjaku couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I didn't want to do this, but at this point I'll have to do anything to escape. Chapter 54, Desperation and Strongest. The smoke of Shibuya churned like a living thing, rising in black coils above the ruin. Fire and frost clashed across broken streets, the heat of magma battling against the creeping sheets of ice. Yuki Tsukumo stood firm amidst it, golden hair dusted with ash. The air quivered around her, cursed energy condensed sharp enough to cut the atmosphere itself. One hand stretched slightly behind her, her shikigami forming a barrier that shielded the unconscious Megumi. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the men across the battlefield. Her lips parted. A small intake of breath. Suguru. Geto. The features were unmistakable. That calm face, that measured presence, she had spoken to him once, years ago. Even then, he had radiated conviction, a man carrying a burden he wished not speak about. She had disagreed with him, and when she next heard his name, it was tied to betrayal, to slaughter, to his declaration that non-sorcerers should perish. Now he stood alive in front of her. Or so it seemed. But as the figure turned, as the battle light glimmered across his eyes, something cracked in her recognition. The faint curl of a smile was wrong. The aura was twisted, alien. Then came the voice. Ah. Yuki Tsukumo. Of all the times you could appear, you choose now. The cadence was not Geto's. Too deliberate, too old, threaded with mocking familiarity. It felt like she was talking to one of the elders instead. Her stomach tightened instantly. That isn't him, she muttered under her breath, the certainty cutting clean. Kenjaku's grin widened, deranged and gleeful. Sharp as expected. I had hoped to enjoy the masquerade longer, but it seems even the faintest memory of Suguru is enough for you to spot the seams. Still, do not mistake, this body is mine now. The words slashed across the battlefield. Mahito tilted his head toward Yuki, his grin never faltering. Guess this party had more guests than you thought. Yuki's jaw set. She wasn't sentimental over Geto. They had met once. But seeing his body turned into a puppet by some ancient parasite twisted her gut with disgust. Whoever you are, you're not him. And the fact you're wearing his skin makes you even more of a coward than I thought possible. Kenjaku only chuckled. Coward. Or clever. After all, this vessel once commanded legions of curses with a powerful technique rivaling even the strongest. I simply refined it. But it is funny, isn't it? To see how easily even the sharpest eyes falter when faced with a familiar corpse. His grin widened, manic. Your appearance excites me. You're another variable, one I did not account for. How wonderful. The battlefield's tension spiked. The army of curses surged and roared around them, fly soldiers ripping into winged monsters overhead, soulsborne grappling with clawed fiends, while rivers of magma cut swaths through the chaos. Yuki spared no words. She simply shifted her stance, the air around her vibrating. Kenjaku's gaze sharpened. Perhaps you should witness what the pinnacle of this vessel's ability looks like. He raised one hand. The tide of curses that poured from him convulsed, hundreds collapsing inward as though dragged by a singular gravity. Their bodies bent, broke, shrieked, and were consumed, compressed into a vortex that swirled behind him. The energy that gathered was suffocating, the air itself shaking with its weight. The vortex of spirits spun faster, forming a seething spiral of black and violet light. Cursed spirit manipulation, maximum technique, Uzumaki. The swirl solidified into a sphere, a writhing mass of curses compressed so violently the ground splintered beneath its pressure. Then, with a hiss like tearing fabric, it shot forward. The earth screamed. From the sphere erupted not mere destruction but the stolen technique of a special grade. The energy of an earthquake-born curse detonated outward, a cataclysmic surge that split Shibuya's district in two. The ground fractured, opening in gaping fissures. Towers crumbled as their foundations snapped, asphalt peeled like paper, and shockwaves buckled the air. Buildings collapsed into yawning chasms as the entire battlefield broke apart. Yuki's Shikigami flared, its form wrapping Megumi in a shell of hardened cursed energy. She braced herself, boots digging into shuddering ground, her own cursed energy reinforcing her stance as the quake roared through her body. Dust and fire blotted the sky, deafening booms rolling outward like thunder from the world's end. Mahito laughed even as the ground tore apart beneath his feet. He let the quake ripple through him, body warping with every shock, as though the destruction were just another playground to twist himself around. Oh, now that's a good trick. You really do know how to put on a show, Gramps. Yuram, pale and steady amidst the chaos, darted close to Kenjaku, her frost wrapping the air to steady his path. Together, the two figures launched into the opening carved by the destruction, slipping through the shattered blockade before Mahito or Yuki could close the distance. Yuki cursed under her breath, fury cutting through her calm. She stepped forward, ready to chase, but the shifting wreckage of the city blocked her path. Damn it. He got away. Her Shikigami's form flexed beside her, shielding Megumi from falling debris until the aftershock slowed. She clenched her fists, the weight of the escape stinging like acid. Whoever that was, they now had Geto's body and a technique that could level districts. Mahito, however, stood relaxed amid the ruin, magma still bubbling lazily in pits around him. He didn't even glance toward the path of Kenjaku's escape. Not going after him. Yuki snapped, more accusation than question. Mahito tilted his head, grin easy. Why bother? If he's running, then he's already admitted I'm the stronger one. And he'll only come crawling back when he thinks I'm at my weakest, or that he has me figured out properly. That's the kind of parasite he is. Unfortunately for him, this is the weakest I'll ever be. Yuki's brows furrowed, frustration burning hotter. His casual dismissal gnawed at her. She wanted to shout at him for letting someone like that slip away, but she couldn't ignore the truth either. Kenjaku hadn't left triumphant. He had fled, and only after burning through nearly every curse he had stockpiled. Mahito stretched his arms overhead, yawning as though the battlefield weren't still strewn with ash and ruin. Besides, I'm having too much fun here to chase old men. The spotlight's already mine. She glared at him. You're insufferable. He leaned closer, grinning. And yet you're still here. Still fighting by my side. Still watching me. Are you sure you don't like me, Yuki? Heat flared in her chest, unwelcome and sharp. She hated how easily he could toy with her, how one careless line could drag her back to that night, to the memory of warmth which he has taken away so easily. She clenched her jaw. Don't flatter yourself. I came because the city would have burned without me. That's all. Mahito chuckled, mock pouting. Cold, cold, cold. Guess I'll just have to thaw you out again someday. She turned from him, unwilling to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. But inside, the words cut. She had sworn she was past it. That whatever feelings had sprouted then had died when he brushed her off without a thought. And yet, here she was again. Fighting beside him. shielding the boy he pretended to protect. Listening to his laughter echo through the ruin as if the world already belonged to him. Damn it, she thought, biting the inside of her cheek. Do I try and stop him before he truly becomes unstoppable, or do I follow him, just to see how far he'll go? Mahito's gaze flicked toward her, playful yet unreadable. He didn't voice the plans swirling in his mind, didn't need to. It was enough that she stood beside him. He looked up at the broken sky, smoke drifting like curtains of a finished play, and stretched his hand toward the city's shattered skyline. Kenjaku, or any scheme he may pull, none of it matters anymore. I'm already standing at the level of the strongest. I'll rely on his machinations to bring back Sukuna. His grin widened, voice lilting with boundless confidence. I'll enjoy my time being the strongest around. By the time the honored one crawls free of his seal, I'll have an army worthy of the title. Until then, this world belongs to me. Yuki watched him, her pulse uneven. The firelight caught his smile, that terrible joy in his eyes. For the first time, she wasn't sure if she was looking at an enemy, or someone she could no longer turn away from. The smoke of Shibuya rose higher, the night ended in silence and ruin. Chapter 55, Volunteering Leader. The hospital wing of Tokyo Jujutsu High had rarely been so full. Beds stretched from wall to wall, filled with sorcerers who had survived Shibuya's crucible. Each face carried exhaustion, each body bore scars. The atmosphere was heavy, as though grief itself had seeped into the walls. Shoko Yeri moved briskly, her gloves stained but steady. Yuji lay pale but conscious, his arms strapped tightly against his ribs. Inamaki dozed uneasily, his throat wrapped in thick layers of gauze. Nanami was silent, eyes half closed, his body wrapped with bandages from legs to head. His limbs were recovered thanks to Shoko's reversed cursed energy, but he was still injured. Due to the number of patients, Shoko moved to apply first aid to each one respectively. Kusakabe shifted irritably under his own wrappings, frustration plain in his jaw. He had also taken some damage fighting Dagon, but out of everyone there, he was the least injured. Still, the atmosphere was somber, as Yuji had had a mental breakdown just earlier, seeing the world through Sukuna's eyes, the amount of destruction he commanded Jogo to create as he tried to fight Mahito. He blamed himself for it all. Thankfully, Mahito had been able to shake Sukuna enough to allow him to take over again and pass out. The door opened eventually. Mahito entered with Yaga at his side, and just behind them, Yuki. Draped across Mahito's back was the limp figure of Megumi Fushiguro. The boy's stillness was unnerving, his breath shallow, his skin pale. But he looked healthy otherwise. How could he not? He was healed directly by Mahito. The very person who had stolen a part of his soul. Mahito's steps were light, almost casual, but his movements were careful as he lowered Megumi onto a free bed. He adjusted the sheets with an odd gentleness, then stepped back, grinning at the others. There. Delivered safe and sound. Not sure when he'll be waking up, but his body is stable. He carried out his kamikaze attack. I did manage to save him, thankfully. Shoko immediately swept in, her hands precise, her expression unreadable. She checked Megumi's vitals in silence. Mahito, instead of hovering, wandered to the center of the ward and clapped his hands lightly. Well, he said, voice bright, surprisingly, we all survived. Some in better shape than others, but at least we're all alive. Yuji's head turned toward him, his face easing at the sight. Thank you. For stopping him. Mahito's grin widened. Of course. I had to keep my promise, didn't I? Someone has to keep you in one piece. Yuji's lips twitched in the faintest of smiles. The memory of Mahito dragging him out of the depths of his mind resonated within him. Whatever doubts he had once carried about this man or curse, the bond forged in survival weighed heavier. Nanami gave a small grunt, his voice hoarse. We somehow escaped alive, yes. But Shibuya is gone. Thousands are dead. Mahito's gaze softened, just slightly. Yes. A tragedy. But one we did our utmost to lessen. Had we not been there, had you not fought as you did, the number would be far greater. He looked at Nanami with something that almost resembled respect. You should all take some pride in that. He didn't care to mention that he made no effort to lessen the casualties. At the end of the day, casualties that were not caused by him were none of his business. So what if Jogo decided to burn through the entire district and Dagon flooded the underground of the city? Those actions had nothing to do with him. Kusakabe snorted, though it lacked bite. You talk like you are handing out medals. Mahito's grin only grew easier. Not medals. Recognition. You all faced calamity itself and lived. That deserves a moment, does it not? Even Shoko paused briefly before returning to her work. Yuki leaned against the wall, arms folded, watching Mahito with a narrowed gaze. She remembered the men who had walked coldly away from her, the sharp edge of his dismissal. But here he was, standing tall, words flowing like balm across the room. He plays the part well. Almost too well. But is it a mask, or is this what he has been planning all along? Yaga's voice broke through her thoughts. We need to discuss Kenjaku. The one using Sugura's body. At that name, everyone's attention sharpened. Even Yuji pushed himself more upright. Yuki frowned. That was not Geto. I only spoke with him once, years ago. He was flawed, but he was not that. Mahito tilted his head, feigning thoughtfulness. Kenjaku has been weaving this web for years now, decades even. Gojo's sealing was no spur-of-the-moment trick. It was calculated, inevitable. And Gojo, well, he was too confident to see it coming. Yuji's jaw tightened. You knew. Mahito nodded lightly, not defensive, not smug. Obviously. The prison realm being stolen was no secret. I tried to warn Gojo once, but... He shrugged. The strongest hears only what he chooses. He believed himself untouchable. Nanami's expression did not change, but his silence carried weight. Mahito's tone grew firmer, his playfulness shading into something steadier. But Gojo is gone now. That is our reality. Which means someone must step into the space he left. Someone to anchor us, to keep things moving forward. His gaze swept the room, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. Yuji. Nanami. Kusakabe. Even Shoko, briefly. Then he spread his arms. I will take on that role. The room stilled. Yuki's brow rose, but she said nothing. Yaga frowned slightly but did not interject. Yuji blinked, then let out a short laugh. Honestly. I kind of figured you would say that. Mahito looked at him with mock offense. Oh. Do I seem so predictable? You never really back down, not even against Sukuna. And someone has to lead. Yuji met his eyes with sincerity. If you say you will do it, then I will follow. Mahito's grin softened into reassurance. Not to worry, I won't lead as tyrant, not as Gojo's shadow. But as someone who understands what must be done. I will guide, I will bear the weight, so that each of you can do what you do best without being crushed by expectation. Kusakabe muttered, sounds convenient for you. Out of everyone, he had interacted the least with Mahito, so it was no wonder that he was somewhat apprehensive at them all having to look up to a curse. Mahito laughed, light and easy. Convenient. Perhaps. But also necessary. You all feel it, do you not? The vacuum Gojo left. The hesitation, the uncertainty it creates. That void cannot remain. I am simply filling it. Nanami's tired gaze lingered on him for a long moment. Finally, he said, and what do you intend to do, then, leader? Mahito's smile held steady, though in his mind shadows coiled. What I intend is to build an army. From the souls I have gathered, from the remnants the world discarded. I will craft soldiers who will not falter, who will not die in vain. As for the elders. I am afraid they may not get to meet Gojo when he comes out. Aloud, he said smoothly, first, we recover. We gather strength. We prepare for Kenjaku's next move. And then, we make certain that this city, this nation, never suffers Shibuya again. It was lofty. It was exactly what they needed to hear. And it was delivered with confidence that could almost make one forget who was speaking. Yuki exhaled softly, shaking her head with a rueful smile. You really do like grand speeches, do you not? Mahito winked at her. Only when the moment demands. The sudden buzz of Yuki's phone interrupted them. She frowned, answered, listened. Her expression shifted. Anger. Frustration. Disbelief. She lowered the phone slowly, silence hanging around her. What is it? Yaga asked. Yuki's voice was taut. The higher-ups. Seems they've received the latest reports rather quickly. They have issued immediate orders. Mahito is to be executed. And they are preparing the same for you, Principal Yaga. And Itadori Yuji, as Sukuna's vessel. The words dropped like stones into water, sending ripples of unease across the ward. Yuji's face went pale. Nanami's lips pressed thin. Kusakabe muttered a curse. Yuki's eyes flicked to Mahito, uneasy. But Mahito only smiled. Calm. Unruffled. Almost amused. Execution, is it? How very predictable. With Gojo gone, they believe themselves free to swing their hammers as they please. He glanced around at them all, voice carrying warmth rather than menace. Do not worry. This is no crisis. Only a misunderstanding. Call for a meeting with the elders. I will go to them myself, and I will do my utmost to convince them. Yaga's frown deepened. You think words will sway them? Mahito's grin curved, a glint in his eyes that he quickly masked. If they are reasonable, they will listen. If not, I will still find a way. But this is for me to handle. Alone. You all should focus on recovering. Yuji sat up further, his voice firm. Then I will trust you. You saved me once already. If you say you can handle this, I believe you. Mahito turned to him, his expression warm. Good. Hold on to that trust. It will be needed. There was conviction in his tone, the kind that invited belief. For a fleeting moment, Yuji felt steadier, as if someone had caught the weight he carried and shared it. Yuki studied Mahito, conflict in her eyes. But she said nothing. Mahito clasped his hands behind his back, rocking slightly on his heels, grin bright once more. Well then. Rest, recover, heal. Leave the elders to me. They will come to understand soon enough. Chapter 56, His World. The room was pitch black. No walls. No ceiling. No floor that could be touched or measured. Only endless shadow. And within it, Mahito sat cross-legged, smiling. That smile, bright, boyish, yet unnerving, glimmered faintly, as though it alone illuminated the void. He wasn't wholly here. This was but a fragment of him, a sliver of consciousness seated in stillness. His awareness stretched elsewhere, carried to another self. His clone, ceaselessly at work. That other Mahito toiled without complaint, hands molding, shaping, bending the discarded remains of souls. Flesh and essence were rewoven into forms that twitched and stirred, soldiers who would never question him. His army grew steadily. A patient labor, meticulous, tedious. He had lost plenty of numbers during Kenjaku's escape, but as strong as his soldiers were, they were also expendable. That was what made them even more dangerous. They were, at the end of the day, souls that Mahito could burn to meet his ends. Thankfully, after such a disaster, there was a surplus of suicides and crimes in the area, which helped him replenish his reserves. Suicides went without saying, people losing loved ones just couldn't seem to keep going in life. While criminals took advantage of the chaos, causing more crime, Mahito's clone was always there to collect the victims. Once criminals outweighed their usefulness, they too would be invited to join Mahito's growing army. In only 1 week, he had already recouped his losses and even expanded his army further. The strongest curse hummed to himself, eyelids half lowered. It has been a week now. A week since Shibuya collapsed into ruin. A week since Gojo was sealed. And everything is unfolding quite nicely. He chuckled under his breath, the sound bright against the stillness. Principal Yaga remained unscathed, his position intact. Yuji, too, was protected from execution. Both shielded by Mahito's intervention, both still standing in the shadow of his smile. The others might not see it yet. But I am already the one holding their fragile little world together. A pulse of energy at the edge of his awareness drew his thoughts elsewhere. A ripple across the water of his mind. Yuta Okatsu. The name returned to him with no weight. A child branded as Gojo's successor, whispered about as the next great hope of Jujutsu society. He was returning to Japan, but the familiar landscape he had grown accustomed to was no longer. How he would take to Mahito's leadership was yet to be seen. Mahito tilted his head, amusement curling his lips wider. Okatsu, HM. He's no Gojo. Certainly no Sukuna. A pale reflection of strength. A candle constantly compared to bonfires. He smiled without malice, only mild curiosity. If Okatsu returned, let him. The boy was neither rival nor threat. A passing breeze. Nothing more. What truly mattered was this feeling surging through him. For the first time since his birth, he had what he craved most. Freedom. Unfettered. Unshackled. No metaphorical leash tugged by other hands, no restrictions dictating his choices. Every path before him lay open, limitless. But even in freedom, shadows lingered. Gojo would return. Mahito's grin sharpened, his voice dropping to a whisper. I am his equal now. The words rang absolute, echoing through the darkness. Equal to Sukuna at his full strength. Equal to Gojo at his prime. They are not obstacles, they are opportunities. Rungs on the ladder. Rivals who will push me further, higher. The thought thrilled him. He did not intend to bar Sukuna's ascent, nor would he scheme endlessly to prevent Gojo's return. Both were flames. And flames, after all, were fuel. As for the elders. Mahito's laughter softened into a hum, almost pitying. The elders would never have agreed to let me climb that ladder. They would rather pull it out from under others. Too bad they no longer get a say in the matter. The darkness shifted. Slowly, shapes bled into view. Broken walls. Cracked pillars slick with blood. The iron tang of slaughter filled the air. Bodies littered the floor. Almost a dozen of them, arranged like offerings. Old men of varying ages, their faces contorted in horror, their pristine robes torn and stained scarlet. The flags and all sigils of their authority lay ripped apart beside them, useless trinkets now. Mahito rose gracefully to his feet, spreading his arms in mock welcome. I fail to understand why Gojo never did this himself, he mused, his voice light. These decrepit fossils, they only ever knew how to wield power against the weak, while trembling before the strong. He stepped lightly between corpses, his hands tucked behind his back, like a teacher strolling a classroom. His smile was sharp, yet strangely serene. As the strongest, I no longer need to waste time catering to them. Their judgments, their condemnations, meaningless. The silence was absolute, save for his laughter echoing off the ruined walls. How much larger can I grow? How much stronger can I become? The thoughts throbbed in his mind like a second heartbeat. His army would rise. His dominion would spread. Time to have a small talk with Ting, and don't remember much about her, but it hardly matters. After all, this was his world now. Underscore. 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 Light shone brightly in that quiet room, clean and composed. A low table stood at the center, 2 teacups steaming faintly atop it. Yuki Tsukumo leaned forward, her arms folded, her expression taut. Opposite her, Mei swirled her tea with absent ease, her lips curled faintly in amusement. You've dealt with him directly, Yuki said, voice edged with unease. So tell me. What do you think he's really planning? Mei's laugh was soft, like coins chiming. Planning? My dear, he already has. Long before Shibuya. Thanks to him, I made quite a fortune before the dust had even settled. And after? The profits only multiplied. Her eyes gleamed, sly. Entire warehouses. Apartment blocks. All were purchased under his name. He doesn't spend idly. Even better, all buildings he purchased were untouched during the disaster, how quaint. Yuki frowned, brows pinching. Facilities. Real estate. What could a curse possibly need with that? Mei tilted her head, feigning innocence. Storage. Secrecy. Influence. Who can say? Though. Her smile curved sharply. Perhaps he intends to become something even viler than a curse. Yuki's eyes narrowed. A landlord. There was a beat of silence before Mei laughed, a rich, throaty chuckle that filled the room. Yuki rolled her eyes but smirked despite herself. The humor passed quickly, replaced by heavy quiet. You trust him? Yuki asked finally. Mei's smile dimmed, though it did not fade entirely. I trust in profit. And in his ability to create it. Beyond that. He is what he is. Dangerous. Useful. Unpredictable, in his own way. Yuki's gaze dropped to her untouched tea. A curse leading them, reshaping their system under their noses. The thought twisted in her stomach. The sliding door crashed open. Principal Yaga stormed in, his breath ragged, his face pale with strain. His voice shook the walls. Mahito has slaughtered the elders. The cups rattled on the table. Mei's smile froze. Yuki straightened, her unease calcifying into dread. The world had shifted again. Chapter 57, Developments. The night was quiet, a stillness rare in Tokyo. Mahito sat atop the roof of an office tower, legs dangling over the edge. The wind tugged playfully at his golden hair, carrying with it the faint scent of exhaust, smoke, and neon that clung to the city below. He leaned back on his palms, head tilted toward the sky where faint stars barely pierced the haze. His smile, boyish as ever, never wavered. Peaceful, isn't it? Almost strange. Only a week ago, this place was chaos. And now, it feels like it's my chaos settling down into order. My order. He hummed, swinging his feet lazily like a child perched on a swing. Below, the streets bustled with scattered life. Ordinary people, unaware, or perhaps willfully ignorant, of the battles that had burned their city only days earlier. The tragedy of Shibuya was reported as a major gas leak, coupled with a gigantic earthquake. It was easy to cover up a matter when most of the eyewitnesses to it were no longer around. Devices, phones, camera footage, it was all either destroyed in the chaos, or recovered by the jujitsu sorcerers and helpers scouring the debris. Mahito's mind stretched outward. He could feel them, hundreds of them. His army, woven from souls both willing and unwilling, cursed and human alike. They were scouring Japan, silently swallowing curses that spawned like weeds in forgotten corners. Already, his creations had spread across the countryside, hunting tirelessly. Sorcerers, soon they'll be almost out of work. At least outside the cities. There's less and less for them to clean up now. All because of me. Their cursed society owes me everything, whether they admit it or not. He chuckled softly, almost as if sharing a joke with the stars. But this wasn't just his doing. There had been arrangements. Mahito shifted, sitting upright, gaze sharp as he recalled the voice that had echoed in his mind like an ancient cavern. Tengen. The ancient, decrepit being whose very existence upheld the barriers across Japan. Her body, already crumbling without a star plasma vessel. Her form withering closer to something unrecognizable with each passing day. Her voice, resigned, weary, but still commanding, had sought him out. The deal had been simple. Access. Full control over the barriers blanketing Japan, in exchange for Mahito's promise to stabilize things. To cleanse the land of curses so ordinary humans could survive. Mahito's lips twitched into a grin, remembering the bargain. She was desperate. Poor old thing. Waiting, praying for someone to uphold their little balance. And I agreed instantly. He leaned forward, resting his chin in his hand. Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? My plan was to consume every cursed spirit in Japan anyway. This just gives me a neater way to do it. And the authority to expand. The thought rippled through him like laughter. He could leave Japan whenever he pleased now, barriers no longer binding him. His army could spread across the oceans, taste the world beyond. And yet. He gazed down at the neon-lit sprawl, a faint spark in his eye. No point in doing so. I want to be here when Gojo comes back. I want to see Kenjaku awaken Sukuna, see how he pulls it off. I want to face them, to feel their strength, to climb higher off their backs. Gojo and Sukuna, my grindstones, my rivals. This stage isn't finished until they're here too. Mahito stretched, arms wide, like a cat basking in the night. Freedom tastes better when you have someone to measure yourself against. Is this what Sukuna felt back then, too? His smile lingered as his thoughts drifted to his army's progress. Already, they had captured curses strong enough to impress just about anyone. A group of Soulsborn, his transfigured soldiers, had proven themselves capable of taking down weaker special-grade curses, so long as they hunted in numbers. And just recently, his forces had cornered and captured one such creature. Mahito tapped his chin thoughtfully. Soldiers made from special grades, they're a different breed entirely. Stronger. Smarter. More refined. He thought of the two already in his possession. His favorites. One, born from Dagon's lingering soul. A husk, emptied of memory, but brimming with disaster waters that Mahito had restructured and bound. The other, a snake curse whose ability was simple but devastating, swallowing and disintegrating any living matter caught within its stomach. Both had been infused with more than just raw instinct. Mahito had interlaced them with fragments of human sorcerer souls, latent talent coaxed into controlled growth. They could wield their cursed techniques intelligently, precisely. They're all blank slates now. No memories. No distractions. Just loyal, obedient, hungering to serve me. Perfection. And yet, still evolving. Still ripening. I'll make them shine brighter than any sorcerer ever could. He leaned back again, gazing skyward, humming to himself. The army needs space. That's where the real estate comes in. Not just profit, but homes. Homes for my soulsborn. No longer do I need to burrow underground, carving rooms like a rat. They'll rest in warehouses, in whole apartment blocks. Rows of soldiers sleeping in neat little beds. The idea amused him endlessly, the image of rows of twisted creatures tucked beneath city skylines, obedient and waiting. It was his world now. His rules. Yet not everyone approved. He sensed her presence before she arrived. A familiar aura turned much fainter than before. Mahito smiled without turning. Maki. She had yet to reach the level of Toji Fushiguro, but a bit of hardship would surely bring her there. The rooftop door clanged open. She emerged, silhouetted by the glow of the city, her figure felt taller, more assured than before. She walked toward him, her expression unreadable, until she stood a few steps away. The wind tugged at her long hair, but her eyes remained fixed on him. Mahito tilted his head, grin bright. You sought me out faster than I expected. Been working on your new strength, haven't you? Maki's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she crossed her arms, gaze steady. It's odd. I feel this strength surging through me. It's almost alien. But I will be fine. Mahito smiled at that, happy to be able to study yet another example of a heavenly restriction with his own two eyes. Moreover, he was glad to have some eyes on the inside. So, how are things going back there? Everyone's still pissy. Most of Jujutsu High won't even say your name anymore. They've all distanced themselves, especially considering the rumors circulating about you. After you slaughtered the elders, they formed a new council. Younger sorcerers, Tsukumo Yuki included. They don't trust you, but have no choice in the matter. Mahito only laughed, light and unconcerned. Trust. That's such a heavy word. I don't need their trust. I need their understanding. And they'll keep following my rhythm whether they admit it or not. Maki's lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't argue, not yet. Surprisingly, she hadn't come bristling with rage or vengeance. Her aura wasn't sharp with animosity. If anything, she seemed calm. Almost approving. Mahito's eyes flickered knowingly. You're not as upset as the others, are you? Because my little massacre happened to include the Zenin elders as well. A faint glimmer crossed her eyes, but her face betrayed nothing. He leaned forward, voice sing-song, teasing. I did you a favor, didn't I? Swept away the garbage standing in your path. Maki's silence was answer enough. She stepped closer, her shadow stretching beside his. I didn't come here to thank you, she said firmly. Her voice carried weight now, steel beneath it. I came here because I want to talk. The night seemed to hush around them, the wind pausing for their exchange. Mahito's smile widened, curious, eager. Talk, His voice was soft, almost delighted. How interesting. He leaned back on his hands again, eyes glittering with mischief. He knew already that she wanted his help with something. He could see it in her eyes, within the depths of her soul. Thankfully for her, he also happened to want to study how her body had morphed extensively. Then let's talk, Maki. I'm sure we can come to an understanding. Chapter 58, A Heavenly Deal. The night pressed softly against the city, neon veins coursing through Tokyo like blood, spilling color onto the streets below. Mahito sat where he always did, legs dangling lazily over the rooftop edge of the office tower. The air was cool, the sky dimly bruised, and the hum of cars below blended with the gentle whistle of the wind. He tilted his head, golden hair shifting with the breeze, lips curled into his usual smile. He was at ease. The king of a game only he seemed to be playing. Far in the distance, a shadow moved. Across rooftops, cutting clean through the skyline, Maki Zenin darted with sharp, efficient strides. Her figure was small at first, but her direction was clear, toward the Zenin compound. Mahito's smile widened. Ah, there it is. The smell of desperation on the wind. She's in such a hurry, isn't she? Like a moth drawn to fire. How exciting. He leaned back, resting on his palms, his gaze following her faint silhouette leaping from roof to roof. It wasn't every day that someone came to him of their own accord, much less someone with her particular pedigree. The Zenin clan. How utterly boring. When he had killed Nobito in his little spat with the elders, it had been an afterthought. A whim. That bloated drunk had practically thrown himself into Mahito's hands, irrelevant to anything larger. Mahito hadn't even remembered his name until afterward. But his death had carried ripples. With Nobito gone, the balance in the clan had shifted, and by rights of lineage, and due to the dealings of Zenin Toji, the next leader was decided instantly, Megumi Fushiguro, comatose yet powerful, the 10 Shadows technique giving him absolute authority over the clan. Mahito chuckled at the absurdity of it all. I barely even touched the Zenin, and look at them, already unraveling. No matter how things change, they seem to stay the same too. Maki knew it too. That was why she had come to him. Not out of trust, not even respect, but out of necessity. She arrived without hesitation. The rooftop door clanged open, and her figure emerged, sharper in person than from afar. Her presence was clean, but fleeting. She had grown stronger, steadier, though still raw. She approached him without flinching. Mahito's grin widened. Maki-chan, you move so quickly these days. What's the rush? Could it be the Zenin compound? Her eyes narrowed, lips pressed in a thin line. She didn't answer immediately. She only stood before him, arms folded, gaze firm, until finally she spoke. I need something from you. Oh. Mahito tilted his head, his grin boyish, almost innocent. That's very bold of you. Most people show up begging me not to hurt them. You, though, straight to business. Her tone remained flat. I want assurance. No outsiders. No interference. I'm going to scour the Zenin armory. For Megumi. Maybe one of the cursed tools stored there can help, since his state may be linked to the 10 Shadows technique. Mahito's grin twitched. For Megumi, she says, but her eyes tell another story. She wants a blade for herself too. Can't stand fighting barehanded forever, Clever girl. Aloud, he hummed. The armory, you say? That dusty old treasure box the Zenin have been hoarding for centuries. Oh, how exciting. And here I thought you only aimed to check on your poor little sister. Her composure cracked, just slightly, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. My. Mahito's smile softened, but not kindly. Still asleep, isn't she? They dragged her back into the compound, tucked her away like a broken doll. You'll get to see her too, then. How heartwarming. Her fists clenched, but her voice remained steady. This isn't about heartwarming. I need cursed tools, and I want to make sure Mai is safe. He leaned forward, chin in hand, golden hair catching the city lights. So serious, Maki-chan. So desperate. And you came all the way here to me. I'm flattered. She did not blink. You're the only one who can guarantee what I need. The new council isn't ready. Principal Yaga even told me to hold still for now, but I just can't. I need political protection. I need you. Mahito laughed. Light, amused, ringing across the rooftop like a child's chuckle. Oh, how lovely. She admits it outright. How rare, how refreshing. I could almost grow fond of her honesty. He leaned back again, casual, as though this conversation meant nothing to him at all. I'll help you, Maki-chan. But nothing comes free, you know that. Her jaw tightened. Name your terms. Oh, I like this part, his voice lilting, playful. First. I want to study you. A fully realized heavenly restriction, a body stripped bare of cursed energy, it's fascinating. Let me poke and prod, see what makes you tick. I'll be gentle. Her expression soured, but she didn't speak. Second, Mahito continued, wagging a finger, you'll be my eyes and ears at Jujutsu High, since my presence seems to be a tad unwelcome. You'll just be a little bird perched on the inside. Nothing too dangerous, just whisper things my way. Easy, yes. Her silence stretched, taut like a drawn bowstring. She didn't look away, but her arms folded tighter, nails digging faint crescents into her skin. If she refused, she knew what it meant. The Zenin would close their gates indefinitely, Mai's fate would remain unknown to her, and the armory would never open. Worse, if she fought them without protection, the entire clan would brand her a traitor to the jujitsu world. Maybe she could cut them all down, but she would just be branded a monster instead. The disapproving faces of her peers appeared in her mind. The very thought made her jaw tighten. You want to study me like I'm some specimen, she said at last, her voice low, controlled. And you want me to be your eyes at Jujutsu High. You know damn well that's asking me to sell more than my pride. Mahito only tilted his head, smile unfading. He had lived among them already, having Maki report to him from time to time was the least aggravating part of the ordeal. Maki exhaled through her nose, sharp and heavy. The words tasted like iron on her tongue. But if I don't, I may lose everything else. Finally, she exhaled. Fine. Mahito's grin blossomed into delight. He clapped his hands together like a child receiving a gift. Perfect. Oh, how exciting, how fun. This is going to be so entertaining. He rose, stretching languidly, as if sealing a pact of no consequence to him. A deal with a desperate girl. A family about to eat itself alive. And me, with a front row seat. Truly, life spoils me. Maki turned, preparing to leave, but Mahito's voice stopped her. One more thing, Maki-chan. She paused, glancing over her shoulder. He smiled wider, eyes gleaming with mischief. When you find something interesting in that armory, do bring it back for me to play with. Sharing is caring, after all. She didn't answer. She leapt away, her figure slicing again across the skyline, headed straight for the compound. Mahito watched her go, humming to himself. She agreed so easily. Truly, desperation paints the most beautiful colors. She'll walk into that pit, fight her little battles, slaughter her clan one-sidedly more than likely, and after that, who does she have to return to? Me. Ah, the Zenin. How quickly their grand legacy will crumble. The night wind tugged at his hair, carrying his laughter outward. Entertainment until Kenjaku shows his hand, how delightful. Culling games may be off the table, but at least I have this an entire clan about to collapse, a new council fumbling in the dark, and me, sitting pretty on my throne. I wonder what kind of faces they'll all make when the walls come down. He leaned back once more, legs swinging lazily over the edge. The stars above were faint, nearly drowned out by city light, but Mahito's eyes glittered brighter than any of them. No one knew how far he had gone just yet. How many souls had he already consumed? Morally, he believed he was just. In fact, he was performing a commendable act by giving the souls of victims, or those who had lost hope, a second chance at life. A life serving under him. What could be better? His smile never wavered. And it wouldn't for a long time. Chapter 59, Vacuum Politics. The Zenin compound buzzed with activity long into the night, its great halls lit with lanterns that glowed like watchful eyes against the dark. For centuries, the clan had moved with the weight of tradition, its every action carried by the same rhythm of rigid control and ruthless hierarchy. Tonight, however, the rhythm had changed. Now Zenin sat cross-legged in the main chamber, robes freshly embroidered, his smug face twisted into what he no doubt thought was the smile of a leader. To him, the matter was already settled. He had taken the mantle of clan head, regardless of what tradition dictated. Megumi Fushiguro, the rightful heir in title and blood, lay comatose, useless, incapable of asserting authority. Naoya's eyes, weakness had no place in the Zenin family. His voice carried through the chamber, smug and venom-laced. I don't care what the papers say. I don't care about some brat who can't even open his eyes. I am the head of the Zenin clan. And anyone who disagrees can rot alongside the rest of the worms who've forgotten what power means. The cadres surrounding him nodded, some with relief, others with greed burning in their eyes. They wanted stability, and Naoya's cruelty promised the kind of order they could live with. The decision was unanimous. They would not bow to the newly forming Council of Sorcerers. They would not accept outsiders forcing their hand. Instead, the Zenin would ally with what remained of the Kamo clan, uniting two fractured pillars into a single, sharpened weapon. And to bind the alliance, my Zenin had been chosen. Her coma mattered little to the men who weighed her value only in lineage and the currency of flesh. A marriage had been arranged to one of the Kamo cadres, a man old enough to be her father, and already it was declared official. To them, she was nothing more than a bargaining chip, a vessel for more heirs. No one cared if she was awake to witness it. The gates of the Zenin compound groaned as they opened. The guards stiffened at the sight of her, but parted without a word. Maki stepped inside, her face shadowed, her hands empty. She had come unarmed, yet no one dared to stop her. Not when she spoke the name of the one who had sent her. Mahito. The air inside the compound thickened with tension at his mention. Even in victory, even in arrogance, the Zenin knew better than to test the will of the strongest. Curse, criminal or not, Mahito's presence hung over them like a storm cloud. Naoya himself had given the order. Let her through. If Mahito sent her, then she walks where she pleases. Maki's footsteps carried her unerringly toward one room in particular. Her mother sat outside of it, knees folded, face blank as if carved from stone. Yet when her eyes lifted to her daughter's, something in them faltered. Maki's voice came low, sharp. Where is she? Her mother gestured faintly to the chamber beyond. No tears. No hesitation. Just resignation. She's inside. She hasn't woken, and they've already given her away. The word struck Maki harder than any blade. Her fists curled until her knuckles blanched, breath catching in her chest. Given away. Her voice trembled, though not from weakness. From rage. Her mother looked away. To the Kamo. She was married off last night. It was the only way to secure the alliance. Something inside Maki snapped. The door slammed open, and she stepped into the room where her twin lay pale and unmoving, the faintest rise and fall of her chest proof that life still lingered. Her fingers twitched against the sheets, but her eyes remained closed, her spirit still trapped in silence. Maki's eyes lingered on that faint twitch, a fragile movement that spoke of a battle being fought somewhere deep within. For a heartbeat, she thought she heard her sister whisper, a sound too soft to be real, like the murmur of a dream. Don't leave me. The words were broken, barely formed, but they sank into Maki's chest like a blade. Her hand hovered just above her sister's, trembling, before she pulled it back as if her own guilt burned too hot to allow her comfort. Her cursed energy expanding had affected Mai to a deeper level, preventing her from waking up for now. But the bruises on her body told a story that Maki would have rather never heard. Maki's heart twisted, guilt sinking deep into her gut. She had promised herself that once she grew strong enough, she would never let Mai suffer again. That she would stand between her sister and the cruelty of the clan, yet here Mai was, sold like livestock while Maki had been too slow, too blind to prevent it. I failed her. I wasn't here. I wasn't strong enough. Damn it all. They hadn't ever had the best relationship, but ironically enough, the decision to sever the connection between their souls, the shared willingness to face that risk, had actually brought them closer than they had ever been. The guilt boiled into fury. Her head turned sharply as another figure entered the chamber, drawn by the noise. Oji Zenin. Her father. His eyes narrowed at the sight of her, as if her presence was an inconvenience. So you finally returned. You should be grateful you still walk these halls. Do you even understand the honor your sister was given? She's tied to the future of two great clans now. That's more than she could have ever hoped for. Maki's body trembled, her fists tightening at her sides. The words barely reached her ears through the roar of blood pounding in her skull. Honor. That was what he called it. Without warning, she moved. Faster than the human eye could track, her fist collided with his face. Bone shattered like porcelain under the blow, skull collapsing inward with a sickening crunch. His body crumpled to the ground before he could even comprehend what had happened. Her father. The man who had mocked her, beaten her, and cast her aside as worthless. Reduced to nothing with a single strike. Maki didn't flinch, grabbing her father's katana as the first shouts of alarm rang out across the halls. A storm was about to wash over the Zenin clan. Chapter 60, The Blood-Soaked Path. The compound erupted in chaos. Shouts rang out as members of the Zenin clan rushed to confront her. Steel met air as weapons were drawn, techniques unleashed. Naoya paused in his chamber as the walls shuddered at the weight of the conflict blowing up outside. Screams bled through the silence he had wrapped himself in, carrying the unmistakable crack of bones and the wet snap of flesh torn apart. His fingers tapped against the tatami, a twitch of irritation flashing across his smug features. TCH. That worthless wench. Funny though, does that piece of trash think she is Toji? Even so, he didn't bother to step in and help his clansmen. Instead, he chose to watch and observe from a distance. Maki surged through the entire compound like a storm. Her body moved with perfect efficiency, every strike lethal, every motion unyielding. Some would try to stand up to her. She ducked under the arc of a blade, her elbow smashing into a jaw, shattering it instantly. She then turned to drive her knee into another man's ribs, bones splintering beneath skin from the impact. The corridors were quickly engulfed in rivers of blood. For every sorcerer who tried to halt her, 2 more fell before they could even breathe. Heavenly restriction carried her beyond human limits, muscles coiled with power enough to crush stone. A spear shattered in her grip like a twig, and its wielder was sent crashing through a wall from the force of her counterattack. From a high balcony, Naoya leaned on the railing, eyes narrowed as he watched the carnage unfold below. The lantern light flickered against his grin, twisted and arrogant. Pathetic. They let her walk through them like paper. Zenin blood wasted on cowards. If she thinks tearing down the fodder makes her strong, then let her come to me. I'll remind her who carries the true pride of this clan. The arcs that her sword made seemed to cut through sound itself as they turned people to pieces in seconds. But it was not only strength that guided her. It was rage, sharpened by guilt. Every scream reminded her of Mai's silence, every face twisted in fear mirrored her father's smug dismissal. You did this to her, she snarled, snapping another neck with a clean twist. You let it happen. You let her be treated like nothing. Blood painted her hands, her clothes, the very walls of the home that had shackled her for so long. Members of the Kamo clan fell next. Mai's so-called husband, a man who had taken advantage of her defenseless state, dared to confront her with his clansmen at his back. His hands were covered in gloves made out of blood as he moved to clash with Maki in a panic. He barely managed a scream before her fist caved in his chest, ribs tearing through flesh as he collapsed in a broken heap. The clansmen behind him were no more than training dummies before her wrath, ripped apart with the same efficiency she brought to their masters. By the time her rampage slowed, the halls were silent but for the sound of dripping blood. Outside the compound, the ground trembled. An earthen wall rose high, encircling the estate in a seamless barrier. The structure was immense, fused and reinforced with cursed energy until it gleamed faintly in the night. Mahito's clone lingered in the shadows, lips curved in amusement as it observed the carnage within. His creation's technique molded the earth itself into a barrier, but it was Mahito's energy coursing through it that gave the wall its overwhelming strength. A cage. A stage. A fortress. How quaint, Mahito mused through the clone, his amusement echoing. She's painting the walls with her family's blood, all while drowning herself. There has to be something entertaining about watching such a show. He cared not why Maki started tearing through her clan, nor did he care about Mai's fate. In the end, he did what he knew best. Collecting the dying that Maki left behind. His fly soldiers blanketed the sky, swooping in and collecting them at great speeds. Each one was brought over to Mahito to assess and turn into smaller transfigured totems, later to be combined into something greater. Most of the ones she fought were left to die on the ground, with bones puncturing organs. Their souls would be put to good use, and their bloodlines could even awaken under Mahito's technique. Inside, Maki stood over the ruins of the clan that had tormented her. Her chest heaved, blood dripping from her knuckles, her face shadowed. Yet when her gaze returned to Mai, lying still and unresponsive, the fury ebbed into something darker. Guilt. She had carved a path through every obstacle, destroyed the very foundations of her clan. But none of it had undone what had been done to her sister. None of it had protected Mai from suffering. Her hands trembled as she reached out to brush Mai's cheek, her voice hoarse. I'm sorry. I should have been here sooner. The words echoed against the earthen walls that sealed them all inside, carrying on the blood-soaked air. Above, Mahito's smile lingered, as he noticed something else welling up within Maki, something useful. Anger, not at the already dead Zenin clan, but at those who had held her back. The Zenin clan was finished. But the matter was not done just yet. Naoya adjusted his robes, ignoring the stink of blood seeping through the compound. His confidence never wavered. Maki, 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 always barking, always swinging that strength around like it means something. You think killing weaklings makes you special? You think you've surpassed me? His lips curled. No. All you've done is save me the effort of purging this family of weaklings myself. Now all that's left is to put the dog down. Naoya, the self-proclaimed clan head, immediately rushed in, his bloodlust rolling off as indignation filled his gaze. The night was only beginning. Chapter 61, The End of the Zenin. The compound reeked of blood. Lanterns flickered weakly, their flames shivering in the copper stench that hung over every broken wall and crumpled body. Maki stood in the center of it all, her chest heaving as silence swallowed the last scream. The tatami beneath her feet was slick, streaked with crimson, but her eyes were fixed only on the shadow that moved through the hall. Naoya Zenin emerged from the darkness with unhurried steps. His robes were spotless, his posture infuriatingly composed. If the massacre unsettled him, he did not show it. Instead, he looked down at Maki with a sneer that barely curled into the shape of a smile. The world around Maki fractured into frames, reality skipping as Naoya's form blurred. To ordinary eyes, he vanished, yet within the technique's rhythm, he was everywhere, tracing movements already predetermined in the space around them. A fist snapped toward her throat, faster than the blink of an eye. Maki's body twisted aside, her reflexes sharpened to a knife's edge. The strike grazed her collar instead of crushing her windpipe, sparks flaring as the speed tore fabric apart. Naoya reappeared behind her, foot already descending in a ruthless kick. She rolled with the blow, her body rattling against the wooden wall, then came up in a crouch, sword flashing. The clash began in earnest. Their movements tore through the compound, splintering beams and shattering screens with every exchange. Naoya's speed stretched the limits of perception, his projection sorcery allowing him to move like an unstoppable film reel. Every motion was perfect, every strike executed with mechanical precision. But Maki was no ordinary opponent. Her body, freed of cursed energy, operated with a clarity that defied reason. She did not track Naoya with her eyes alone, but with the subtle shifts in air, the instinctive understanding of intent. With each frame he created, she learned, adapting in real time. A palm grazed her shoulder. The technique snapped, freezing part of her body for an instant. Naoya's grin widened as his blade sliced down toward her chest. At the last moment, her muscles screamed and tore, forcing her body free from the bind. The blade cut shallow instead of fatal, blood streaking across her arm. Her counter came immediately, a brutal swing that cut the railing in half as Naoya flickered backward, the wood collapsing in his place. "You are quicker than I expected," Naoya admitted, his breath calm even as sweat traced his temple. "But you are still clumsy. You're no Toji." His voice grew sharper with every word. "You are nothing, Maki. Nothing but a reminder of failure. And yet here you are, barking at me." Maki spat blood on the floor. "Keep talking. I'll shut you up soon enough." She lunged. The compound buckled as they collided again, her strikes carrying the weight of a hammer, his evasion refined to a razor's edge. Each second stretched, filled with flashes of steel and the crack of bone against wood. Naoya's confidence never faltered. He moved with the arrogance of a man convinced of his superiority, his projection sorcery painting the battlefield in movements that seemed impossible to counter. His hands lashed out again, grazing her side, freezing her frame for an instant. His blade, hidden until now, flashed from his sleeve in a strike meant to gut her. Maki twisted, pain ripping through her as the steel traced her ribs but failed to bite deeper. Her own blade screamed upward in response, slicing through the air. Naoya flinched too late. Her swing cut across his arm, flesh and bone parting in an arc of blood. His right hand fell limp, the blade clattering uselessly to the floor. "Wadash," his words cut short as her knee drove into his chest, ribs snapping under the force. He staggered back, his smirk shattered, his technique stuttering as the pain overwhelmed him. Maki did not hesitate. Her sword danced again, carving through his other arm, severing tendons before he could react. Naoya howled, dropping to one knee, blood soaking the tatami in violent pools. "You call this pride?" Maki hissed, her voice trembling with fury. "You call this strength? You're nothing. Worthless and pathetic like every other man in this clan." Naoya's breath came ragged, his once perfect composure unraveling into desperation. Yet his eyes still burned, hatred more alive than fear. Maki turned away. She did not need to finish him, he was not deserving of her time. Not when Mai still waited. She sheathed the sword, walked past his broken form, and picked her sister into her arms. The weight was light, far too light, as if Mai hadn't even been properly cared for. No surprise there. Naoya's voice rasped behind her. "You think, this is over?" Maki ignored him, her step steady as she left the chamber. And from the shadows, another figure stepped out. Mahito's clone stepped forward, crouching before the broken Naoya. His smile gleamed in the faint lantern light, delighted, curious, hungry. "What a fascinating amount of hatred you have in you," Mahito said softly, almost tenderly. "You hate her. You hate yourself. You hate everything. That kind of hatred, oh, it is fertile soil for something far more interesting." Naoya snarled, his blood staining his teeth. Get away from me, you freak. Mahito chuckled, unfazed. Oh. You'd be more agreeable without a mouth. His fingers clasped around Naoya's neck, immediately freezing him. Before he could even whimper, his lips sewed themselves shut, and the wounded Zenin froze, too weak to fight back. The muffled gurgle that came from Naoya's stitched lips made Mahito laugh. Oh, don't pout. You were so chatty a moment ago. Isn't silence much more dignified? The horror in Naoya's eyes was indefinable, his anger fully replaced as his very body was mutilated once again. Yes, you look better now, Mahito whispered. You will be perfect. Days later, Principal Yaga sat in his office, his desk buried beneath reports. The paper in his hand felt heavier than stone. Maki Zenin had destroyed the clans. She had carved through the Zenin and the Kamo alike, leaving nothing but corpses and ruin. The three great clans, a cornerstone of Jujutsu society for centuries, no longer existed as they once had. Two had been shattered beyond repair. Only the Gojo name remained, and even that was fractured. For the council, it was a chance to consolidate power. For Yaga, it was nothing less than tragedy. He leaned back, sighing, his fingers pressing against his brow. The council had made its decision. Publicly, they would denounce Maki. They had to. No matter what the truth was, the smaller clans and the families needed stability, not a figure who embodied rebellion. Damn it, girl, Yaga muttered, his voice low and pained. You never gave yourself a chance. Outside those halls, Maki carried Mai on her back, her step steady but uncertain. She had nowhere to go. No clan to claim her. No council to shelter her. Thankfully, Maki was already strong enough to stand on her own. But in the end, who would she turn to for support? The former peers that were judging her and the ones that stopped her from saving her sister in time, or the curse that had backed her up without hesitation. Even worse, he had helped her in the past as well, and she had been forced to resort to asking him for yet another favor. At least now she was more confident in her newfound strength. The Zenin were never a threat to begin with. Only time would tell. Chapter 62, Brewing Chaos. The night was quiet, deceptively so. A crescent moon hung pale over the horizon, casting faint silver light across a ruined district where cursed energy still lingered like smoke after a fire. The ruins of humanity's arrogance stretched endlessly, fractured stone and abandoned streets echoing with silence. Kenjaku stood atop the broken arch of an overpass, arms folded, his eyes cast toward the horizon. The body he wore, a face that had belonged to someone else, long before, betrayed no grief, no rage. And yet, there was an almost wistful weight in his voice when he finally spoke. So much effort. So many vows. And all of it, wasted. His words drifted out, swallowed by the empty cityscape. Behind him, Uram's pale figure lingered like frost in the moonlight, silent until Kenjaku's lament drew them closer. You speak of your binding vows with those failures in previous generations. Uram said, their voice sharp, as though reminding him of obligation rather than failure. Kenjaku's lips curved faintly, not in amusement but in resignation. Yes. Promises made to bring them back. Promises meant to usher in a new era. But Mahito, that thing has shattered the board before I even had the chance to set the pieces. He sighed, not out of despair but with the thoughtful weariness of a craftsman whose blueprint had been torn to shreds. The culling games would have changed the world, alas. The contracts, the pacts. I would have seen humanity reshaped by force. His head tilted slightly, eyes narrowing on the shadowed skyline. But the vows must still be upheld. Just, not today. Uram's pale eyes glimmered with faint coldness. So you won't abandon this? Not abandon. Delay, Kenjaku corrected softly. His tone was patient, but beneath it lurked frustration that could not be entirely hidden. A new era of jujutsu sorcery may be out of reach for now. His smile returned, sharper this time, almost predatory. But not if Sukuna awakens. Mahito did likely win because he took Sukuna by surprise, a Sukuna with only around 70% of his power. That name, the very utterance of the King of Curses, carried a weight that silenced the air itself. Uram inclined their head with the quiet devotion of a zealot. At last. You come back to reason. Kenjaku chuckled, low and quiet, as though amused by the irony of being lectured by one whose loyalty was shackled to a being long dead. Reason. Perhaps. Or perhaps desperation. Either way, he was going to be a centerpiece eventually. But we need Sukuna now. He is the only one who can turn the wheel. For a long moment, silence stretched between them. Finally, Kenjaku's tone shifted, lighter but no less bitter. Do you realize the cruel irony, Uram? Mahito's reign, this farce of a cursed king, has brought more benefit to humanity than even the Jujutsu Council could muster. A curse, making the world safer than sorcerers ever managed. The disaster curses would have been furious. Uram did not smile, though their voice carried faint mirth. Jogo, that weak-minded fool, would be gnashing his teeth. He dreamed of curses ruling. Instead, a curse now protects the sheep. Kenjaku's laughter echoed briefly, brittle in the night. Indeed. Jogo, Hanami, Dagon, they wanted extinction. Mahito wants amusement. And so humanity thrives, feeding beneath his shadow like insects given longer lives. What an irony. Silence stretched for a bit, as Kenjaku adjusted his robes and looked at Uram, who seemed to scowl at every mention of Mahito's name. There was a moment, Kenjaku continued, when he was weak. When I could have reached out and absorbed him into myself. But I hesitated, maybe if I had rushed in back then, I could have. No matter, no point in dwelling in that. I underestimated the whims of a creature who had not yet finished growing. His smile flattened. And now, look. His reign as the strongest is unshakable. No curse, no sorcerer, no clan dares oppose him. And the one chance I had to bind him slipped through my hands. The admission hung in the air, equal parts confession and revelation. Uram tilted their head. Then we move forward with what remains. Sukuna's vessel. The fingers. Kenjaku did not respond immediately. He turned his eyes to the sky, where stars gleamed faintly. The memory of his earlier gambit still stung. I thought, he murmured, that revealing Mahito could have healed Kujisaki would be inconvenient for him. I thought perhaps his peers would turn on him. That guilt would sour their bonds. That humanity's fragile little attachments might unravel him. It did work partially, gave them a reason to distance themselves from him after the elders were killed, but it hardly seems to have done anything. He hasn't even tried contacting any of them. He chuckled again, softer this time, though the sound was laced with bitter understanding. I misunderstood. I thought his humanity was a flaw. I mistook his mimicry for truth. Mahito is not human. He was never human. And so those connections meant nothing to him once he ascended. He will not grieve. He will not regret. He is already free. Uram's gaze sharpened. And yet, he does not reject them either. No, Kenjaku agreed. If they remain by his side, he will not stop them. But he has no reason to cater to anyone. He is a curse. The strongest curse. To expect him to act by human rules was my error. The admission was quiet, but there was no shame in his tone. Only the careful weighing of lessons learned. Uram stepped closer, their robes whispering across the broken stone. Then the path is clear. We must move quickly. Capture the vessel. Feed him the rest of the fingers. Bring Sukuna back. Kenjaku's eyes lingered on them for a moment, then finally, he nodded. Yes. There is no other way forward. Mahito has taken the land, the curses, the clans. My reservoir of curses has dwindled, and replenishing it is a tall task now, with his ever-growing army swarming about. If Sukuna does not return soon, there will be no balance left to tip. His hands folded behind his back, posture once more composed, the moment of bitter reflection replaced by cold strategy. We have 4 fingers already. Another rests with the new council, I am certain. The rest should already be absorbed within the vessel. The wind shifted, carrying the faint rustle of leaves across the ruins. Kenjaku smiled, though his eyes remained sharp and calculating. Mahito may be king, but Sukuna is the calamity that kings bow to. If he returns in full, then even the strongest will be forced to move aside. Uram's lips parted in the barest curve of satisfaction. Then we begin the search for that last finger. Kenjaku nodded, his gaze lifting once more to the moon. Yes. Let the others bicker, let them fight among each other and let the new council crawl its way into relevancy. By the time they are organized enough to notice, we will be ready. And when Sukuna rises, this fragile piece Mahito has birthed will shatter. The new era is only delayed, not denied. The night air seemed to tremble, as if the world itself recoiled at the promise. Kenjaku closed his eyes briefly, remembering each failure, each plan unraveled. The board was different now. The pieces were scattered. But the game was not yet finished. Not while there were other pieces that could flip the board. Chapter 63, Hope and Stealing. The infirmary at Jujutsu High was quiet, save for the faint hum of the lanterns and the occasional shuffle of paper from the desk where Shoko Yeri sat, filling out reports. At the far end of the room, a curtain was drawn half open, and inside that space Megumi Fushiguro lay as still as stone. His breathing was steady, his chest rising and falling at its own measured rhythm, but his eyes remained closed, his consciousness unreachable. Nobara sat in her wheelchair at his bedside, her chin resting on her palm. She stared at him for a long time without speaking, her face betraying nothing. Across from her, Yuji sat on the edge of his chair, elbows on his knees, hands clasped tightly as if he could will Megumi awake through sheer stubbornness. Not a twitch, Nobara finally said, breaking the silence. Her tone was casual, but there was a tension underneath, a brittle edge to every word. Yuji sighed through his nose, staring down at the floor. Yeah. Not even Shoko can explain it, other than him not feeling whole. He's just stuck. For a long while, the two simply sat in the dim room, the sound of Megumi's breathing their only anchor. Then Nobara shifted, straightening her back, her gaze flicking to Yuji. You think it's Mahito? She asked bluntly. Yuji's shoulders tensed. The question had been circling in his head for weeks, but hearing it spoken aloud twisted his gut. He looked at Nobara, and her eyes were sharp, waiting. I don't know, he said slowly. His voice was tight, almost hoarse. I really don't know. But it's possible. Nobara leaned back in her chair, exhaling through her nose. That bastard always had tricks no one expected. If he wanted Megumi gone, this would be a clean way to do it. Keep him alive but useless. Honestly. It feels like something he'd do at this point. Yuji gritted his teeth and shook his head. Mahito's shady, yeah, but I get the feeling that if he wanted Megumi dead, he'd have killed him outright. Selfish, not evil, Nobara muttered. She ran her hand across the armrest of her chair, her nails clicking softly against the wood. That's what I think. The rumors about him being able to fix me, but not bothering, tells me enough. I'm useless to him. He didn't do it because there's nothing in it for him. Her voice was flat, but Yuji turned sharply toward her. Don't say that. You're not useless. Nobara's lips curved, a faint smirk tugging at her mouth, but it didn't reach her eyes. To him, Yuji. Not to you. Don't get the two mixed up. The words lingered in the air like smoke. Yuji clenched his fists tighter, but he couldn't argue. Not with the memory of Mahito's mocking grin carved so vividly in his mind. Silence pressed in again before Nobara spoke, her voice quieter this time. He's the strongest now. Like Gojo-sensei was. Yuji swallowed hard. He had thought the same, but hearing her say it made it real. Okatsuyuta coming back didn't change anything either, Nobara went on. He and Yuki are tied up with their council now. Playing politics. And Mahito's out there, doing whatever he wants. Yuji leaned back, exhaling shakily. We don't even know what whatever he wants means. Nobody does. The rumors, they're everywhere. Nobara's gaze slid to Megumi, still lying motionless. That he made an army out of humans. That he bent souls until they broke and stitched them into soldiers. Yuji flinched. We don't know if that's true. Yuki thinks it's close enough, Nobara said simply. She said his army feels too human. Souls with a different shape. And she's good at that kind of thing. I believe her. Yuji didn't respond right away. His chest felt heavy, his throat tight. Even if it's true, he finally said, what are we supposed to do? If we knew every detail of what he's done, even then, who can actually fight him? Nobara's expression hardened. Not Maki. She's gone completely rogue. And not Yuta, not Yuki. If they try, they might not come back. And then we're screwed. Kenjaku, Yuram, whatever else is out there, they'd swallow the world whole if we lost them. Yuji's jaw tightened. The truth was bitter. Nobara shifted again, her gaze fixed on Megumi. So what do we do? Just sit here? Wait for the strongest curse to decide if we're worth keeping alive. Yuji opened his mouth, but no words came. The silence stretched until Nobara snorted softly. I mean, it's not like we've only got bad news. We've got Choso now. Your weird brother. That made Yuji crack a faint smile despite himself. He's not that weird. He's a walking blood bank who calls himself your big brother, Nobara shot back. That's weird. Yuji let out a short laugh, shaking his head. He's not bad. Strong too. Stronger than I thought. They said he's about special grade 1. And he actually helps. Trains with me every day. He wants me to get stronger. Nobara smirked faintly. Guess you finally have someone looking out for you like a brother should. Yuji's smile faded into something softer, more solemn. Yeah. Feels like that. Nobara leaned back again, folding her arms across her chest. Then you better keep up with him. Because if we're really going to do anything about Mahito, we need you. Stronger than you've ever been. When sparring, you were the only one among us who could deal actual damage to him. Yuji nodded firmly, his eyes blazing with quiet resolve. The room fell silent again, but this time it was steadier, anchored by something shared between them. Yuji looked at Megumi, still as ever, and whispered quietly, we'll keep you updated. So when you wake up, you're not left behind. Nobara tilted her head toward him, her eyes softening for just a moment. Yeah. You better wake up, Fushiguro. We're not carrying this mess without you. The faint hum of the lantern filled the room once more. The three of them, bound by silence and uncertainty, remained together in that fragile moment. Eventually, Yuji stood. He stretched his shoulders, the weight of unspoken thoughts pressing down on him. I'm going to get some air. Nobara nodded, her eyes already drifting back to Megumi. Yuji stepped outside, the cool night air brushing against his skin. He exhaled deeply, his breath forming pale clouds in the chill. For a moment, the stars above seemed distant but comforting. Then, without warning, the world shifted. A wave of cold struck him, sharp and absolute. Ice blossomed around his body before he could react, encasing him from head to toe in a crystalline coffin. His breath froze in his throat, his limbs locked instantly. The last thing he saw before the frost closed over his vision was a pale figure stepping from the shadows, their presence as merciless as winter itself. Urom. Their voice was calm, almost reverent, as the ice sealed Yuji away. Good, the vessel comes with us now. Kenjaku better find Lord Sukuna's finger quickly. And just like that, Itadori Yuji was stolen from Jujutsu High. Inside the infirmary, Nobara sat in silence, unaware of the storm that had already taken him. Chapter 64, Blood and Ice. The first warning came in the form of a shudder through the ground. The lanterns hanging across the corridors of Jujutsu High flickered, and then a ripple of cursed energy rolled across the campus like a sudden gale. By the time the teachers and students looked up, a barrier had already begun to rise, shimmering like a dome of faint glass, sealing the school off from the world outside. From the courtyard, Yuki Tsukumo shouted, "Damn it, we're locked out." She slammed her palm against the barrier, cursed energy crackling from her hand, but the structure held without the slightest ripple. Yuta stood beside her, his jaw tight as his eyes scanned the sealed campus. Inside, he said sharply, his voice low. They are after Yuji. Within the grounds, chaos was breaking out. The barrier had cut communication clean, leaving those trapped inside scrambling to respond to an unseen threat. Shoko Yeri rushed from the infirmary, ordering assistants and students to gather in safe rooms, her voice barely carrying over the rush of footsteps. Nobara's wheelchair screeched against the floor as she tried to get into the hall, shouting for help. And in the center of the storm, Urom soared just above the courtyard, their white robes gleaming beneath the moonlight. In their arms was a solid coffin of frost, within which Itadori Yuji's frozen form could be seen, his expression locked in a startled half-gasp. Urom's expression was flat, but annoyance flickered in her eyes as they adjusted their grip on the block of ice. Freezing him entirely was wasteful, they muttered, her breath fogging. The vessel could fracture under such pressure. But Kenjaku insists he was built sturdy enough to endure. Then so be it. She began to rise higher, intending to vanish into the night sky before resistance could gather. That was when it came. A streak of crimson burst from the shadows below, a line of blood moving faster than sight, tearing upward like a spear. Urom's eyes widened and she barely raised a hand in time. Frost surged around her palm as she caught the strike, but the sheer momentum launched her backward through the air. The block of ice in her arms lurched, slipping dangerously before she tightened her grip. From the ground, Choso emerged, his body already glowing faintly with the scales of blood hardened by cursed energy. His hair whipped around his face as his voice rang out across the courtyard. Give him back. In the blink of an eye, he was airborne, blood whipping around his body like blades. He struck Urom full on, one hand seizing Yuji's frozen form and the other snapping out in a vicious kick that sent Urom hurtling across the courtyard and into the side of a stone wall. The impact thundered, shaking loose fragments of rock. Choso landed hard, skidding as his arms locked protectively around Yuji's coffin of ice. His breath came in harsh bursts, his eyes wide with fury and grief. I should have been there, he whispered, his voice trembling. I should never have let him go alone. This is my fault. His blood scales shone brighter, hardening as cursed energy surged through him. He lifted his head, shouting with every ounce of his being. I am your big brother, Yuji. From this moment on, I swear I will protect you, even if it costs me my life. Urom rose from the rubble, her face icy calm despite the blow. Her pale eyes locked on Choso, and frost began to gather at her lips. You are a nuisance. She inhaled deeply, then exhaled a thick, freezing mist. The air shimmered as frost calm engulfed the courtyard. The cold swept out in every direction, instantly coating trees, stone, and buildings in a heavy layer of ice. Choso tried to shield Yuji, cursed energy bursting outward to resist, but the frost overtook him in seconds. His body stiffened, ice creeping along his limbs, pinning him in place. He struggled to lift his arm, but the ice was relentless, biting through even his enhanced blood scales. Within moments, he was bound in a frozen tomb, Yuji still locked in his grasp but unreachable, the world beyond sealed behind thick frost. Urom drifted forward, irritation flashing across her face. Pathetic. Do not stand in the way of Lord Sukuna's return. But just as she raised her arm to deliver the final blow, a lazy voice drifted across the frozen yard. TCH. Just had to happen when I got back from Vegas, huh? As if getting kicked out of casinos over there wasn't annoying enough. Troublesome timing. A figure strolled into view, hands shoved into his pockets, eyes half-lidded with a gambler's ease. The golden chain at his wrist clinked softly with every step. Kinji Hikari. Yuram's gaze narrowed. Another insect. Hikari smirked, cracking his knuckles. Careful. This insect bites. And then he was gone, blurring forward with speed that split the frost beneath his feet. His fist slammed into hers mid-swing, the impact sending shockwaves through the courtyard. The clash was raw, strength against strength, cursed energy reinforcement roaring on both sides. Yuram's eyes flicked briefly, surprised. His raw strength matched her own. He pressed harder, forcing her a step back. She twisted, countering with a sharp kick laced in frost, but Hikari blocked with his forearm and grinned through the sting. Not bad. You're the first since Gojo to actually push me back like that. Yuram didn't answer. With a flick of her hand, shards of ice erupted into the air. Icefall. Dozens of icicles rained down, each sharp enough to pierce stone. Hikari darted through them, weaving with surprising grace, though a few grazed his shoulders, blood splattering the snow. He didn't slow. He drove a knee into her stomach, forcing her back, but she only snarled, releasing another freezing mist. Frost calm surged again, but Hikari countered with cursed energy bursts, pushing through the encroaching ice. Their battle spiraled across the courtyard, each exchange faster, sharper, their blows cracking the air like gunfire. For all her arrogance, Yuram was forced to recognize him as more than third-rate. His reinforcement, his hand-to-hand combat, the sheer stubborn resilience in every motion, it was all infuriatingly effective. And then she noticed the gleam in his eye. The gambler's grin. Looks like you don't know who you're dealing with. His voice dropped low, almost mocking, as the world around him began to shift. A pachinko machine shuddered into existence behind him, lights flashing, reels spinning. Hikari spread his arms wide. Domain expansion. The courtyard warped, space twisting into the bright, gaudy interior of a pachinko parlor. Idle death gamble. Yuram's eyes narrowed as the reels spun, the sound of metallic clinks and cheerful music filling the frozen air. Her instincts screamed that something was very, very wrong. And Hikari? He just smirked, shoulders loose, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 65, Gambling Life. The moment Hikari's domain bloomed into existence, the clash between him and Yuram erupted into chaos. The pachinko reels behind him spun in a blaze of garish color, the metallic chime of jackpot bells filling the frozen courtyard. 3 numbers aligned. Jackpot. The song began to play. Hikari's grin widened as golden light surged into his body, his skin glowing faintly with the rush of unlimited cursed energy. His wounds closed instantly, muscles swelling with impossible resilience. Every nerve in his body sang with reckless power. Now we dance, he muttered, and hurled himself forward. Yuram met him head-on, palm flashing outward with a burst of icy mist. Frost exploded around Hikari's arm, freezing it solid mid-swing. In the same heartbeat, he tore the arm free with sheer strength, shattering the ice, then smashed his fist across her jaw. The sound was brutal. Bone cracked, her body twisting in midair from the impact. Hikari laughed. Nice try. But you're gonna need more than that. She steadied herself, fury flashing in her pale eyes. Raising both hands, she conjured massive spires of ice from the ground, columns thrusting upward to pierce him. Hikari didn't dodge. He sprinted straight through them, letting one spike stab clean through his chest. Blood sprayed, and yet he kept running, laughter bubbling from his throat as the wound closed instantly behind him. He punched again. She blocked with a wall of ice, but his fist shattered through it and cracked into her ribs. Her breath hitched, frost scattering with the force. Every movement of his was wild, almost sloppy compared to his earlier precise counters. He wasn't conserving strength anymore. He wasn't calculating. He was gambling with his life every second, and the house always paid him back. Yuram's lips curled in disdain, though her eyes betrayed sharp calculation. She unleashed another torrent of mist, encasing his legs in ice thick enough to freeze an elephant in place. Hikari stomped once, cursed energy roaring outward. The ice shattered into chunks, frost spraying like snow. He twirled on one heel, dancing through the fragments, swinging his arms as though keeping rhythm with the song echoing from his domain. You call that cold, he roared, a grin splitting his bloodied face. Turn it up. Yuram obliged. She lunged forward, her palm colliding with his face. Frost spread instantly, consuming his head entirely in a sphere of ice. For a moment his body went still. Then the sound of shattering glass echoed. He burst free, grinning through shards as his head knitted back together, bones snapping into place, flesh sealing in an instant. He uppercut her with such force that her body launched skyward before slamming into the ground hard enough to crater the courtyard tiles. Not bad, Hikari chuckled, shaking blood off his knuckles. But I told you. You can't kill me. For the first time in centuries, Yuram felt something alien stir in her chest. Annoyance. This gambler's cursed technique twisted the flow of battle into something grotesque. His body overflowed with cursed energy, constantly reinforcing itself to monstrous levels. No technique of hers could hold him long enough to keep him down. She narrowed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and blew out. Frost calm. A blizzard erupted from her lips, flooding the courtyard with thick freezing mist. Frost swept over every surface, drowning everything in white. Even Hikari vanished in the haze. And yet his laughter rang out within it, loud and mocking. The sound of feet stomping in rhythm echoed like a heartbeat. He was dancing, wild and unchained, even as shards of ice cut into his skin and froze him in chunks. His arms, his legs, his torso. All frozen, broken, and shattered, yet instantly healed. He burst from the fog like a demon, fist cocked back, eyes blazing with manic joy. His strike landed with the weight of a cannonball, driving Yuram into the wall of a building. The entire facade cracked under the impact. She coughed, blood trickling down her chin, bones in her shoulder snapping. Her expression remained cold, but her mind whirled. He surpassed her reinforcement now. She could not cage him in ice, not while he drowned himself in this endless tide of cursed energy. Reckless fool, she hissed. Hikari just laughed again, twirling, fists swinging in wild arcs. He looked unstoppable. Every injury she dealt vanished instantly, while his strikes broke her bones piece by piece. And yet she did not falter. She did not retreat. Instead, she bided her time, her keen mind sharpening on a single truth. This ability could not last forever. She tightened her fists, letting another icicle spear pierce his chest as she whispered to herself. All I must do is endure. The song will end. And so will he. Meanwhile, not far away, Choso gritted his teeth. His body trembled violently as he forced cursed energy through his veins. Steam hissed from his skin as he tried to heat his blood, melting the ice binding him. Every ounce of his will screamed at him to move, to break free, to protect Yuji. But Yuram's frost was merciless, locking him down in glacial chains. Back in the courtyard, Hikari and Yuram clashed in a brutal ballet. Her ice spears whistled, his fists shattered them to dust. Her walls of frost crumbled under his relentless assault. And every time she thought she had skewered him for good, his body would stitch itself together, his grin never fading. You're not bad, Hikari admitted, his voice rough from the strain. But I can't lose against odds like this. Never have. Never will. Her silence was her answer. She simply attacked harder. The courtyard became a war zone of ice and blood, the ground splitting, air fogging with cold mist, and exploding under their strikes. Within that fog, unbeknownst to both fighters, something else was moving. A burly figure appeared beside Choso. Cloaked, massive, his presence silent but suffocating. Before Choso could even react, the figure's fist came down on the back of his skull. The strike was swift, surgical. Choso's eyes rolled back, his body collapsing instantly. The figure moved with terrifying purpose, advancing toward Hikari from behind, staying in the shadows. Yuram's eyes flicked toward him in suspicion. She was observant, but Hikari never noticed. The gambler was too wrapped in his wild frenzy, fists swinging, laughter ringing. His song still played. The figure waited. Watched. Patient as stone. Then the music ended. Hikari paused, chest heaving. His glow dimmed. His hands moved immediately, forming signs to lay out another domain. And that was when the cloakman struck. His fist was inhuman, covered in cartilage ridges, larger than Hikari's head. It slammed into the gambler's skull with apocalyptic force, driving him into the ground so hard the earth split. His head burrowed deep into the tiles, a shockwave rippling outward that even pushed Yuram back a step. Hikari twitched once, dazed, his song gone, his regeneration halted. Yuram raised her hand to freeze the cloaked figure where he stood, not wanting to take any chances as to whether it was friend or foe. But before she could strike, an earthen wall erupted, slamming upward between them. The thick stone blocked her view completely. By the time it crumbled, the figure was gone. All that remained was silence. And Hikari, buried in the earth, unconscious at last. Chapter 66, The King's Awakening. The hideout was carved from stone, its walls bare and featureless. No marks, no wards, nothing to suggest it belonged to anyone. A place that could vanish from memory the moment one stepped outside. It was here that Yuram laid down her burden. Itadori Yuji remained frozen in a shell of ice, his body stiff and pale. Frost clung to his lashes, his chest unmoving. For a moment, it seemed as though he might have been a corpse. But Yuram knew better. She had kept him alive, suspended in a prison of her own making. She touched the ice with the flat of her palm. Thin tendrils of steam rose as she began to unravel her own work, the surface cracking and melting away in quiet fragments. Kenjaku stood nearby, his expression relaxed, his grin patient. So, you return with him intact, he said lightly. Any interference? Her eyes, sharp and pale, flicked to him. A few sorcerers, one was a toy of yours. Also a particularly tenacious sorcerer. She admitted. But they're not the ones who trouble me. In the midst of our battle, another appeared. Cloaked, silent. He struck the most annoying one down with one blow and vanished without a word. Tell me, was he yours? Kenjaku's grin widened faintly, though his head shook once. No. I sent no one. He tapped a finger against his own temple, voice lilting with mock amusement. Believe me, Uram, if I had such an ally in hiding, I would have brought it up by now. Her gaze lingered on him, searching for deception. Finding none, her hand pressed firmer against the melting ice. Then someone else desires Lord Sukuna's return. Someone who would act openly to aid me. Or aid him, Kenjaku corrected. His tone was still smooth, but his eyes glittered with a sharper interest. It is not so strange. The world is full of insects that pray for a god to carry them. Perhaps they think Sukuna will crush their enemies. Perhaps they think they will be spared if they bow low enough. A final crack split the ice along Yuji's shoulder. His skin steamed as it thawed. Uram straightened slightly, speaking without turning to face Kenjaku. And you? Was your path back as eventful as mine? Kenjaku laughed softly, shaking his head. Eventful? Not really. Everyone was paying attention to you. Curious? Yes. While you wrestled with those sorcerers, I received a gift. The final finger of Sukuna came flying through the air, hurled toward me as though spat out by the world itself. I sensed no one nearby, only the residue of a cursed technique fading fast. His grin sharpened. Dropped in my lap at the perfect time. Convenient, was it not? Uram's hand stilled over Yuji's half-thawed form. She turned her head at last, her expression unreadable but her tone cold. Too convenient. Someone wished to see this end tonight. Kenjaku's laughter echoed softly in the empty stone chamber. Indeed. But I will not look a gift horse in the mouth. Whoever our benefactor is, they wanted Sukuna whole again. That much, at least, is in harmony with our own designs. The last of the frost shattered and fell away. Yuji's limp body slumped forward, his skin damp from thaw, his breath shallow. Uram stepped back, her eyes still watchful. Kenjaku approached, drawing from his robes a strip of binding cloth glowing faintly with cursed energy. With precise motions, he bound Yuji's wrists and ankles, securing him firmly. Then, crouching low, he tilted the boy's head back and pried his jaw open with casual strength. Now then, Kenjaku said, his voice lilting like a lullaby, it is time for you to fulfill the purpose you were created for. One by one, he pressed the remaining fingers into Yuji's mouth. The boy gagged faintly, throat convulsing, but unconsciousness spared him from full resistance. Uram watched in silence, though her thoughts stirred like ice breaking under current. At last, the final finger slid past his lips. Kenjaku withdrew his hand and rose to his feet, his smile sharp and glinting. There. Complete at last. Her voice cut through the moment like a blade. You speak as though this were planned from the beginning. Was it? Kenjaku chuckled, the sound dry and pleased. Not quite. Yuji was designed as a perfect vessel. That much is true. But the meaning of the word perfect varies on the user. He could suppress Sukuna with 19 fingers, barely. The 20th changes everything. It tips the balance, unlocks the door. From that moment, Sukuna is free. Whether Yuji took them willingly or whether we forced his throat open hardly matters. The outcome is the same. So you prepared even for this. Uram did her best not to sound impressed, but alas, anything that allowed her to reunite with her lord was a welcome surprise. I engineered the possibility, Kenjaku corrected smoothly. Had Gojo Satoru remained free, he might have guided Yuji to the end, letting him consume each finger and believing Sukuna to be fully out of the picture, sealed away within Yuji forever. Imagine his shock, his despair, when the boy became a prisoner in his own body instead. Beautiful, yes. Her lips thinned, pale eyes narrowing. So much for the perfect prison. The vessel was nothing more than a tool to restore Lord Sukuna to his full shape. Kenjaku's grin widened, and he did not argue. For Uram, the truth hardened like ice in her chest. All of it had been for this. Yuji's struggles, Gojo's sealing, every bloody skirmish. The vessel had never been a feasible method to get rid of Sukuna's fingers for good. Yet another trap laid out centuries prior. Yuji's body jerked suddenly, breath-catching. His eyes snapped open wide, the whites trembling, before rolling forward with sudden clarity. Dark tattoos burned into his skin, jagged black lines crawling from his jaw across his body. Veins swelled, cursed energy flooding outward in a suffocating wave that shook the walls of the hideout. A second, smaller, pair of eyes split open right underneath his own, gleaming with cruel hunger. A voice, deep and contemptuous, filled the room. How irritating. The bindings shattered like paper. Sukuna sat upright, stretching his arms slowly, flexing each finger as though reacquainting himself with his flesh. The black markings glowed and pulsed across his body. To be dragged awake like this, he muttered, disdain dripping from every word. Stuffed full of fingers like a hog at slaughter. I had other plans. All ruined by a certain pest. Yuram bowed her head deeply, her voice reverent despite its steadiness. Lord Sukuna. At last, you return. He glanced at her, his four eyes narrowing slightly. Then he laughed, sharp and cruel, the sound rattling the stone. Yes. At last. And yet the memory stings. 15 fingers, and I was struck down in an instant. By a curse of all things. His grin sharpened into a snarl. That will not happen again. Kenjaku stood silently, his wide grin frozen in place. Satisfaction radiated from him, though he offered no interruption. Sukuna rose, his presence filling the chamber until it felt as though the very air could freeze and crack under the weight. His tattoos pulsed with each breath, his second eyes glowing faintly with malice. He tilted his head, voice curling with promise. Mahito believes himself a king now. Let him. I will carve the truth into his flesh myself. But not yet. Yuram lifted her gaze, confusion flickering briefly. My lord. Sukuna's grin widened, his voice low and deliberate. I am glad to be whole again, but even I will not rush into another's jaws unprepared. The pest has stolen plenty of techniques by now, maybe even combined them, all hidden away from my sight. To strike now would be to gamble with uncertainty. That is not my way. When I face him again, it will be final. There will be no chance for him to crawl away. He flexed his claws, his cursed energy surging like a tide that pressed against the walls. Let him savor his reign. Soon enough, I will take back what is mine. The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. Yuram bowed again, words unnecessary. Kenjaku only smiled wider, his eyes glinting with dark amusement. The king of curses stood among them once more. And the world would soon tremble under his shadow. Chapter 67, Audience with the King. Even weeks after the fact, the flames of Shibuya never fully dimmed. They licked at the steel skeletons of ruined towers, swallowed glass and concrete, and painted the sky in hues of orange and black. Within this inferno, at the very heart of the district, rose a grotesque monument that could only belong to one being. A colossal golden statue, towering over the scorched streets, gleamed with mocking radiance. Its form was deliberately crude and exaggerated, its outstretched arms holding aloft a throne upon which the new ruler of Shibuya sat. Mahito leaned back comfortably, legs crossed, his eyes half-lidded with amusement as he surveyed the domain he had carved out of chaos. An army milled below him, thousands of grotesque figures born of his cursed technique. They moved with mechanical precision, yet each bore his touch, his imprint, his twisted creativity. What had begun with hundreds had now swelled into a legion. Mahito had discovered that by splitting his soul and technique among clones, he could build and rebuild at exponential speed. The result was a self-sustained factory of curses. The larger it grew, the faster it expanded. Shibuya was his throne, and he, a king. The king of his era, in fact. The ground shook faintly as two sorcerers approached the plaza. Mahito could feel their cursed energy before he even saw them. One was familiar, a voice from the past, though he hadn't expected her to seek him out. The other was new, but powerful, he could taste it in the sharp resonance of their aura. He grinned, resting his chin on one hand as he waited. Yuki Tsukumo and Okatsu Yuta stepped into the firelit square, the heat rolling off the pavement in waves. Yuta's hand lingered near his sword, his eyes narrowed as he scanned the surroundings. Yuki walked more casually, though there was tension in her shoulders. Neither of them bowed, but their steps faltered at the sight of the golden throne. Mahito chuckled. Well, well. Look what the cat dragged in, Yuki-chan, long time no see. And who's the kid? Don't tell me you brought a chaperone. Yuta's brow furrowed. So this is Mahito. His voice was low, edged with caution. Yep, Mahito said brightly, spreading his arms as though to present himself. The one and only. Though I guess introductions are pointless. You're Okatsu, right? The brat who plays with the queen of curses like a pet. I've heard about you. His grin widened, shark-like. Cute trick. Hope you don't think that'll save you if anything goes down here. Yuki raised a hand, cutting through his theatrics. We didn't come here to fight. Mahito tilted his head, feigning surprise. Oh. You sure about that? The way you're standing, kid, it's like you're itching to swing that sword. Yuta didn't move. His hand remained near the hilt, but he said nothing. Yuki exhaled slowly. We came because we need your help. That earned a bark of laughter. Mahito slapped the arm of his throne, his voice echoing across the burning square. Help! From me? You two must really be desperate. Her expression hardened. Itadori Yuji has been taken. And the last of Sukuna's fingers. It's gone too. We don't need to spell out what that means. Mahito's smile faltered, just slightly. He leaned forward, interest flickering in his eyes. Kenjaku's plan is moving forward despite his failures here. Yuki pressed. And if Sukuna returns in full strength, then not even you will be safe. Whatever power you think you've gathered here, it won't matter. He'll burn through it like nothing. Yuta finally spoke, his voice steady despite the tension in his frame. We're asking you to lend us your army. With your reach, we could track Yuji down quickly, before Kenjaku uses him. For a moment, the only sound was the crackle of the flames and the shifting movements of Mahito's legion below. Then Mahito's laughter returned, louder than before, cruel and mocking. You two are priceless. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Milk drinkers, both of you. You come crawling to me, the big bad curse, asking for protection from some old fart from the Heian era. Pathetic. Yuta bristled, his cursed energy flaring for a second. Yuki placed a hand on his shoulder, holding him back. Mahito's grin twisted. You think I'm afraid of Sukuna? You think I'm dumb enough to bend a knee and lend a hand because you're scared of what's coming? Please. You're sorcerers, aren't you? Start acting like it. Instead, you come whining to me about Kenjaku's boogeyman. Yuki clenched her jaw tightly, veins appearing on her forehead as she listened to Mahito's words. And he didn't stop. I don't care about your little mission. Even if I did, it's most likely way too late. Do you think Kenjaku needs 4 business days to work his magic? He waved a hand dismissively, turning his gaze to the flames around them as if they were more interesting than his guests. That is not entirely true. We know at least that he has yet to succeed. Sukuna is unlikely to lie low when he returns. Yuta crossed his arms and looked at Mahito with a serious gaze, his tired eyes were filled with contained frustration. Oh, but he was put down like a dog instantly when we last met. He will want to study me first before diving headfirst into a battle. Mahito just grinned, the wheels in his mind already turning to predict his rival's movements. Besides, he added lazily, why would I waste my soldiers on something so boring? I've already got everything I need. Look around you. His voice grew sharper, more prideful. This army. The thousands crawling around this entire country are all mine. I can snuff out any sorcerer short of Gojo or Sukuna himself. And if either of them shows up, well, it'll be fun, at the very least. Yuta's jaw tightened. So that's it. You'd risk Sukuna's revival just for your ego. Mahito laughed again, high and sharp. Risk. Kid, I thrive on chaos. Sukuna, Kenjaku, Gojo, you, doesn't matter. I win by existing, by shaping this world into something ugly and true. If Sukuna comes back, then it's just another game. Yuki's gaze softened, just slightly, as she studied him. You've gone completely off the rails. I remember you being more human than this. Once. That drew silence. For a heartbeat, the grin on Mahito's face faltered. Then he stood, descending from the throne in a single fluid leap. The ground cracked beneath his landing, his army shifting in unison to make way for him. He stepped close, towering over her. His smile returned, sharper than ever. You're stupid if you ever thought I was human. I've always been a curse. From the moment I was born into this world, nay, even before that, my soul was nothing but malice. My actions, my choices, they'll always be for my benefit. Never for yours, or anyone else's, for that matter. His voice dropped, venomous. Don't confuse imitation with humanity. Yuki met his gaze without flinching, though her chest felt heavy. Yuta stayed silent, his grip on his sword tightening, his eyes flicking to Mahito's army, then back to the curse himself. Mahito turned away with a dismissive chuckle, striding back toward his throne. Audience over. Run back to your little school, and, new old council, sorcerers. Tell them the king doesn't take requests. He sat once more, sprawling casually, his legion shifting restlessly in the background. The flames roared higher, as though echoing his words. Yuki and Yuta exchanged a brief look. There was nothing more to say. Slowly, reluctantly, they turned and began the long walk back through the firelit streets. Behind them, Mahito's laughter followed like a curse. Chapter 68, A Cursed Mindset. The laughter eventually died. Mahito lounged back against the gilded throne that gleamed in the middle of Shibuya's ruined plaza, its absurd size only highlighting his mockery of human ambition. His voice no longer echoed through the burning district. The flames licked at the bones of ruined towers, his army shuffled endlessly below, and yet silence sat atop his shoulders like a crown. His grin faded into a quieter, more contemplative expression. For the first time in a long while, he let his thoughts drift backward. When had he stopped pretending? When had he discarded the flimsy weight of human compassion and cast it off like a rag too soaked with blood to be of use? He remembered flashes of his first life. The endless corridors of luxury hotels, the private jets where executives whispered about who would vanish next, the velvet-draped rooms where Hollywood stars begged for their sins to be erased in silence. He had been their cleaner, the shadow that stalked the aftermath of depravity. His knife cut throats, his hands squeezed until breathing stopped, his gun barked in places that would never make the evening news. He had been efficient, professional, and above all else, detached. The richest people in existence, politicians, moguls, men and women who thought themselves untouchable, had placed their lives in his hands. He cleaned their messes, erased their witnesses, and traded every life taken for another step up the ladder of survival. He never cared for the morality of it. Morality had no price tag, no buyer. But his services did. For a time, he had sought balance. Retribution. Perhaps even an excuse to call himself human. He remembered the orphanage he built with blood money, stuffed full of children whose parents had been erased by his hands. He had paid for their food, their beds, their clothes. All with money made through the execution of their loved ones. He had even convinced himself it was charity. But even then, he had not cared for them. He never looked into their eyes with warmth. To him, they had been props, a gesture to soothe some whisper of conscience, nothing more. He had always known it, though he buried the thought beneath layers of arrogance. His compassion had always been a mask, nothing more. The orphanage he built had been a gesture for his conscience, but never for the children themselves. He had never looked at them as lives worth protecting, only as loose ends contained in one place. In truth, he had already considered what he would do if one of them grew older and began asking questions about their parents, if suspicion ever turned toward him. He would have erased them too, just as cleanly as their mothers and fathers. That was the truth of his humanity. Charity only when convenient, affection only when it kept him untouchable. He had only ever cared for himself. He sold his very soul to the highest bidder when it meant a better life. Every scar, every broken or unbroken bone, every ounce of strength was a product to be auctioned. A commodity. His only loyalty was to his own survival. And now, as a curse, nothing had changed. If anything, he was finally honest. Compassion had bled out of him entirely, washed away in the tide of malice that birthed his soul anew. He looked down on the humans crawling through Shibuya and saw cattle, future soldiers, puppets waiting for the strings. He had no guilt in twisting them, in breaking them apart to make something better. He was helping more people as a curse than he ever had as a man, because at least now there was no mask of altruism. He no longer catered to the world. No more pandering to the fragile sensibilities of the powerful. No more bowing to circumstances. His entire existence was unshackled. Now, there were no circumstances. No clients. No higher authority to fear or appease. There was only him, and the throne, and the crown he had forged out of terror. Mahito leaned his head against the armrest, his eyes gleaming with something sharper than joy. Whoever said that being at the top is lonely, he muttered, a smile crawling back across his face, was never at the top to begin with. Loneliness. What a foolish word. When everyone crawled at your feet, when armies obeyed your whim, when the world bent under your fingertips, who had the time to feel lonely? Companionship was the worry of the weak. He needed no equal. He needed no partner. His laughter had been proof enough. He could revel in his kingdom alone, and the echoes of his voice would still fill every corner. The flames shifted, throwing golden light across his throne as his legion moved in unison, a tide of grotesque bodies created in his image. Each was a reflection of his will, proof that his reign was only growing. He did not need others. An army of drones with strands of consciousness was enough. He was the king of curses in this era. Not Sukuna. Not Gojo. Him. Mahito leaned lazily against his throne, his smile returning as if it had never left. His thoughts had wandered, but his conviction was as clear as the flames that surrounded him. The top was not lonely. The top was freedom. And he would never give it up. Not for as long as he lived. Far from Shibuya's inferno, two sorcerers walked in silence. The weight of failure pressed on their shoulders heavily than the heat they had left behind. Yuki Tsukumo's steps were steady, though her eyes narrowed faintly at the memory of Mahito's mocking laughter. Okatsuyuta followed at her side, his hand lingering near the hilt of his blade, though there was no enemy left to strike. It had gone poorly. About as poorly as it could. Yuki finally spoke, her voice dry. That was a waste of breath. Yuta exhaled, the tension in his chest spilling into words. He felt stronger than Gojo. His tone was quiet, almost reluctant. Not just his cursed energy, but the way it pressed down. It felt suffocating. Yuki let out a soft laugh, shaking her head. You're still young, kid. Gojo and Mahito, when you see them relaxed, you see masks. Their true colors show only when they're fighting to the death. That pressure you felt. It's just a shadow of what they really are. Yuta glanced at her, uneasy. If that was only a shadow, then how do we fight someone like that? Her smile was humorless. The same way we always have. You prepare yourself for a fight to the death. You don't think about odds. You don't think about winning or losing. You think about fighting until your last breath, and making every breath count. They walked in silence for a few more steps, the echo of Mahito's throne room laughter still clinging to their ears. Yuki sighed. You know what's pathetic? We've turned into the very thing we hated. Like the old council, begging the strongest for help. Acting out of fear instead of conviction. Her gaze hardened, though the bitterness lingered in her voice. We came crawling to him because we were scared of Sukuna. Just like the council would have done. I let myself believe that he might have some shred of humanity left. That was my mistake. She shook her head. He wiped his ass with that feeling before I even finished speaking. Yuta frowned, his voice tinged with guilt. I should have said more. Or stood my ground harder. Maybe dash. Don't blame yourself, Yuki interrupted, cutting him off. That curse doesn't listen to anyone. He never did. They walked a little further, their footsteps crunching against the ruined asphalt. Finally, Yuki spoke again, her tone sharper now. Enough self-pity. The situation's simple. Kenjaku is moving his plan forward. Yuji is missing. Sukuna's last finger is gone. Mahito's off the table, not because we want it, but because he chose it. That leaves us one option. Yuta looked at her warily. Prepare for a fight. She nodded. A fight to the death. With who, we don't know yet. Maybe Sukuna. Maybe Kenjaku. Maybe even Mahito. But that's the only way this ends. Her words hung in the air, grim and heavy. Yuta's grip tightened on his sword. He hated how true they sounded. Chapter 69, The Contender. Mere weeks had passed since Yuji had been kidnapped, and the heart of Shibuya had already changed. Where fire once raged and towers toppled, the ruins now stood reassembled into something altogether more grotesque. The cleanup that should have restored the district had never begun. Mahito had ensured it, purchasing vast swathes of land through puppet contracts and proxies. The fractured council, too afraid to challenge him directly, let the district rot under his dominion. But it was not rot. Not exactly. Half-built structures jutted like bones from the skeleton of the city. Scaffolding twisted into shapes without logic. Golden banners draped across cracked towers, stitched with invented symbols that mocked the very idea of nobility. This was Shibuya reborn, not as a city, but as a kingdom. At its center loomed a throne of gold and obsidian, fused with the husks of collapsed buildings and corpses. A monument to dominance, gleaming even under gray daylight, impossible to ignore. Mahito sat upon it. His form had grown. Burly muscle shifted under pale stitched skin, seams exaggerated like a parody of scars. A black and gold yukata hung from broad shoulders, chest bare to flaunt a ribcage laced with cruel mockery. His once filthy hair now shone like molten gold, combed back in a noble parody. His eyes, violet and cold, glimmered with amusement. Around him stood his army. Fly soldiers swarmed above in black clouds, transfigured horrors lined the streets in rows, humanoid yet wrong, limbs twisted, jaws sewn shut yet drooling. A display of cruelty as much as power. And then the army parted. Every soldier moved aside in perfect rhythm, creating a corridor down the boulevard. Mahito's grin widened. He could taste the cursed energy already, sharp and heavy with pride. Ancient. Terrifying. Sukuna walked the path without hesitation. He wore the same black and white robes he had favored in Yuji's soul, traditional yet regal. His stride carried inevitability. His eyes, slit and crimson, burned with restrained fury. His aura pressed against the air like a storm, and cracks spread beneath his steps. Mahito leaned his chin into his stitched palm. Well, well. The king of a bygone age. Did you come to try reclaim your crown? Sukuna stopped at the foot of the plaza, gaze sweeping over throne and army alike. His lip curled. All I see is a pretender. A boy who gathered weaklings and crowned himself king. You sit on a pile of corpses and think it makes you sovereign. Mahito's laughter rang sharp, echoing through the hollow city. Pretender? I made these weaklings with my own 2 hands. Every soldier, every stitch, is mine. Tools are tools, and there's no shame in craftsmanship. His grin widened. Or are you still sore about our last meeting? One strike and down you went. Some king. Sukuna's eyes narrowed. The memory burned. Never in his reign had he been humiliated so quickly. The wound still festered in his pride. You speak boldly for a corpse that does not know it is dead. Sukuna's voice was ice. His cursed energy flared, cracking the boulevard into a spiderweb of fractures. Mahito's smirk didn't fade. Oh. Then fight me. Let's see if you last longer than a heartbeat this time. Sukuna moved. In an instant he was before the throne, faster than any soldier could react. His hand speared forward, cleaving Mahito's chest in two, cursed energy ripping through flesh and bone. His body burst apart like overripe fruit. Sukuna fired off around 100 cuts with that small motion, turning the area in front of him into a blender, shredding apart both Mahito and his golden throne. The army shrieked in unison, writhing in agitation. Sukuna stood unmoved, blood sizzling across his palm, his grin cruel. So fragile. Your throne shatters with a touch. But Mahito's voice still echoed, smooth and amused. That throne was just there to lure you out. Did you think that this is all there is of me? From the fragments of the burst body, threads of flesh writhed, reweaving, stitching themselves back into form. The strongest curse rose once more, unbothered, grin as wide as ever. You're not even speaking to my true body. Just a fragment. Sukuna's smile thinned, crimson eyes narrowing. He hadn't expected the arrogance to be more than words. Yet the cursed energy he felt was real, potent enough to rival any special grade curse, even more potent than all other versions of Mahito that he had seen. Mahito spread his arms, his voice sharp with pride. I was born to reshape, to devour, to grow. Every clone I create carries the power of a special grade. And I grow faster still. I devour curses, I devour souls, and as long as myself outweighs theirs, they are fuel. The blueprints erased, their essence mine. I am an assembly line of strength. He leaned forward, violet eyes gleaming. Even if you crushed a dozen of me, Sukuna, it would mean nothing. My throne doesn't break because I could already be anywhere and everywhere. The king of curses glared, aura flaring so violently that soldiers closest to him cracked apart, bursting under pressure. You think yourself untouchable, Sukuna said, voice calm but lined with venom. Then prove it. Face me with your true body, your full strength. Mahito's grin split even wider. He didn't flinch under the storm. Not yet, he purred. I won't accept any duel until all rivals are on the board. Gojo must be freed. Only then will I entertain you. Sukuna's aura cracked another line through the plaza. Can you afford to ignore me? Mahito tilted his head back and laughed, a sound both mocking and delighted. Of course I can you afford it though? Letting me grow even further. Then he leaned forward, smiling with quiet malice. Here's a deal, Sukuna. Free Gojo. Bring him to the board. Then come back to me. Only then will you see if your throne still stands. The army growled, the air thick with tension. Sukuna's crimson eyes burned brighter, but he said nothing. Mahito's smile lingered. A smile that promised war. Chapter 70, The Vow of Kings. The chamber was quiet after Sukuna returned from his confrontation. Only the faint hum of cursed energy clung to the air, residue from his presence, heavy enough that even Kenjaku did not bother to dispel it. Yuram stood near the edge of the room, her pale eyes narrowed, her lips pressed into a cold line. The silence stretched, until she could no longer hold her words back. My lord, she said sharply, her tone brimming with barely contained disdain. How could you withstand such disrespect? That dirty curse sat upon a throne and mocked you as though you were nothing. Sukuna scowled at her, crimson eyes flicking toward her like blades. The weight of his displeasure silenced her immediately, though her body still trembled with outrage. You think I cannot kill him? Sukuna asked, voice deep and contemptuous. Yuram bowed her head immediately. Never. You could erase that impostor in a heartbeat. Of course I could, Sukuna replied, leaning back against the stone wall, arms folded. His aura pulsed faintly, a reminder of his truth. That thing sitting on the throne was nothing but a clone. A toy. I could have destroyed it as easily as plucking a weed. His voice darkened. And I could destroy the next. And the one after. And the one after that. But eventually, Mahito would learn. He would adapt. He would twist his soul around mine until he understood every edge of my technique. By the third battle, maybe sooner, I would no longer be the predator. He would. Yuram stiffened. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You are saying you could lose. To that thing. If I were a fool, yes. Sukuna corrected sharply. His glare silenced her again. But I am not one to play into his hands. Every clash with a clone would be a lesson for him. A chance to grow. And he is growing faster than anything I have ever seen. He looked away from her then, crimson eyes narrowing in thought. His curse technique alone was troublesome enough. Now he spreads himself thin and multiplies. Each one a special grade, each one capable of different tricks. His original technique is still soul manipulation, but if even a fraction of his bodies pick up others, then defeating him is no longer straightforward. Yuram was stunned. Her breath caught in her throat. She had expected Mahito to grow alongside his army, that much had been obvious from the start. But to grow to the point where her lord himself, Ryaman Sukuna, was no longer confident in outright victory. That was blasphemy. Her lips parted, but no words came. For the first time in centuries, Yuram did not know how to answer. Sukuna ignored her shock. His eyes shifted instead toward the far corner of the chamber, where Kenjaku sat cross-legged, hands folded in thought. The stitched-faced sorcerer had been silent, watching, his expression unreadable. Sukuna smirked. I am glad you dragged me back into this age. Kenjaku tilted his head slightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Even in the Heian era, Sukuna continued, there was no one to match me. Not truly. 1,000 battles, 1,000 victories, but none who could hold my interest. None who could even call themselves rivals. This time, things are different. His grin widened, feral. Now I have someone to overcome. A true enemy. That is exactly what I needed. Kenjaku let out a long sigh, shaking his head faintly. I had little to do with this, Sukuna. If anything, Mahito has long since moved outside the reach of my influence. At best, I could provide ways to track his clones, but even that will be difficult. Facing them, well. Even my domain would be overwhelmed now. Sukuna laughed. The sound was sharp and mocking, but not directed at Kenjaku. You think too small, Sukuna said. Tracking, countering, numbers, none of that will matter. Kenjaku frowned faintly, brow creasing. Oh. And why is that? Sukuna's grin returned, sharp and merciless. Because we made a deal. A binding vow. The words dropped into the chamber like a stone. Kenjaku's eyes widened, genuine surprise flashing across his face. You, what? Sukuna's laugh rumbled again, low and delighted. A duel. 1 month from now. His full strength barked against us in a free-for-all, of sorts. No fragments, no games. He will merge with all of his clones, and I will face him at his peak. That is the vow we sealed. Kenjaku blinked, then raised an eyebrow. And what assurance do you have that he will not keep one clone hidden? That he will not cheat the vow by preparing a way out? Sukuna shook his head, crimson eyes gleaming. He cannot. That is the beauty of it. The vow binds us both. If he hides a clone, the vow will tear it apart before it can betray him. He has committed fully, as have I. For 1 second, Kenjaku was flabbergasted, utterly caught off guard. But then the expression melted away into quiet laughter. He pressed one hand to his chin and chuckled softly. Of course, Kenjaku said, his voice rich with irony. Of course the strongest of any generation would never be sane. Never well-adjusted. Only insane men carve their names into eternity. He shook his head, but the smile remained. Mahito's actions are insane. To tie his life so recklessly to yours, to gamble everything on growth and pride. But. He paused, smirking faintly. You understand him, don't you? Sukuna's smile was wide and merciless. Naturally. Where is the fun in battle if you always leave yourself an escape? To keep a way out at all times is to admit weakness. To prepare to lose. That is the act of a coward. And cowards do not deserve the title of strongest. His words rang with finality, with a conviction that silenced both Yuram and Kenjaku. For all his madness, for all his cruelty, there was no denying the truth of his pride. Sukuna lived for battle. And only a battle with everything at stake was worth having. The silence that followed was long, stretching through the chamber like a second shadow. Yuram's hands were still clenched at her sides, her face a portrait of disbelief. Kenjaku's smirk lingered, faint and thoughtful. Only then did Sukuna speak again, his voice calm but sharp. You may have noticed I said us. Kenjaku tilted his head, eyes narrowing with curiosity. Sukuna's grin sharpened. We are going to free Gojo. And give him time to prepare as well. When the day comes, I want no excuses, no regrets, no whispers of circumstance. The strongest of this age will meet in one place, and only one will be left standing. Yuram's breath caught again, her pale eyes darting between Sukuna and Kenjaku. Kenjaku let out a long breath, rubbing his temple. The madness of it all was undeniable. But so too was the inevitability. The strongest had made a vow. And the world would burn in its wake. Chapter 71, News and Return. The round table was not ornate. It was not even round in the strictest sense, just an old slab of wood polished until the grain shone like rivers winding through a map. But what mattered was not the table itself. What mattered was who sat around it. For the first time in centuries, the council had changed. The young sorcerers had built something new, though the ghost of the old system clung to it like mold. 5 figures gathered there, each one carrying the weight of authority in a different way. Yudo Katsu sat with his hands folded tightly in his lap, quiet as always, though the tension in his posture betrayed his unease. His sword leaned against the wall nearby, always within arm's reach. His eyes, dark and thoughtful, occasionally flicked to Yuki Tsukumo, as though hoping she would say something first. Yuki slouched in her chair, chin resting in her palm, her gaze fixed on the grain of the wood. The only woman recognized as a special grade, her presence carried weight even when she said nothing. Beside them, Kusakabe leaned back with his arms crossed. The strongest grade 1 sorcerer alive, he was a man of both pragmatism and bitterness, rarely saying more than he needed to. But his voice was respected. At the head sat Principal Yaga, though he did not act the part of ruler. His broad arms rested on the table, his expression stern. He had taken to politics with surprising ease, navigating the fractured clans like a man steering a ship through stormy waters. Where others hesitated, he spoke plainly. Where others fumbled, he connected dots. It was Yaga's hand that held the clans together now, though few acknowledged it openly. And finally, there was Mei Mei. She sat with her legs crossed, elegant as ever, a faint smile curling her lips. Out of all of them, she looked the most at ease, her silver hair shining under the dim light, her crow perched obediently on her shoulder. She had leveraged the elders' deaths into profits, just as she had prepared for their fall before anyone else. The others thought she had simply guessed right. None of them knew the truth, that she had planned ahead with Mahito himself, and that nearly half of her profits still flowed to him. They did not need to know. The crow shifted on her shoulder, wings rustling, and the round table turned to its purpose. They were here to discuss what Mei Mei's crow had seen. Mahito and Sukuna. The confrontation in Shibuya was seared into their minds. The crow had caught everything in vivid detail. The soldiers parting, the monstrous throne, the tension thick enough to smother the streets. And then the strike. Sukuna had not waited long. His dismantle had cut into Mahito in an instant, slicing his body into 100 pieces, each chunk of flesh thrown across the plaza. It had been surgical, merciless, as if to prove a point. But it had not mattered. The body on the throne had not been Mahito's true self. The pieces writhed, stitched themselves back together, and soon enough the curse was whole again, smiling that same mocking smile as if nothing had happened. The crow had seen Sukuna scowl, his recognition that brute force would not end this. The strike was proof of his strength, but the survival was proof of Mahito's grotesque growth. The table had been quiet since the report. Kusakabe broke it first. If even Sukuna can't end him in one blow, what the hell are we supposed to do? Yuda's eyes tightened. It was a clone. Not the original. If we can find the real one dash. Find. Kusakabe snapped, though his voice stayed low. The things sprouting clones like weeds, each one stronger than the last. How do you find the original in that mess? And how do you survive long enough to do it? Yaga raised a hand. Calm down. We knew this wouldn't be easy. Even with our preparation and the training we've done, it was never going to be easy. His voice was steady, though there was no denying the weight in it. Yuki's lips twisted. Easy. Mahito's warping the rules. He's not just building an army, he's morphing the world around him to his liking. Just us being able to perceive the soul and harm it is not enough. And from what I saw. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. Sukuna knew it too. That wasn't a fight he wanted to push. Her words made Yuta flinch. I still think, he said quietly, if they push far enough, one will kill the other. That's better for us. A weakened survivor, easier to put down. Mei Mei smiled faintly. Or we wait too long and the survivor has grown too strong for any of us to face. Patience is an investment, Yuta. But investments can sour. The room fell quiet again, heavy with implication. It was then that the silence fractured. A voice, casual, familiar, impossible to mistake. Man, I thought I was walking into a room full of fossils. This is a nice upgrade. They turned. Gojo Satoru stood in the center of the chamber, hands in his pockets, blindfold nowhere in sight. His 6 eyes glimmered faintly, scanning the room as if he had already absorbed every detail. He looked at each of them, his lips quirking into a small smile. No elders. Guess someone beat me to it. Yaga's mouth tightened. Gojo. Gojo tilted his head. Principal. You look good. Less gray than I imagined after everything. Yuki leaned back, smirking faintly. And here I thought you were sealed away for good. Guess not. Guess not, Gojo echoed, still smiling, though there was steel beneath it. They gave him the explanations. The rise of Mahito. The shifting of Shibuya. The grotesque mockery of order that had emerged in the elder's absence. They told him what Mei's crow had seen, the clash of two kings. Gojo listened, arms folded now, his expression unreadable. Only when they had finished did he speak again. You left something out. His eyes gleamed faintly, sharp. The deal. The others stared. Yaga frowned. Deal. Gojo nodded. Mahito and Sukuna made a binding vow. 1 month from now, they'll fight at full strength. No tricks, no hidden clones, no back doors. A real duel. And they chose their battlefield. He let the words hang for a moment before finishing. Shinjuku. I've been invited as well, hence my release from the prison realm. A final battle to decide who the strongest is, once and for all. The room reacted all at once. Kusakabe swore under his breath. Mei's smile widened, eyes glinting with interest. Yuki's expression flickered, a storm of thoughts flashing behind her eyes. Yuta looked straight at Gojo. Are you actually going along with this? With their madness? The question cut through the room like a blade. Gojo did not answer right away. He rubbed his chin, gaze tilting upward, the silence stretching until it became its own kind of answer. Then, slowly, he shook his head. I have to, he said simply. His voice was calm, but it carried the weight of something final. Keeping Yuji safe was my responsibility. I can't walk away from that. Not now. Yuta's hands tightened in his lap. Mei tilted her head, studying Gojo like a hawk eyeing prey. Yaga's expression hardened, though he gave no protest. And so the stage was set. The 3 strongest would gather in one place. Mahito. Sukuna. Gojo. The battlefield, Shinjuku. They had 1 month. 1 month to prepare. 1 month before the end. Chapter 72, Shinjuku Showdown. Shinjuku had never been so silent. Not a single light flickered in the towers. Not a car, not a pedestrian, not even a stray animal disturbed the wide boulevards. The district was a ghost town, evacuated weeks in advance by the sorcerers who still had the will to plan. Doors had been sealed, trains rerouted, streets cordoned off. What could not be moved had been abandoned. It had taken a monumental effort. Because everyone knew that neither Mahito nor Sukuna would ever have cared enough to evacuate anyone themselves. This battlefield was chosen because it could be destroyed without consequence. The first to arrive was Mahito. Not 1 Mahito, but 20. They appeared all at once, striding from different corners of the empty city, and converging upon the same boulevard. Each looked identical to the version that had once sat on the golden throne in Shibuya. Tall. Broad-shouldered. Stitched pale skin stretched over burly muscle. A black and gold yukata draped casually from his shoulders, the chest open to flaunt his ribcage sewn into grotesque patterns. His hair was golden now, combed back to gleam in the sunlight. His eyes, a deep purple, sparkled with mischief. 20 pairs of them. The air thrummed with cursed energy. Each clone was a self-contained natural disaster, and together they bled into the atmosphere until the very streets shivered. Mahito smiled with every mouth at once. He had spent weeks perfecting this. At first, devouring other techniques had threatened his identity, threatening to dilute his sense of self with foreign wills. The risk had been real, powerful souls could leave behind lingering emotions and intent which could slowly override his. But Mahito had explored the mechanics of emotion and desire, cutting them out as one might remove nerves from a body. Now when he consumed empty husks. Nothing left to override him. Only tools. Only fuel. And the proof of it was before him, 20 versions of himself, each armed with different techniques assimilated fully into his cursed body. Each was a predator in its own right. The second arrival announced himself without words. Sukuna walked down the boulevard, robes flowing lightly with each step. His attire was similar to the one he had worn when he occupied Yuji's body, black and white in stark contrast, regal yet unyielding. His gaze was crimson, his expression set in calm irritation. The air warped faintly around him, a pressure so sharp it pressed into the lungs. He stopped in view of Mahito's clones. His lips curled slightly. 20. Sukuna's voice was rough silk. That is quite the choice. Wanna give me some credit for the inspiration? Mahito laughed. And when 20 throats laughed together, it was like glass shattering. If only you knew how lucky you are. There are too few curses left to devour. If I had more fuel, you'd be facing 100 of me. Sukuna barked a laugh of his own, low and sharp. Or maybe you were too stupid to realize that turning them into soldiers wasn't such a good idea after all. All those souls you burned into puppets instead of feeding them to yourself. Mahito tilted his head, 20 times over. A loner like you would never understand the convenience of a personal army. I built soldiers who live to obey. Why settle for less? Sukuna sneered. Obedience. That's what you call strength. You surround yourself with tools. Nothing else. If you're a king, then you are the loneliest one alive. Mahito grinned. I don't need friends. I don't need equals. Subjects are enough. Even you, Sukuna. Tell me, your little subordinate. Uram, was it? How different is she from my drones? Devoted. Mindless. Puppets on a string. Something in Sukuna's expression twitched. His crimson eyes sharpened. For the first time, the mockery drew blood. He raised his hand, cursed energy crackling, and pointed at one of the Mahitos. His voice was calm, but venom laced every syllable. Dismantle. The slash ripped the clone apart in an instant, scattering flesh across the pavement. But before the remains could even hit the ground, the 20 figures blurred. Their forms shimmered, twisting together, and merged. What stood before Sukuna now was no longer remotely human. A towering humanoid shape of raw muscle, exposed and pulsing a deep purplish hue. Jagged plates of gray exoskeleton spread across its body like armor. Its back sprouted 2 additional sets of arms, long and twitching with inhuman dexterity. The head was mostly covered by the exoskeleton, which formed into a mask-like structure, sealing the mouth, leaving only the eyes uncovered. Those eyes glowed a pure, unbroken purple. Sukuna actually stepped back, just once. Not because of the grotesque form, but because of the weight pressing against him. The cursed energy was staggering. It pressed against the world itself, heavy enough to distort air and fracture concrete. Sukuna had reserves that bordered on infinite, and yet this thing radiated more. It was not just Mahito. It was Mahito perfected. Sukuna exhaled once, slowly. Then his body shifted, his skin darkening, tattoos crawling across his arms and torso. A second pair of arms erupted from his sides. His full Heian-era form manifested, the true king of curses revealed in his entirety. The ground shook as the 2 titans faced one another. And then a faint third voice cut across the silence. Guess I showed up just in time. A wave of cursed energy exploded across the boulevard, tearing through abandoned skyscrapers like paper. Hollow purple. Not the usual rush job, but a full incantation unleashed from Beijing a veil, boosted through Yutaheim and Gakuganji's technique. It drew 200% of its potential out. Gojo Satoru had launched it from across the district, and it was already devouring space as it surged toward them. Sukuna smiled, baring sharp teeth, and raised all 4 arms in unison, his energy condensing to brace the impact. Mahito simply raised one clawed, exoskeleton-covered hand and clenched his fist. The very ground rippled, folding upward like liquid. The pavement itself buckled and surged, pushing Sukuna forward into the oncoming blast. Mahito leapt lightly above it, insect-like wings of burning cursed energy unfurling from his back. The hollow purple crashed into the city. The explosion swallowed blocks of Shinjuku, pulverizing buildings, tearing through towers, leaving a scar across the district. When the smoke cleared, Sukuna stepped from the rubble, his robes torn and smoldering but his body intact, healed already by reverse cursed energy. His grin had not faded. Above, Mahito was intercepted midair. Gojo teleported into his path, his foot snapping upward to smash into Mahito's head. The impact cracked the air itself, sending the curse plummeting into the ground at speeds that broke sound. The streets shattered as he landed. Gojo descended smoothly afterward, his body outlined by the lingering light of hollow purple. He wore a black compression shirt that clung to his frame, the fabric stretched over a body honed to lethal perfection. Loose black pants and shoes grounded his stride. He landed opposite Mahito. Mahito rose slowly from the crater, brushing dust from his shoulder as if he had only tripped. The wings folded back into arms. His purple eyes locked onto Gojo with something like amusement. Gojo's own expression shifted faintly. He looked straight at me whole I kicked him. He could have blocked it easily. His foot still tingled. That kick had felt like striking iron, not flesh. The body might have looked humanoid, but Mahito was not bound by human biology any longer. Sukuna stepped closer from the rubble, his aura flaring with anticipation. The 3 of them faced one another now, silent for the span of a heartbeat. The strongest of curses. The strongest of sorcerers. And the strongest of an era past. The first clash had begun. Chapter 73, The Greatest. Shinjuku trembled not from footsteps, but from silence, once more. The 3 figures stood in perfect opposition, each carrying enough cursed energy to unmake cities, yet not a single strike followed the devastating hollow purple. The air itself felt brittle, stretched thin by the tension that lingered between them. Looks. Mahito rose fully from the crater, dust rolling off his exoskeleton like water. His stitched smile was hidden beneath the armored mask, yet the laughter that bubbled out of him carried amusement enough. Forearms flexed from his back, stretching lazily as if the cursed spirit had just awoken from a nap. Sukuna's crimson gaze bore into him, the tattoos of his Heian form writhing faintly with the flow of his energy. He stood with all four arms folded across his chest, unmoving, a storm locked in flesh. Between them, Gojo adjusted his collar with a calmness that bordered on mocking. His glowing blue eyes shimmered faintly, his white hair stirred by currents of cursed energy. He cracked his neck once, then stretched his shoulders as if limbering up for training rather than standing opposite the two most dangerous beings in existence. The stillness broke not with an attack, but with a voice. Honestly, Gojo sighed, as if inconvenienced by the situation, I'd almost say Mahito feels even stronger than you, Sukuna. Taking my hollow purple head on like that. You must be slipping. The words were bait, but they slipped off Gojo's tongue so naturally it felt like casual truth. Sukuna's lips curled downward into a scowl. His forearms unfolded slowly, cursed energy crackling at his fingertips. Only a weakling dodges a shoddy preemptive strike. A king does not move for tricks. Mahito's laughter rang out louder, echoing down the empty streets. Oh, that's rich. So you let yourself get torn apart and then patch yourself up with reverse cursed energy, and you call that pride? He leaned forward, his mask glinting. Only an idiot allows himself to take damage from a preemptive strike. Even an insect knows how to flinch. Sukuna's crimson eyes narrowed, and the ground cracked beneath his feet. Gojo only chuckled, watching their egos collide like tectonic plates. From the rooftops miles away, the entire jujitsu world was watching. Inside a fortified building lined with protective barriers, screens flickered with live footage projected from Mei's crows. Yuta leaned forward with his elbows pressed to the table, his expression sharp and unblinking. Beside him sat Yuki, her arms crossed, her mouth set in a tight line. Maki leaned against the wall, her arms folded, her eyes unblinking as she absorbed every detail. Her return to their side had been inevitable once word of this battle reached her ears. Mei sat at the far end, silver hair gleaming under the dim light. Ui perched beside her, silent as ever. Kusake muttered under his breath, clearly stressed by the sheer insanity of the fight unfolding. Inamaki remained quiet, watching intently, and Panda's ears twitched as if picking up a battle rhythm no one else could hear. Mai was present as well, sitting quietly, her gaze hard. Her new technique had awakened fully, strong enough to forge special-grade curse tools from nothing but her will. She was scared from her ordeal, but having Maki by her side helped a lot. She had become a moving armory for her sister, and she herself was now stronger by leaps and bounds. Alas, no matter how many weapons she created, none of them could heal Megumi, who still lay comatose. Not that Megumi was capable enough to help in such situation. They watched, united, and yet powerless to intervene. And far away, hidden beneath a veil of cursed energy, Kenjaku and Uram stood together. Their eyes fixed upon the plaza. Uram's lips were tight, their hands folded beneath long sleeves. Though silent, their gaze was sharp, following every twitch of Sukuna's body. Kenjaku, meanwhile, tilted his head as if listening to music only he could hear. He was patient, calculating, already weighing the timing of his next move. Neither ancient sorcerer intended to interfere until the last possible moment, but both were ready to strike the instant an opportunity presented itself. The stage had not been set for a duel. It had been set for a reckoning. Back in the plaza, Sukuna and Mahito's exchange of insults gave way to silence once more. Gojo broke it with a smile. Very well then, he said, his voice light but edged, I say we take out Mahito first. The words landed like a blade. For the sorcerers watching from the screens, there was no shock. They had debated this endlessly. Mahito could not be allowed to survive past today. He was too big of a threat, and fully unwilling to barter. If saving Yuji was the goal, Mahito had to go first. The conclusion had been inevitable. But for Mahito himself, for Sukuna, even for Kenjaku and Uram, the declaration rang like thunder. Mahito tilted his head back and laughed, the sound deep and rolling. The plates of his exoskeleton rippled as his body vibrated with mirth. Both of you, together. You think it will matter? His purple eyes glowed brighter, piercing even through the veil of his mask. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Come together. You'll both die today regardless. Sukuna's grin was slow, sharp, predatory. Then I'll hold off killing Gojo, for now. Just don't get in my way. His tone dripped contempt, but his eyes glittered with anticipation. To Sukuna, this was no alliance. It was simply circumstance, another battlefield shaped by the whims of fate. Gojo's presence was not his doing. It was Mahito's. And if Mahito had created such a battlefield, then Sukuna would simply see it through. Whether Gojo survived or not was his problem alone. Gojo chuckled, stretching his shoulders again. Funny. That's the exact same thing I was going to say to you. Mahito spread all 6 arms wide, his body brimming with cursed energy. His form cast a shadow that stretched across the broken city, monstrous and unyielding. Above them, the clouds churned. The very sky seemed to recoil from the pressure that poured into the battlefield. The world held its breath. 3 stood, but only one would walk away. And as Mahito's laughter echoed across Shinjuku, the clash to decide the strongest would certainly leave its mark in history. Chapter 74, Clashing Titans. Shinjuku no longer trembled with silence. It shook from impact. The instant Mahito spread his 6 arms wide, Sukuna surged forward. His 4 arms tore through the air, his body blurring faster than the human eye could follow. The pavement cratered beneath his steps, shockwaves exploding outward from every stride. Gojo did not wait either. His body vanished with a shift of cursed energy, closing the distance in an instant. The 2 strongest sorcerers of history struck at the same time, one from the left, the other from the right. Mahito laughed, delighted as 2 more arms sprouted like thorned roses from his back. 6 arms met 8, each clash cracking the air. The sound was not flesh against flesh, but thunder-splitting concrete. Mahito sprouted another limb from his ribs mid-swing, twisting at an impossible angle to intercept Gojo's fist. The limb shattered on impact, bone splintering like wood, but his main arms caught Sukuna's strike, purple sparks scattering where their cursed energy collided. The first exchange sent all 3 skidding back, carving trenches through the street. Gojo smiled as if limbering up. Not bad. For a curse. Mahito grinned through the armored mask. Then let's make it interesting. The curse lurched forward again, his body twisting unnaturally. An arm bent backward at the elbow, swiping like a whip. Another limb speared from his shoulder, stabbing toward Sukuna's abdomen mouth, while 2 more swung low, claws scraping asphalt as they went for Gojo's legs. Gojo pivoted lightly, his movements precise and efficient. He ducked one arm, let another clash directly into his infinity. Sparks rose as Mahito used domain amplification without any issues, then hammered Mahito's jaw with an upward strike. The hit lifted Mahito half a meter off the ground, but before gravity could reclaim him, Sukuna was already there. The King of Curses drove a knee upward into Mahito's gut. The impact folded the curse's body inward, the armored plates cracking under the blow. Blood spewed from his mouth, spraying across Sukuna's chest. The blood turned into tendrils, all drilling into the former king's body with impunity. To that, Sukuna only grunted, but it was enough encouragement for Mahito to go even further. The strongest curse's eyes glowed brighter. He twisted midair, ignoring the damage he sustained, and sprouted a jagged limb from his spine, whipping it like a bladed tail toward Sukuna's neck. Sukuna blocked with a lower arm, sparks of cursed energy grinding between them. He snarled, forcing the limb aside with his now broken arm, but that left his healing torso open. An opening that Mahito would unfortunately never get to use, as Gojo slipped in, his movements cleaner, sharper. His right palm slammed against Mahito's chest. The blow sent the curse skidding back across the boulevard, tearing gouges through asphalt, smashing a bus stop to pieces as he landed. Mahito rolled once and crouched, arms flexing, armor still cracked from the combined blows. He licked blood from his lips beneath the mask, laughter spilling freely. Ah. This is what I wanted. His voice vibrated with exhilaration. The strongest, united against me. How exciting. How great. Gojo tilted his head, smiling faintly. Still just as crazy as when we first met, huh? Guess we didn't hit you hard enough. Sukuna grinned with teeth bared, his abdomen mouth chuckling in perfect sync. Shut up, both of you. Don't ruin my enjoyment with your grating voices. The second clash came even harder. Gojo blurred forward first this time, fists moving with surgical precision. His strikes cut the air in clean lines, every blow enhanced by infinity, carrying force that would shatter skyscrapers. Mahito met him with 6 arms weaving unpredictable counters, sprouting extra limbs to parry when needed. The cursed spirit twisted his body like liquid, never moving like a human, attacking from impossible angles. But Gojo's technique was undeniable. His shoulders shifted smoothly with each punch, his stance perfectly balanced, his footwork sharp enough to dodge Mahito's inhuman reach by millimeters. Every strike he landed drove Mahito backward, each impact a small detonation of cursed energy. And Sukuna was never far behind. He flanked constantly, pressing in with a savagery that contrasted Gojo's refinement. Where Gojo's blows were efficient, Sukuna's were overwhelming. His 4 arms tore into Mahito from all sides, heavy strikes that left craters with every miss, jagged elbows and clawed fingers aiming to rip the curse apart piece by piece. Mahito adapted. He bent spines, extended limbs, hardened portions of his exoskeleton to shield against crushing blows. He fought like no man could, a shifting storm of flesh and armor. He laughed through the pain, twisting out of Sukuna's grip one moment, grappling Gojo with 2 extra arms the next. The street disintegrated beneath them. Asphalt split into rivers of cracks. Buildings shook and collapsed under stray shockwaves. Glass rained down in torrents. Miles away, the spectators flinched with every tremor transmitted through Mei-Mei's crows. Kusakabe muttered something half-panicked, half-resigned. That's not even them using techniques. That's just fists. Yuta's knuckles whitened against the table's edge. They're faster than the eyes of our cameras. We're only catching pieces of it. Maki's eyes narrowed, unblinking. Gojo's controlling the pace. Sukuna's brute force would overwhelm anyone else, but Mahito's adapting too fast. He's enjoying this. Mei remained poised, her silver hair perfectly still. Of course he is. For Mahito, this is still just playing around. Back on the field, the play was already escalating. Mahito ducked Gojo's strike, sprouting an arm from his thigh that speared toward the sorcerer's throat. It met infinity and stopped, the cursed energy sparking as if pressing against glass. Gojo did not even flinch. His counter was immediate, an elbow to Mahito's temple that rattled his skull. At the same instant, Sukuna's lower hand seized Mahito's ribcage, crushing inward with bone-snapping force. Blood spurted, ribs cracked, but Mahito only screamed in laughter. He sprouted another set of arms from his chest, shoving Sukuna back, then used his insect-like wings to leap high above Gojo's head. From above, he came crashing down, 6 arms hammering the ground in a wave of impact. Gojo and Sukuna both evaded, debris exploding upward. Mahito landed in a crouch, arms stretching unnaturally wide, his mask gleaming with mockery. Too weak, he taunted, eyes glowing like molten amethyst. Too loud, Gojo replied, vanishing in a blur and reappearing at Mahito's side. His knee rammed into the curse's ribs, followed by a spinning back fist that cracked the exoskeleton further. Mahito staggered, and Sukuna's claws slashed across his chest in the same instant. The combined pressure finally drove the cursed spirit to his knees, armor shattering across his torso. For the first time, Mahito bled freely. Yet his grin never faltered. His eyes gleamed brighter. Yes. More. Show me how worthy you are as rivals. Gojo's expression shifted slightly. Enough was enough. His hand lifted, cursed energy coiling around his palm. Cursed technique lapse, blue. The air collapsed inward. Space itself warped as an irresistible pull seized Mahito's body, dragging him forward toward Gojo's waiting strike. Debris, dust, and shattered concrete tore through the air with him, a storm converging into the sorcerer's hand. Mahito's laughter pitched higher, body straining against the pull. His claws scraped against asphalt, tearing furrows as he fought against the gravity. Sukuna's crimson eyes flashed. He lifted one arm, fingers poised. The grin across both his mouths widened. Dismantle. The invisible slash carved through the battlefield. Mahito's armored chest split open, the exoskeleton sheared cleanly away. Blood sprayed in an arc, staining the ruined street. A deep scar carved across his torso, one that even his twisted body could not immediately mend. But Gojo stood untouched, infinity shimmering faintly around him. The slash stopped centimeters short of his skin, halted by the unseeable barrier that never left him. Mahito dropped to one knee, blood dripping from the gash. His purple eyes glowed brighter still, and his laughter, hoarse now, echoed defiantly. You think this is enough? I want to see more. I guess I'll have to get serious. With his next step, the ground trembled, asphalt turning to mud underneath their feet. On all of the collapsed buildings around them, small volcanoes popped up like zits, bursting blazing hot magma and turning the streets into a chaotic molten sea. The sky above them all bellowed with thunder. Gojo's gaze sharpened. Sukuna's grin widened. They shared the same thought, both with some lingering excitement. He's starting to tap into his arsenal of curse techniques. The real fight had only begun. Chapter 75, Define Strength. What makes a cursed technique strong? That question lingered in the minds of every sorcerer who had ever survived long enough to reflect on their power. The answer was never simple. Strength in the world of jujitsu could not be measured only by how destructive a technique appeared. Several factors came into play. The first was understanding. The deeper one grasped the true nature of their cursed technique, the more it could be bent, broken, or reshaped to fit impossible circumstances. Binding vows were built upon this principle, taking weaknesses and turning them into opportunities. The second was identity. A curse technique was a mirror of the sorcerer's soul. To truly wield one's technique at the highest level was to understand what it represented about the self. Mastery of a technique required mastery of one's essence. And the third, perhaps the most decisive factor of all, was cursed energy itself. Raw reserves, tempered by control. All techniques meant nothing without the fuel to drive them. The 10 Shadows technique was proof. In Megumi's hands, it had shown versatility and creativity, yet the Shikigami he summoned were limited, fragile compared to the power of true calamities. In Sukuna's possession, those same shadows were pushed to extremes, the Shikigami swollen into titanic beasts capable of leveling entire city blocks. The same technique, different soul, different reserves, different results. Of course, one also had to control said energy. Gojo had a lot less cursed energy than Mahito and Sukuna, yet with his godlike control, he was essentially able to fight endlessly. Mahito had studied this truth carefully. He had researched the very nature of consumption not out of gluttony, but strategy. Devouring techniques was not simply about stealing tools. It was about finding how his body, his soul, and his infinite potential for mutation could bring out the best possible version of those abilities. It was why he had swallowed Jogo whole, why he had claimed the cursed spirit of lightning, why he had chosen every technique that could scale endlessly. Disaster flames, which could set the earth itself ablaze. Calamity lightning, which could split the sky. Techniques that were already calamities in their own right, now refined into his ever-shifting flesh. And he had gone further, claiming abilities that altered terrain itself. One such technique allowed him to shift the very earth beneath his feet. In the hands of his previous user, it could at most make the ground a bit muddy, or trip someone up. In Mahito's hands, it was not a parlor trick. It was an earthquake generator. It was the movement of tectonic plates. It was an entire city's foundations turned into a weapon. These truths became clear as the clash in Shinjuku escalated. Mahito's laughter had hardly faded from the scar that split across his torso before the ground quaked again. This was not the force of a blow. The street itself convulsed, buckling as if a giant had grasped the city and twisted. Skyscrapers trembled, windows shattered in waves, and deep cracks tore open as entire blocks collapsed inward. Sukuna's grin widened, his crimson eyes gleaming. He leapt clear of a collapsing boulevard, landing atop a crumbling tower and driving his claws into the surface to anchor himself. Gojo flickered across the battlefield, moving through infinity itself, unaffected by the chaos. He paused only to shake his head. So this is what you've been cooking up, huh? Guess you weren't just making toys. Mahito's voice carried through the rupturing city, amplified by the storm of cursed energy radiating from his form. What is strength, Gojo? What is power, Sukuna? It is not bloodline techniques. It is not titles. It is not kingship. It is adaptation. And I am the proof. From the shattered earth, pillars of magma erupted, the asphalt giving way to rivers of molten stone. Disaster flames intermingled with the earth-shaping technique, turning streets into seas of fire. Sukuna's abdomen mouth chuckled, teeth gnashing as the king of curses leapt through the volcanic spray. His voice echoed over the roar of magma. Some bright flames won't help you at all. Are you just showing off? His fingers slashed the air, invisible blades of cursed energy crossing in patterns too fast for the eye. Dismantle. Entire geysers of magma split in midair, cut into ribbons, redirected away from him. His slashes cleaved towers into dust, parted the streets, and yet Mahito danced through them, twisting his armored body with grotesque precision. He had already gotten more used to Sukuna's slashes. Gojo raised his hand calmly, cursed energy surging into a perfect singularity. Cursed technique lapse, blue. The battlefield warped as space folded in on itself. Debris, flames, and Mahito's own projectiles were sucked into the collapsing void, dragged violently toward the glowing sphere in Gojo's palm, which the blue-eyed sorcerer proceeded to let float in the middle of the sky. Mahito snarled, spreading 6 arms wide to anchor himself, talons stabbing into the asphalt. His exoskeleton cracked under the strain, but he resisted the pull long enough to counter. Lightning split the sky above him, bolts of violet descending like divine punishment. 2 enormous shadows unfurled from the cracks behind him. New. But these were not Megumi's small bird-like Shikigami. These were colossal monsters, each the size of an office tower, with human face masks grafted grotesquely onto their feathered heads. Their wings carried storms, their eyes glowed with raw electricity. The first shrieked and dove, lashing out with a lightning storm that engulfed Sukuna before he could react. The king of curses snarled as volts ripped through his body, his tattoos flickering, his flesh searing for the first time in centuries. From the watching screens, Yuta surged to his feet, his face pale. That's Megumi's technique. Maki's fists clenched tight, her voice hoarse. No, he ripped it out of him. Yuki's eyes narrowed, fury flashing across her features. So that is why Fushiguro remains comatose. Mahito carved his soul apart. In the distance, Kenjaku tilted his head, watching with cool interest. How clever. He has learned to separate the cursed technique from the soul. I underestimated his innovation. Yuram's lips trembled with anger. But she couldn't say anything. By that point, even one of the Shikigami that Mahito could summon could kill her outright. Yet, she could not help but curse under her breath at how far removed the situation was from Sukuna's plans. Back on the battlefield, Gojo's calm cracked. His easy smirk vanished, replaced by cold fury. You took his technique. You mangled his soul. For what? His hand spread wide, cursed energy roaring into existence, the air bending violently around him. Now, I left him alive and healthy, didn't I? Made sure to keep our silly little promise. Mahito grinned widely at the blue-eyed sorcerer. I see. Then disappear. Gojo's voice rang like judgment itself. And he wasted no time either. Phase. Paramitha. Pillar of light. As he spoke, a buildup of cursed energy surged towards his fingers. Cursed technique reversal, red. The sphere of annihilation formed at the tip of his finger, repelling space outward in a destructive pulse. The ground tore apart beneath it, entire buildings atomized into dust. Gojo's other hand lifted in tandem, shooting it straight towards the blue that still hung in the sky. He seemed intent on merging red and blue together, his voice echoing with clarity that carried across Shinjuku. Phase. Twilight. Eyes of Wisdo dash. Yet, before he was able to unleash the full incantation of his blue, he was interrupted. Mahito's laughter cracked through the chaos. Not so fast. 6 arms spread wide, the curse drove his body into the earth itself. The terrain rippled like water, tectonic plates grinding. The street rose into walls of jagged stone, magma funneled upward, debris surged in torrents, all slamming toward Gojo in a tidal wave, while also separating the red and blue orbs by force. At the same instant, Sukuna moved. His 4 arms carved the air, a storm of slashes aimed not at Mahito, but at Gojo. He had already been caught within a hollow purple at the very start of the fight, he was not stupid enough to get caught in another. Invisible blades screamed toward Gojo, intent on shredding him before his technique could release. Gojo cursed under his breath, his concentration fracturing. The red and blue, destabilizing before their full potential could be unleashed. He was forced to cancel them, dispersing the energy violently. The backlash split the ground apart in shockwaves, tearing a crater hundreds of meters wide. Even though that, the white-haired sorcerer never stopped moving. Mahito lunged from the smoke, his claws crackling with lightning, his body blazing with fire. He struck with all 6 arms at once. Gojo did not flinch. His fist snapped forward. Black flash. The strike detonated like a cannon, reality itself bending around the impact. The blow landed square into Mahito's jaw, shattering his armored mask, sending him reeling with blood spraying. Gojo followed instantly, his leg whipping upward in a high kick that connected with Sukuna's chest. The King of Curses snarled as he was launched backward, smashing through a half-collapsed skyscraper. Mahito staggered, the scar from Sukuna's dismantle still bleeding freely, the black flash now fracturing his jawline. Yet he grinned wider, his purple eyes shining like a furnace. Yes. Yes. This is what I wanted. The cursed energy in the plaza surged beyond limits, storming outward until even the spectators behind barriers staggered under the weight of it. 3 voices echoed at once. Domain expansion dash. Malevolent shrine. Unlimited void dash. Cursed genesis. The world itself cracked as 3 domains erupted simultaneously, colliding in a storm that split heaven and earth. The first domain clash started in full. Chapter 76, Shrine, Void and Soul. The world of Jujutsu was built upon rules. For centuries, those rules had been studied, refined, and codified into laws that all sorcerers and curses alike obeyed. Yet here in Shinjuku, those very laws were being undone. 3 domains had expanded at once. 3 realities collided, each insisting that it alone was absolute. The city split apart. Streets folded into impossible geometries, skyscrapers bent like paper, and the horizon fractured into overlapping planes. The air screamed, thick with cursed energy so dense it pulled perception apart at the seams. Sukuna's domain stretched outward like a temple carved across the ruins of Shinjuku. At its very center, that same ominous malevolent shrine was settled. The domain itself stood without walls, without a ceiling, it was a sure-hit effect unleashed across 200 meters. Every inch of the space was filled with dismantles and cleaves, slashing endlessly in every direction. Towers fell in ribbons, asphalt peeled away, the very air shredded into strips by invisible blades. His was the most destructive domain of all, overwhelming and constant. Gojo's infinite void bloomed in contrast, contained within a barrier. Its sure hit was more subtle, more terrifying, infinite information streamed into any mind trapped inside, paralyzing them in an instant. Long enough exposure led to brain damage or death. But unlike Sukuna's, Gojo's was fragile. Domains tied to barriers could be broken. And now, pressed between Sukuna's shrine and Mahito's grotesque intrusion, his was cracking already. Mahito's cursed genesis shifted and writhed as though alive. It resembled the innards of a beast, its fleshy walls breathing, its jagged teeth gnashing. But it changed constantly, cursed techniques embedded in its structure like organs. Disaster flames boiled across one wall, lightning pulsed through another, and the earth buckled underfoot. His domain was him. It had no walls to break. It was bound directly to his soul, and as long as his soul endured, so too did it. The 3 collided. For a moment, none gave way. Reality strained, stretched thin, threatening to tear. Then, with a groan like mountains splitting, Gojo's barrier shattered. Infinite void collapsed instantly, consumed by malevolent shrine and cursed genesis. Gojo stumbled free, his white hair whipped by cursed winds, his teeth clenched. His domain had fallen first. Gojo. Yuta's voice trembled in the observation room. His fists pressed tight against the table. Even him. Mei Mei's silver hair caught the light of the screens. Her voice remained composed, but her eyes tightened. Barrier-type domains have always been weaker. Sukuna's is tied to the land itself. Mahito's is tied to his soul. Only Gojo has to build walls. On the field, Mahito wasted no time. He opened his mouth, and a needle-thin jet of purple burst outward. Piercing blood. The stream cut toward the heart of Sukuna's shrine. Sukuna scoffed, he immediately dashed in the way of that concentrated beam of blood-like, cursed energy. Without even batting an eye, he intercepted it with his hand, letting his shrine do the work and obliterate Mahito. Mahito stepped forward within Sukuna's domain. Neither of them had a guaranteed sure-hit effect, but Sukuna's didn't require one to work. Malevolent Shrine was well and truly the most powerful and destructive domain in existence. Or it would have been, were it not for Mahito. Invisible blades carved into him instantly. His flesh split 100 times, blood spraying in fountains. His cracked mask glistened red as his torso was reduced to ribbons. And yet, he kept walking. His wounds sealed before the blood even hit the ground. His muscles stitched themselves back together with a speed that defied logic. And then, with an audible grind of metal, something appeared behind him. A golden wheel. It sprouted from his back, massive and gleaming, halo-like but monstrous. Its spokes turned once, slowly, the sound heavy and grating, as though announcing inevitability. None of the spectators recognized it. What the hell is that? Kusake muttered, his eyes wide. Maki frowned, her jaw set. I've never seen anything like it. But the meaning was clear, Mahito was not merely healing. He was adapting. Shortly enough, the various cuts were damaging him less and less, allowing him to walk with little effort. Inside the shrine, he strode unhindered, laughter echoing. Your sure hit is exquisite, Sukuna. A storm of endless slashes, flawless in its macabre simplicity. And yet. His body split open with fresh slashes, only to stitch itself shut again in the same breath. It cannot cut me down. Not anymore. For the first time, Sukuna's grin faltered. He recognized the technique, he had seen a similar one in the Heinen era at least. He knew how troublesome it was. Gojo, meanwhile, had already pulled himself out of range. His will, unshakable, tore him free from the pull of Mahito's soul. Almost immediately, cursed energy flowed back into him. What should have been impossible had become fact, his technique recovered in moments after his domain collapsed. The observers were stunned. Recovering that fast. Yuki muttered, her sharp eyes narrowing. Only Gojo could accomplish that. Gojo raised his hand, cursed energy spiraling into a crimson sphere. His voice rang across Shinjuku, each word deliberate, carrying the weight of inevitability. Cursed technique reversal, red. The blast roared forward. A wave of pure repulsion ripped across the battlefield, pulverizing everything in its path. Towers crumbled, streets bent upward like waves, and Mahito was struck full force. His body tore open, hurled backward into the heart of Sukuna's shrine. The explosion carried on, striking the shrine itself. For the first time, its outlines cracked. The slashes faltered for a heartbeat, the temple's endless certainty disrupted. Sukuna snarled, his forearms spreading wide. You blue-eyed bastard. Gojo's faint smile returned, his eyes gleaming. Humph, some king you are. Mahito's laughter rang even as his body reknit itself from chunks. His mask shattered fully, exposing a face twisted into glee. Yes, he hissed. More. Fight amongst each other too. The more chaotic it gets, the more fun it is. The earth convulsed. Magma erupted beneath that ominous shrine. A volcanic mountain speared upward, its mouth belching fire. The shrine buckled, then cracked. The volcano's maw yawned wide, and lava swallowed the shrine whole. Sukuna leapt clear, seared and furious, his tattoos flickering across burned flesh. Mahito stood atop the volcanic peak, 6 arms spread, the golden wheel blazing behind him, spinning once more with a heavy groan. His domain pulsed outward, its flesh walls flexing, swallowing the battlefield. Only his domain remained. The spectators froze in disbelief. Mai's voice cracked as she whispered. That should be impossible. Yuta's fists trembled. Even Sukuna's shrine, swallowed whole. Mei Mei's lips parted, her usual calm faltering for the first time. It's as we theorized. Mahito's domain has no walls or physical objects to break. It is tied to his soul alone. Unless his soul is destroyed, it will remain. This is beyond precedent. Back on the battlefield, Gojo bled from shallow cuts, his infinity battered but intact. Sukuna's flesh smoked, his eyes narrow with fury. Mahito's laughter rolled over them both. His words cut through the molten winds. You see it now, do you not? His voice dripped with triumph. Your shrine, your void, your titles, none of it matters. My soul is superior. From the very beginning, neither of you ever stood a chance. The battlefield trembled with the weight of his claim. And for the first time, the two who held the title of strongest before now acknowledged that Mahito had become something beyond their expectations. Chapter 77, Dominance and Eyes. The aftermath of 3 colliding domains left Shinjuku in tatters. The volcano Mahito had summoned still bled rivers of molten rock, its magma spilling into fractured streets, swallowing whole towers. The sky above was black with smoke, painted red by the inferno below. The landscape was no longer Shinjuku. It was a hellscape, sculpted by 3 wills, but only one of those wills remained unbroken. Mahito's domain. Cursed Genesis flexed outward with every breath of his soul, its fleshy appearance warping and reshaping constantly. Lightning crawled along the sky like veins, magma spilled from the ground as though the Earth's core had been dragged upward, and fire bled from the edges of the horizon. It was not a place, not a temple, not even an expansion in the traditional sense. It was Mahito, manifested. The golden will behind him turned once more with a grinding groan. Each spin announced his defiance of all reason, his mockery of every law sorcerers had spent centuries refining. A barrierless domain tied directly to the soul itself. A domain stronger than Gojo's infinite void. One that even outlasted Sukuna's malevolent shrine. From the screens in Jujutsu High, no one spoke at first. It was Mei who broke the silence, her silver hair reflecting the light of the monitors. This is bad. Kusakabe shook his head. No, this is worse than that. If he wins as he is now, then we don't stand a chance either. Yuki crossed her arms, her voice sharp, carrying a hint of frustration even she could not hide. How are we even supposed to deal with a domain this broken? Inamaki muttered something under his breath, too quiet to make out, while Panda's usually playful expression had hardened into grim silence. They had plenty of plans and contingencies, but they all relied on Mahito or Sukuna being weakened, too weak to use a domain, if either of them survived anyway. Things simply could not end as they were. Back inside the battlefield, Gojo Satoru and Ryomen Sukuna stood trapped within Mahito's domain, their bodies still marked by exhaustion. Sukuna's chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. His tattoos glowed faintly, but his curse technique had been burnt out from forcing malevolent shrine. Even his recovery could not immediately reset the cost of that expansion. Gojo's infinity hummed faintly around him. Unlike Sukuna, his curse technique had already returned, though his domain was gone. His body ached from the strain, but he smiled despite it. His voice cut through the fiery winds. Well, this is bad news. Sukuna clicked his tongue, his forearms flexing as if to test his strength. TCH, speak for yourself. I will kill him once I recover. Oh, poor you wonder what's taking you so long to recover. Gojo replied coolly. His eyes sharpened, blue irises glowing as cursed energy pulsed around him. Mahito's laughter rolled across the volcanic ground. 2 gods of jujitsu, panting and exhausted, while inside my body. Pathetic. I expected more. The streets around Gojo and Sukuna seemed to cave in, forming a gigantic hole with them in the middle, and magma poured immediately in glowing rivers. Gojo moved first. He did not hesitate. His hands clapped together, cursed energy rushing outward in a thin pulse that settled around him and Sukuna. A simple domain. The space bent around the two of them, a fragile layer of protection pressed against the storm of Mahito's expansion. It was not a weapon but a shelter, just enough to hold off the crushing influence of Mahito's soul. Sukuna stepped into it without a word. Even the king of curses was pragmatic enough to understand when an enemy had to be endured. Inside the small bubble of safety, he closed his eyes briefly, regathering his cursed energy. Outside, lava surged against the edges of Gojo's makeshift shell. His infinity flared, repelling it, holding both magma and Mahito's endless intrusion at bay. This. Mei's voice trailed as she watched from the screen, a rare flicker of awe in her tone. He is holding up a simple domain while maintaining infinity, and sheltering Sukuna within it as well. That should not be possible. Yuta leaned forward, his fists clenched. It is because he is Gojo. Even his simple domain becomes impossible. Back on the field, cursed energy surged suddenly. Sukuna's eyes opened, burning crimson, his aura flaring outward like wildfire. His technique was back. Without hesitation, his forearms carved through the air. Dismantle. Invisible slashes exploded outward, filling the bubble of their simple domain and ripping into the magma around them. Lava split into harmless fragments, scattered in waves by raw cursed energy. For the first time, the 2 strongest sorcerers had space to breathe. But Mahito did not give them long. He surged forward, faster than even Gojo's eyes predicted. His 6 arms folded into a single strike that tore through the magma, his exoskeleton cracking with the force of his motion. He appeared directly before Sukuna and drove his fist into the king of curses' face. Sukuna snarled, his jaw cracking, but before he could retaliate, the world slowed. Mahito's hand glowed faintly, and with a snap of cursed energy, Sukuna's body stiffened. Projection sorcery, Gojo muttered, his eyes widening in shock. Naoya Zenin's technique. Sukuna's body was segmented instantly into frames, movements assigned before he could even register them. He was forced into a single still image, his body nothing more than a fragile pane of glass. Mahito's smile stretched wide. Dance for me, king. His other fist slammed through Sukuna's immobilized form. The body shattered like glass, fragments scattering into the air. Sukuna's true form reconstituted instantly above, thrown high into the sky, snarling in disbelief. Gojo's gaze sharpened as his six eyes caught something new. Amid Mahito's ever-shifting armor, a faint distortion pulsed near his chest. Not his soul itself, but something tethered to it. A larval-like core, an anchor tied to his very soul by a thin, almost invisible thread. So that's it, Gojo murmured, his voice a razor's edge. You did not tie your domain directly to your soul. You tied it to something else. A parasite. Clever, but sloppy. His hand extended instantly. Curse technique lapse, blue. The gravity well surged forward, space itself collapsing inward as Mahito was dragged toward Gojo. His exoskeleton cracked under the pull. Gojo's fist snapped out, a precise strike glowing with cursed energy. His knuckles connected with perfect timing. Black flash. The hit detonated across Mahito's chest, cursed energy bending reality as it attempted to tear through that faint tether. Mahito grunted as his body buckled, his six arms shielding his chest quickly. But the impact sent him hurtling backward through molten air, smashing through quite a few melted buildings. The observers held their breath, as for the first time they saw Mahito's domain shaking slightly. He found it, Yuki muttered, her lips curling. The six eyes saw what no one else could. The weak point. Kusakabe swallowed hard. If anyone could, it would be him. Mahito rose slowly from the crater, smoke spilling from his mouth, his exoskeleton fractured. He said nothing. His golden will turned once more, its grinding echo filling the domain. Gojo did not wait. He dashed forward, his infinity shielding him, and slipped past the collapsing magma. In a single blur of cursed energy, he tore free from the pull of Mahito's soul and stepped out of the domain. For the first time, he was outside the beast's body, standing upon fractured streets, his chest heaving. He had bought himself precious time. Back within, Sukuna landed heavily upon molten rock, his flesh torn but already stitching itself back together. He spat blood, his crimson eyes narrowing upon Mahito. Mahito's laughter finally returned, faint but cold. His voice echoed across the molten cavern. As expected. Of course, it would be you, Gojo Satoru. The six eyes of yours are so annoying. It was only a matter of time before you saw through me. Though you are still quite wrong. It is part of my soul, just separated. He tilted his head, purple eyes glinting. Still, seeing through me is not the same as killing me, and you're certainly quite far from killing me. The golden will behind him shimmered, creaking and groaning, it sounded like a blade grinding across stone. Mahito's laughter broke into a grin, his voice dripping with hunger. I wonder, Gojo, when I devour you, will your eyes become mine as well? Chapter 78, Tethered Soul and Shattered. At the center of the chaos stood Mahito, cracked mask half broken, six arms twitching as if impatient to carve the world apart. Behind him, the golden will turned once more with a heavy grind, a sound that seemed to ripple through the flesh-like walls of his expansion. Gojo and Sukuna had narrowly forced themselves just outside the writhing limits of Mahito's domain, both of them burned, cut, and battered, yet far from finished. Gojo's sharp voice cut through the chaos. Sukuna. His domain is not just his soul. He has an anchor inside his body, a core. Small enough to slip past your slashes earlier. We have to break it. Sukuna's crimson eyes burned with interest, even as blood traced his jaw. Oh. Took you a while to find it. What a stupid trick. Mahito's laughter echoed from the flames. Call it a trick if you like, but if either of you faced me alone, you'd already be dead. And even if you find it, you cannot destroy it so easily. It is part of my soul. Even your precious six eyes cannot erase that truth. Gojo ignored him, speaking directly to Sukuna, his gaze locked upon the faint distortion inside Mahito's chest. We hit that spot, and we end his domain, end him. Nothing else matters. The King of Curses grinned, his four arms flexing as cursed energy surged around him. Then I will carve it apart. The battlefield quaked as both legends moved at once. Gojo extended his hand, cursed energy spiraling into crimson light. Cursed technique reversal, red. The orb launched forward, space itself repelling in a violent wave. The air ripped apart, magma fountains collapsing into nothing as the blast carved through the battlefield toward Mahito. Simultaneously, Sukuna raised his arms high and slashed through the horizon. Dismantle. Invisible blades screamed through the molten air, targeted directly at the point Gojo had revealed. Each cut was precise, surgical, far deadlier than the wild destruction his shrine had unleashed. Mahito countered with the landscape itself. The ground erupted in quakes, magma surged upward like tidal waves, and lightning speared downward in chaotic arcs. Yet none of it touched the two titans. Gojo's infinity flared, shimmering like glass around them. Every strike rebounded, magma streams split, and lightning bent away into the air. Even Sukuna was shielded within that untouchable barrier, his slashes passing outward, but nothing coming in. For the first time, Mahito's grin faltered. The two strongest had fully aligned themselves against him. Annoying, Mahito muttered, 6 arms spreading. He dashed through Gojo's red, taking the brunt of the blast, his exoskeleton cracking but holding. The golden will groaned again. Slashes from Sukuna bit deep, carving lines across his chest and arms, yet blood did not fall. His flesh sealed instantly, the wounds closing even as they formed. Sukuna's eyes narrowed. His slashes were doing less. Gojo saw it too, and his jaw tightened. He is adapting faster. Sukuna's thoughts sharpened. The longer this goes on, the less chance I have. I must destroy him in one strike. His 4 arms spread wide, cursed energy blazing. The air itself ignited as he prepared the chant. Open. Divine flame. From his hands formed an arrow of fire, its power dwarfing disaster flame's greatest conflagrations. The flames churned with divine fury, a weapon of annihilation forged to incinerate a single target. Mahito's grin returned, deranged and giddy. Cute, wonder if I should let you charge that up. At the same time, Gojo's hands drew together, cursed energy folding inward and outward at once. Blue and red spiraled into one another, purple light beginning to glow between his fingers. Hollow purple. Both were aiming to end it in a single, overwhelming strike. The spectators back at Jujutsu High leaned forward as one. Yuta's voice was almost a whisper. They are both going for a killing blow. Mei Mei's silver hair glinted in the light of the screens. This is not cooperation. This is desperation. But neither strike would land. The ground beneath Sukuna split, and from the pool of shadows erupted a colossal white serpent. Its scales glistened like bone, its maw yawning wide enough to swallow a building. Orochi. The great snake Shikigami surged upward, coiling around Sukuna in an instant. Its jaws snapped shut, swallowing the king of curses whole before dragging him into the shadows below. His divine flame extinguished with a roar, consumed alongside him. Sukuna's bellow echoed from underground as he hacked his way through the serpent's flesh, slashes tearing it apart from within. But before he could break free, the serpent collapsed into a pool of shadows, slipping out of reach. And in its place came thunder. A gigantic bull charged forward, its body black as midnight, its horns glowing with the buildup of immense energy. Piercing ox. It had been stockpiling power in the distance, and now released it all at once. Its horns struck Sukuna the instant he emerged from the ground, the impact sending him flying, blood erupting from his chest in a spray that painted the molten air. Even Sukuna staggered, his body nearly torn in half. Impossible. Kusakabe muttered at the monitor. It hit Sukuna that hard. Mei Mei's voice was colder still. Mahito is weaponizing the 10 shadows better than even its true owner could. On the field, Sukuna collapsed to one knee, coughing blood. For now, he was out of the fight. That left only Gojo, who was also interrupted by a stream of water coming out of the snout of a gigantic pink elephant sticking its head out of the molten buildings nearby. Max elephant. The water immediately came in between the red and the blue, pulling them apart forcefully with sheer volume, interrupting the powerful blow. Gojo did not hesitate. He surged forward, infinity blazing as he cut through water, his incomplete domain shimmering faintly around him, eliminating the sure-hit effect of Mahito's domain. Normally, invoking such a defense would nullify his technique, but his 6 eyes guided him beyond limits. He kept both incomplete domain and technique active, shielding himself from magma, water, lightning, and crushing terrain. Mahito met him head-on. The two collided in a blur of fists and kicks. Gojo lashed out with a roundhouse kick straight for Mahito's jaw, which was easily blocked, with Mahito sending 2 gigantic punches right into Gojo's head. But neither one landed, both stopping just short of hitting him. Infinity. How annoying. Mahito grunted as he immediately sidestepped an elbow from Gojo, who immediately turned it into a spinning back fist, landing right on Mahito's temple, but doing no damage at all. He will only tilt his head due to it, and Spartan kicked Gojo right in the chest, only managing to slightly push him back alongside his infinity. The sheer strength behind that Spartan kick would have killed everyone, but Gojo had the strongest defense around. Mahito's punches continued to hammer Gojo's guard, each one stronger than the last. Gojo's kicks sent shockwaves through molten stone, his counters flowing seamlessly from defense to offense. Yet none of Mahito's strikes landed cleanly. Infinity warped their trajectories, blows redirected, force dispersed. Mahito adapted. His domain pulsed, and suddenly his arms shimmered with a strange glow. He formed claws and dug into Gojo's infinity, his body coated in his own domain. Domain amplification. Impossible, Yuki whispered as she watched. Inside a domain already. The fight between the three strongest was just absurd to witness, there were just no rules that the three wouldn't or couldn't break. Mahito's fist slammed into Gojo's gut. Black flash. Reality twisted as the strike connected perfectly, cursed energy detonating with absolute precision. Gojo staggered, blood spraying from his lips as he was sent flying. Mahito reeled back, preparing to follow up, his arm turning into a gigantic spiked whip. But he never got the chance to use it. The ground behind him split open, shadows parting violently. From within erupted Sukuna, eyes blazing, fury incarnate. His fist crashed into Mahito's side. Black flash. The impact sent Mahito skidding, his exoskeleton cracking wide. Before he could recover, Sukuna's hand gripped his torso. His voice was low, dripping with murderous intent. Die here. Spiderweb. A variation of cleave erupted from Sukuna's hand, cursed energy unraveling outward in an intricate lattice. It ignored defense, ignored adaptation, slicing through everything it touched. Mahito's body convulsed as the cut spread across him, lines forming across his chest, arms, and legs. His golden will spun wildly, shrieking as cracks spidered across its surface. Alas, he had only adapted to dismantles prior, he had only tasted cleave briefly within Sukuna's domain. It was not enough. Then, with a sound like glass breaking, something inside of him shattered. The fleshy walls of his domain collapsed inward, magma spilling back into silence, lightning sputtering into darkness. The expansion was undone. For the first time since the battle began, Mahito's domain was gone. The monitors at Jujutsu High fell silent. Every sorcerer watching sat frozen, unable to breathe. Back on the battlefield, Mahito's body slumped, bringing itself back together already. But new stitches remained on his body, left by wounds within his soul that glowed faintly with cursed energy. He grinned still, blood dripping from his jaw. But his world had been destroyed. And yet. Took you both a while. He was far from done. Chapter 79, Burnt Out and Study Results. Mahito's domain collapse left the battlefield drowning in silence for only a heartbeat. Then Sukuna moved. His body, battered and leaking blood from the fight with Mahito's Shikigami, sprang forward with renewed fury. Crimson tattoos flared brighter as his aura spiked. He was the first to act. Attacking right after a domain collapse was an opportunity that someone like Sukuna would never let pass by. Mahito's body still bore the latticework scars of Sukuna's spiderweb, faint cursed light glowing in the cracks across his torso. The wheel behind him was gone, disappeared alongside his technique. Sukuna lunged. Forearms spread like blades, cursed energy trailing behind them, every intention sharpened into a single killing charge. But Mahito did not flinch. Two of his arms split apart and reformed in the same breath, fusing into a spear of jagged flesh. With a sudden twist, he thrust forward, piercing straight through Sukuna's chest. The king of curses froze. Blood sprayed across molten stone. His eyes widened in genuine surprise, crimson pupils locking onto the wound that had been forced into him. You dash, Sukuna growled, voice strangled, rage dripping with disbelief. He had expected Mahito's curse technique to be burned out. He had expected this to be easy. Mahito laughed. Not manic this time, but sharp, cruel, precise. Did you really think my form is bound by technique alone? Fool. My body, my soul, they are one. Even without shaping flesh with idle transfiguration, I can shift myself with cursed energy alone. This is no technique anymore. This is me. His form rippled, arms bending unnaturally before solidifying again, movements as fluid as water yet heavy as steel. His very existence defied boundaries now. Sukuna's teeth gnashed as he grabbed the spear lodged in his chest, yanking it free. His blood steamed against molten air. So you've engraved your filth into your soul that deeply. Filth? Oh please. Mahito whispered. His grin widened. If it is so filthy, then why don't you try cutting through it? And then he moved. The two collided in a storm of strikes. Sukuna's injuries patching themselves up with reversed cursed energy rather quickly. Sukuna lashed out with all four arms, fists laced with cursed energy, carving at Mahito's body like lethal blades. Each movement was violent, primal, yet precise. Mahito countered with 6 arms, claws, and blades shifting mid-strike, his attacks weaving between Sukuna's blows. Their fists collided like thunderclaps, kicks cracked fractured streets further, their sheer weight shattering molten rock into debris. Cleave. Sukuna roared, his palm pressing against Mahito's shoulder. Mahito's body convulsed, one arm severed cleanly at the joint. He snarled, retreating just as another arm speared through Sukuna's lower left side in retaliation, tearing flesh. Predictable, Mahito whispered. His grin never faltered, his eyes wild with delight. I can feel the pattern of that cursed technique now. Every time you prepare it, your soul flinches the same way. And I will never be caught by it again. Sukuna responded by snapping his head forward, skull colliding with Mahito's jaw in a brutal headbutt. Mahito staggered, but only for a breath before his 6 arms locked around Sukuna's 2 left arms, tearing one free with a wet rip. Blood showered the ground. Sukuna's scream shook the battlefield. The King of Curses reeled back, now down an arm, his crimson eyes burning hotter than flame. The sorcerers watching from Jujutsu High recoiled as one. Inamaki muttered something broken, his cursed speech trembling. Panda slammed a paw against the floor. He ripped his arm clean off. Itadori. Yuta's face was pale, his knuckles white as he clenched the table before him. This is Mahito in his truest form. Back on the battlefield, Sukuna lashed out again, fury overtaking strategy. He slashed with his remaining 3 arms, cursing as Mahito ducked and weaved, one slash biting deep enough to sever another of Mahito's arms. But the curse only laughed as he retaliated by grabbing Sukuna's remaining right arm and snapping it backwards at the joint, tearing tendons apart with sickening precision. 2 of Sukuna's 4 arms now hung limp. Reversed cursed energy was hardly keeping up with the pace of the battle. Sukuna had to pace himself and prioritize the injuries he healed. Blood poured freely. It was then that Gojo moved. Through the crimson haze of blood spraying from Sukuna's wounds, Gojo blurred forward, infinity humming alive around him. His fist, charged with cursed technique reversal, red, slammed directly into Mahito's cracked torso. The hit landed clean, a shockwave erupting as the cursed energy detonated inside Mahito's gut. His exoskeleton fractured further, deep cracks running across his body. He staggered, his grin twitching for the first time. Gojo's voice was ice. Your head's just empty. Hitting your soul really is the way to go. Sukuna staggered but steadied himself, blood dripping from ruined arms. His glare burned hotter than ever, hatred boiling in his gaze. Despite his injuries, his presence was undiminished. The King of Curses and the strongest sorcerer stood side by side once again. And together, they attacked. Sukuna struck from the left, his dismantles cutting through the air, precise and targeted. Gojo from the right, his blue pulling Mahito's body inward, crushing terrain and forcing the curse's movement. Mahito laughed through it all, deflecting, reforming, his fluid body twisting with each strike. He fought on the defensive now, pressed between 2 overwhelming forces. Even so, he gave them no respite, preventing either of them from unleashing any finishing moves. Not that they would have had that much time to do so. 5 seconds. That was all it took. Then it happened. The golden will behind his back phased back into existence. It then trembled, turning once more with its grinding shriek. Its sound cut through the battlefield like fate itself. Mahito's cursed technique, or rather, techniques, had returned. His 6 arms spread wide, cursed energy flooding outward. 2 of them stretched into the air, forming grotesque pulsing orbs of flesh. They fell to the ground with wet slaps, twitching and writhing before reshaping into humanoid figures. The flesh twisted into muscle, bones cracking into place, black hair spilling downward as eyes opened. 2 stood before them, 1 male, 1 female. Both bore black hair, black eyes, and bodies sculpted within human muscle. Gojo's 6 eyes flared wide. His jaw clenched. No. You've got to be kidding me. The figures stepped forward. Maki. Toji. Mahito's grin split his cracked mask wider. Thanks to that girl, I learned enough about heavenly restriction to make my own spin on it, stronger than any shikigami, more complete than any puppet. How couldn't they be? They are pieces of my soul after all. Underscore. Gasps echoed through Jujutsu High's monitors. Maki herself felt anger filling her body, she scowled as her fists clenched. To the side, Mai patted her shoulder, shaking her head slightly. It had been part of their deal after all. She had allowed him to study her body. Now the result was being used against them. While everyone was shocked, some could still keep their cool enough to speak out. Mei's calm finally broke, her eyes sharp with unease. He recreated Maki. And some homeless men. That's Toji Zenin. The first recorded case of a fully realized heavenly restriction in recent history. Yuki was the one to shed light on the matter, being familiar with the sorcerer killer and his past. Kusakabe swore under his breath. Well, that's 2 heavenly restrictions, as if one wasn't enough. But still. Gojo should be fine. Gojo's hands clenched at his sides. His infinity hummed silently, untouchable as always. Without any curse tools, the 2 clones were nothing to him. But his gaze flickered toward Sukuna. They're coming after you. The clones moved in unison. Their speed tore through the battlefield like shadows given life. One blurred left, the other right, moving as though they shared a single mind. Sukuna braced himself, his grin returning through blood. The two clones crashed into him. Toji's strike hammered Sukuna from the front, Maki's sweeping kick cutting across his side. Without being bothered by Sukuna's cursed energy, their blows landed. Flesh tore underneath their knuckles, blood splattered, and the king of curses was forced back, snarling. Even so, he smiled, fully pleased with the raw speed and strength of the clones. Let's see how long these toys last. While Sukuna faced the full force of heavenly restriction, Mahito turned back to Gojo. The wheel ground louder. His grin stretched wider. He stepped forward, flames and lightning coiling around his frame, 6 arms twitching. Gojo spread his hand, fingers curling into the infinity sign. His blue eyes glowed brighter than fire. Mahito tilted his head, watching without fear. Time to adapt even further, he thought, as Gojo's cursed energy surged to impossible heights once more. Domain expansion, infinite void. Chapter 80, I have already won. The barrier of infinite void slammed shut with a soundless weight, sealing Mahito within its pale expanse. Gojo's breathing steadied as the pressure of his own domain coursed through him. His blue eyes softened just slightly, relief surfacing as he confirmed the curse was caught. The white emptiness stretched in every direction, filled with nothing but the unbearable flood of information that would drown Mahito's consciousness. Mahito stood at the center, body flickering, 6 arms twitching in spasms as the assault took hold. His grotesque mask cracked further. For the first time since the fight began, his movements halted completely. Gojo whispered under his breath, almost to himself. Finally. He knew Mahito could send his awareness out toward the 2 twisted clones that still clashed with Sukuna outside, but the core of his strength, the overwhelming river of cursed energy, was trapped here. Trapped, overwhelmed, and crushed within infinite void. Gojo lowered his hand, lips curling into a faint smile. Cursed energy which I will turn into nothing now. For a fleeting moment, the tension on his face faded, and something gentler surfaced. I regret it, you know, Gojo said, voice echoing in the limitless white. Trusting a curse with the future of my students. Believing that even something born twisted might reach out to something better. His tone hardened, carrying the weight of unspoken memories. Back then, I thought my ambition wasn't so harmful. I thought that if I grew strong enough, no one else would have to suffer. That maybe even curses could be turned, if I reached far enough. His voice lowered. But power doesn't fix everything, does it? It makes you arrogant. Makes you forget. Gojo's 6 eyes burned bright as he looked straight into Mahito's frozen, flickering frame. Did power corrupt your vision? Or were you always like this from the very beginning? The curse gave no answer. His body shook as infinite void suffocated him, bombarding his soul with endless streams of meaningless truths. Gojo inhaled sharply, settling into stance. It does not matter. You end here. He surged forward, his form cutting across the white expanse in an instant. His fist drove straight into Mahito's chest, tearing cracks through the curse's torso. Energy rippled outward from the strike, cracking the very fabric of Mahito's body. Cursed energy spiraled around Gojo's outstretched hand, twisting and pulling, forming the beginnings of annihilation. His voice rang out, each word sharp as a bell. Phase. Paramitha. Pillar of light. His right hand burned with deep crimson light. Cursed technique reversal, red. Phase. Twilight. Eyes of wisdom. His left hand swirled with crushing azure. Cursed technique, blue. The 2 orbs screamed as they converged, purple light beginning to eclipse the white void. Gojo's body shook as the colossal mass of cursed energy stabilized between his hands. His gaze never left Mahito. Hollow dash. The word caught in his throat. Mahito moved. Before the final syllable could leave Gojo's lips, a hand shot forward, straight through his head. The strike bypassed infinity as though it were never there, cursed flesh sinking into the white-haired sorcerer's skull with grotesque ease. The void rippled. Gojo's body stiffened, his eyes wide, shock registering too late. His mind had no time to even process the betrayal of his own untouchable defense. The surge of hollow purple collapsed into nothing, light dying in an instant. Mahito's grin returned, jagged and cruel. His fingers dug deeper. Got you. Then, with a grotesque twist, Gojo's head shattered. Before the barrier of his domain could even collapse, Mahito opened up his own cursed genesis, immediately consuming Gojo's soul in a quarter of a second. Gojo's entire form convulsed before dissolving, his body consumed, swallowed whole by the curse that had defied his domain. When the barrier of infinite void collapsed, Mahito was the only one standing. He licked his lips, savoring the fading taste of Gojo's soul. The pale ground of the domain vanished, leaving only the ruined battlefield. And upon it lay dark red blood. Gojo's blood. The monitors at Jujutsu High went silent. Yutaheim staggered backward, hand flying to her mouth. Panda froze mid-step, his body trembling. Yuta's eyes widened, disbelieving, lips parting but no words escaping. He. Kusakabe stammered. His voice cracked. He killed Gojo. In his own domain. Shoko's cigarette fell from her lips, forgotten. Her usually unreadable expression fractured as her hand trembled against the table. There wasn't even a body to recover. Maki's nails dug into her palms so deeply they drew blood. She stared, unable to look away from the pool of crimson on the battlefield. It is not possible, Yuki whispered. Yet her words carried no confidence. No one moved. The silence was suffocating. Mahito broke it in laughter. It spilled out harsh and unrelenting, echoing across fire, magma, and fractured stone. It was as if he had told himself a joke, one he refused to share with everyone else. Mahito exhaled slowly, eventually, flexing his 6 arms. Each movement dripped with satisfaction. So this is what it feels like, overcoming the strongest. Every barrier. The highest peak of jujitsu. Broken. He tilted his head, feeling the golden wheel at his back hum faintly, as though echoing his triumph. Infinity overcome through sheer adaptation. Infinity tanked by the myriad souls nestled deep within me, maybe even by pieces of his own students, his certainty, his arrogance, all of it swallowed. The thought filled him with glee, yet his smile remained oddly quiet. Finally, he spoke, voice low and deliberate. So much for the strongest. No explanations. No long sermon. Just a simple truth, sharp enough to cut deeper than any boast. Mahito's laughter returned next, sudden and unrestrained, spilling across the battlefield like broken glass. It was not manic this time, but rich with vindication. He turned his gaze toward the crows perched on top of broken and melted buildings in the distance, looking right in the eyes of those spectating. What will you all do now, without your pillar? His words carried like a curse, taunting, daring anyone to answer. In truth, he knew the truth. No one could ever replace Gojo. No one had the strength or the mindset to bear the burden of the strongest. To become a monster for the sake of others, to become a tool. Maybe Yuta could grow to that level eventually, but now. The modern jujitsu world was empty of any contenders. Then his laughter returned, cruel and rising, echoing over the wreckage. And within himself, Mahito thought of the white-haired sorcerer's last moments, the look in his eyes when infinity failed him. That flash of surprise. That single second of helplessness. He savored it, replaying it again and again. Gojo Satoru. The man who believed himself untouchable. The man who thought he could shape the world. Gone. Devoured. Another piece of me now. His laughter cut through the smoke, sharp and merciless. On the field, the only other person left standing was Sukuna, his own body battered and drenched in blood. The mangled corpses of the heavenly restriction clones lay at his feet, ripped apart. Each kill had chipped into Mahito's soul, leaving scars across the curse's body, but the damage meant little now. The king of curses straightened slowly, crimson eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of Gojo's blood staining the battlefield. Mahito's grin widened as he whispered, almost sweetly, I have already won. Chapter 81, Clash of Kings. Mahito's grin split across his face, blood steaming from cracks in his body as he whispered, almost tenderly, I have already won. The words lingered in the air, heavy as iron. No one answered. Not at first. In the command center at Jujutsu High, silence stretched into eternity. The monitors still glowed with the aftermath of Infinite Void's collapse, Gojo's blood splattering across the battlefield. That was all that remained of the strongest sorcerer alive. Yuta's body sagged back against the table. He could not move, could not even process the weight of what his eyes showed him. The man who had taught him to believe in strength, to stand tall even in the face of curses, was gone. Not defeated. Not sealed. Gone. Yaga's fist slammed against the wall, the plaster cracking beneath his knuckles. His eyes burned with fury, but his voice cracked when he tried to speak. He just the words fell apart before they even reached his throat. Yutaheim stumbled, grabbing the edge of her chair to keep from collapsing. Her lips trembled, whispering prayers to no one in particular, words too broken to make sense. Shoko's cigarette burned out between her fingers, forgotten. For the first time in years, the woman who had seen too many bodies broken beyond recognition closed her eyes, her voice hoarse. There is not even a body to bring back. Maki's fists clenched so tight her knuckles split. Her breath came in uneven bursts, her chest heaving, but her eyes refused to leave the monitor. No. Not him. Kusakabe leaned back against the wall, his sword rattling in its sheath. He muttered curses, not at Mahito, not at Gojo, but at the cruel shape of fate itself. Yuki Tsukumo sat still, hand pressed against her mouth, her gaze narrow but unfocused. Of all of them, she was the one who had treated Gojo like a peer. Yet her words, when they came, were stripped of certainty. The balance of this world is gone. And she only glanced sideways at her sister. She did not speak. She did not need to. The trembling in Maki's hand spoke louder than words. The strongest had fallen. The entire jiu-jitsu world shuddered with that realization. Back on the battlefield, Mahito stood tall, his body still cracked and leaking cursed light, yet smiling as if he were untouchable. The golden wheel at his back trembled faintly, its hum nearly drowned by the sound of lava bubbling and fractured stone collapsing. Across from him, Sukuna straightened slowly. His crimson eyes burned hotter, not with shock but with unbridled rage. Blood poured from his torn arms and ripped torso, yet the king of curses still carried himself as though nothing in existence could humble him. The silence was shattered when Sukuna finally spoke. "You bastard." His voice was guttural, filled with violence, each word a curse in itself. "Does killing this measly Era's strongest make you this smug?" Mahito tilted his head, saying nothing. He simply smiled wider, his 6 arms twitching, flexing as cursed energy coiled around them. Sukuna's teeth bared in a grin that was more hate than amusement. "Fine. You ate him. You devoured the fool. Then I will take pleasure in carving what is left of him from your body when I rip you apart." The king of curses stepped forward. The battlefield trembled under his weight. His aura expanded, crimson tattoos igniting brighter, his killing intent saturating the ruined city like a storm. Mahito did not flinch. He let him come. His silence was louder than any boast, a declaration that he had surpassed even Gojo Satoru. And with the golden wheel at his back, Mahito knew he would surpass Sukuna as well. The watchers at Jujutsu High said nothing now. Their voices were gone, their disbelief stripped away. All they could do was watch as 2 monsters stepped forward into the final dance, both crowned in blood, both certain of their place atop the world. The strongest sorcerer was gone. What remained was a battle between curses alone. Sukuna lunged first, his right pair of arms driving forward in a double palm strike aimed squarely at Mahito's torso. The impact split the air like a cannon, stone shattering under the shock wave. Mahito caught both palms on his crossed forearms, the clash reverberating through the ground, but Sukuna's lower arms were already moving, fists hammering downward toward Mahito's knees. Mahito twisted his hips sharply, one leg snapping upward in a whip-like kick that cracked against Sukuna's ribs. The king of curses snarled, absorbing the blow, and retaliated by snapping his head forward, skull colliding with Mahito's mask in a brutal headbutt that split the air with a sharp crack. Mahito staggered back, only a step, and his lower left arm split into jagged bone and sinew, reshaping into a spear. He thrust, aiming for Sukuna's gutmouth again. This time, Sukuna anticipated it. His upper right hand caught the spear shaft of flesh, his lower left clawing upward toward Mahito's jaw. Mahito jerked his head aside, Sukuna's dismantle carving a shallow line across his cheek, before answering with 3 simultaneous strikes, a hammering downward punch, a raking slash, and a knee aimed at Sukuna's stomach. Sukuna met them all. One hand intercepted the punch, his forearm absorbed the slash, and his lower right leg shot forward to meet Mahito's knee midair, bone colliding with bone in a resounding crack. The force sent both flying back a step, but neither relented. Sukuna twisted, one arm sweeping outward, releasing another crescent barrage of dismantles. The invisible slashes carved across the field, shredding molten stone in their path. Mahito ducked low beneath the storm, sliding forward on hands and feet like a spider, absorbing numerous cuts before springing upward. His 6 arms blurred in a storm of strikes, claws, and blades lashing at Sukuna's chest. Sukuna braced himself, 3 arms blocking, the 4th reaching for Mahito's head. He caught it, his palm pressing against Mahito's cheek. "Cleave." The word cracked the air. Mahito's cheek split, half his jaw tearing away in an instant. But at the same time, Mahito's lower arm detached and pierced clean through Sukuna's side, blood spraying outward. Both staggered, blood dripping, neither backing away. Sukuna tore Mahito's arm free from his side and hurled it away, his expression carved from fury. He surged forward, his fists blurring as he unleashed a barrage of blows, upper arms hammering downward while his lower arms lashed outward with claw-like swipes. Each strike shook the ground, gouging craters into the molten streets. Mahito matched him, 6 newly regenerated arms weaving like a net. He caught, parried, and twisted each strike into openings, his body bending unnaturally, torso contorting as if his bones were water. He ducked beneath one overhead strike and rammed both fists upward into Sukuna's ribs, lifting the king of curses off the ground with sheer force. Sukuna snarled midair, twisting his body and slamming both knees down across Mahito's shoulders as he landed. The impact drove Mahito into the earth, fissures splitting outward. But Mahito's laugh echoed from below. "More, Sukuna." He exploded upward, catching Sukuna's lower left arm and ripping it back until muscle and tendon tore with a wet rip. Blood sprayed, Sukuna's roar shaking the air. Mahito stepped back, holding the severed limb for a moment before discarding it, his grin unbroken. Sukuna's teeth gnashed, but he only laughed, blood running down his chin. By now, you ought to know that losing 2 arms isn't enough to kill me. The King of Curses leapt forward, crimson aura blazing hotter, his 2 remaining arms a blur of destruction. Mahito met him with all 6, and the battlefield became chaos incarnate. Every clash cracked the air, blows reverberating like thunderclaps. Fist to claw, elbow to knee, strikes sliding past Infinity's absence, each move answered by another. Sukuna's remaining hands struck like guillotines, each palm aiming to land another cleave, but Mahito disengaged at the slightest flare of cursed energy, slipping away before the fatal cut could land. Once, Sukuna caught Mahito's torso with cleave, tearing half his ribcage apart. But the curse answered by tearing away another of Sukuna's arms in return, evening the field further. Blood rained down in steaming sheets, hissing as it met the molten ground. But Mahito eventually stopped. He regenerates his body and rolls his shoulders with a smile. Sukuna immediately takes that opportunity, sending a net of dismantles towards him. All of which seemed to stop in midair, just before reaching the intended target. Now then. Time to end this charade. Chapter 82, Limitless Potential and Final Clash. The air itself seemed to freeze. Sukuna's invisible slashes hung motionless before Mahito, suspended in midair like broken glass caught in resin. The crescent arcs of dismantle that should have carved Mahito into ribbons stopped a breath away from his body, trembling as though denied existence. Sukuna's eyes narrowed, rage tightening into suspicion. His lips curled, fangs bared as his voice rumbled across the fractured battlefield. Infinity. Mahito only tilted his head, his smile serene in its cruelty. The golden wheel at his back turned with a faint groan, its grinding echoing through the molten air. For the first time since Gojo's death, Sukuna's gaze hardened with something resembling shock. Not disbelief. Not denial. But the bitter confirmation of a suspicion that had lingered in his gut the moment Gojo left behind no body. You gluttonous insect, Sukuna spat, the words raw. You swallowed him whole. Even his cursed technique. Mahito gave no answer. His silence was his gloating. At Jujutsu High, the spectators stiffened. Kusakabe was the first to speak, his voice rising with ragged fury. He took Limitless, huh? That's. He trailed off, unable to find the words. There were no words that could describe just how troublesome he found the situation. Mei-Mei's eyes sharpened, silver hair catching the low light of the monitor. Even if he devoured Gojo, Limitless should still be a wasteful technique to use without the 6 eyes. They are a genetic trait after all, not necessarily tied to the soul. Maki clenched her jaw until blood ran down her lip. Her voice was nearly a growl. Tisk, no. He likely has the 6 eyes as well. I've learned from him a bit, the body takes after the soul. Ultimately, genes are also related to the soul. Yuta's nails dug crescents into his palms, blood dripping unnoticed as his eyes locked on the screen. Sukuna has to kill him. At this point, he's our best chance. Still, they were all too weak. They couldn't interfere in the battle that ensued. On the battlefield, Sukuna's fury crystallized into action. His 3 remaining arms surged forward, crimson light flaring along his tattoos as cleave and dismantle wove together in a storm of invisible blades. Mahito simply raised one hand. The space between them shimmered. The slashes shattered against infinity, dispersing into harmless sparks. Sukuna snarled and closed the distance instantly, his hands forming claws and swiping downward. His black nails screeched against an invisible wall, stopped an inch from Mahito's mask. In the same instant, Mahito's knee drove upward into Sukuna's stomach with crushing force, the blow bending the King of Curses forward before he was hurled back across the fractured ground. Sukuna twisted in midair, catching himself on 3 limbs, blood dripping from his mouth as he skidded across molten stone. He spat crimson and grinned despite the pain. So be it. He lunged again, his body blurring. Both fists struck together, one overhead, the other undercutting at a vicious angle meant to shear Mahito's body in half. Mahito raised both palms, infinity sparking against Sukuna's strikes. The force of the collision split the ground in a crater, shards of molten debris scattering outward. Sukuna did not relent. His lower arm lashed upward, palm pressing against Mahito's torso. Cleave. Mahito's chest split in a vertical line, cursed blood spraying outward. But the wound stitched itself almost instantly, muscle and bone snapping back together as if taunting Sukuna's efforts. Mahito leaned forward into the strike, his mask inches from Sukuna's face, and whispered with a smirk, predictable. But now you need domain amplification to even touch me. His 6 arms slammed down all at once, a flurry of hammering blows. Each strike reverberated against Sukuna's body, breaking bone, tearing flesh, and cracking the ground beneath him. Infinity shielded Mahito's own frame, allowing him to lean into every attack without restraint. Sukuna's body crumpled under the barrage, yet he forced his limbs upward, answering with more slashes of dismantle. Each one useless against the invisible barrier. At Jujutsu High, Yuki Tsukumo's voice broke the silence. This is worse than I thought. He's already using the limitless instinctively and enhancing his strikes. He must have learned from watching Gojo. Yutaheim covered her mouth, her voice trembling. It wasn't enough to devour his soul. He had to take everything. Shoko's tone was hollow. At this point, it will be a miracle if Sukuna wins. On the battlefield, Sukuna refused to yield. His claws scraped at the invisible wall again and again, each swipe precise, probing, testing for the faintest weakness. His crimson eyes burned with hunger. Mahito smiled wider, raising one hand before flicking his wrist. The air warped. Sukuna staggered as if crushed by invisible pressure, ribs cracking as Mahito's infinity folded space inward, pinning him in place. Mahito's fists descended like falling meteors, crashing against Sukuna's chest, shoulders, and face in a brutal rhythm. Each strike detonated with the weight of mountains. Blood gushed from Sukuna's mouth. One of his eyes swelled shut. Still, he laughed through broken teeth. You hit harder than Gojo ever did. Mahito tilted his head in mock thought. His tone dripped with amusement. And yet. You still stand. You really are a cockroach. He slammed a fist into Sukuna's gut, sending him flying across the battlefield. Sukuna crashed through molten stone, his body leaving a trench before he forced himself upright again. He tore off charred flesh from his own torso and let it fall, crimson aura reigniting. You mistake endurance for weakness, Sukuna growled. His body straightened, aura climbing higher, tattoos burning across his flesh. What survives the longest is always the most dangerous. The king of curses blurred forward, his movements savage yet sharpened with intent. His fist slashed upward in a diagonal arc, the invisible blade of dismantle following. Mahito tilted his head aside, the blade cutting the air a hair's breadth from his mask. In the same instant, Sukuna's lower arm lashed forward, coming in contact with Mahito's ribcage, palm glowing. Cleave. The cut split Mahito's left shoulder, shearing off half an arm. Yet the curse only laughed, his right fist hammering downward to snap Sukuna's head into the ground. The battlefield shook. Sukuna caught Mahito's wrist mid-swing, or at least the air around that arm, as infinity glowed most bright now. He wanted to use domain amplification again, to rip his arm out of its sockets, but in a split second, Mahito had already kicked him away. They clashed again. Strike for strike, cut for cut, blood for blood. The few times Sukuna found flesh, Mahito regenerated. Every time Mahito crushed a bone, Sukuna forced himself upright again. It was a battle of attrition, one tilted so much in Mahito's favor that it felt unfair. The two fought, not like sorcerers, but as monsters. Unfortunately for Sukuna, he was facing a true curse, while he was just a human. Mahito pressed forward, his 6 arms blurring, each strike hammering against infinity's perfect barrier. Sukuna answered with a hurricane of cleave and dismantle, carving at empty air until even the space between them seemed to scream. And then, without a word, both shifted at once. Mahito's will spun faster, cursed energy flaring as his 6 arms pulled together into a single strike aimed straight for Sukuna's heart. Sukuna's tattoos ignited, his palms glowing crimson as he gathered every ounce of hatred into a final cleave. The air warped. The ground split. But regular attacks could never kill the two monsters. They needed something more. Something final. 2 voices roared as one. Domain expansion. The battlefield drowned in colliding egos, the world itself bending once more under the clash of souls intent on annihilation. Chapter 83, Last Stand and Intermission. The world trembled once more. It had never properly rested during the catastrophic battle. A soundless impact shattered the horizon as 2 domains unfolded at once. Mahito's cursed genesis bloomed outward in a pale, endless sprawl, a wheel of gold rotating in silence behind his head. At the same instant, Sukuna's malevolent shrine split the sky in 2, vermilion gates rising from nothingness, its endless temple expanding across existence itself. There were no barriers. The air, the stone, the heavens themselves were the walls. The collision of their wills bent reality, neither domain contained by structure, both spilling their influence raw into the world. The clash tore into everything. Cursed Genesis flooded with the cold inevitability of infinity. Space thickened, distances stretched and collapsed, reality itself warped by an untouchable defense. Malevolent Shrine answered with fury, its countless invisible blades slashing outward in every direction, cutting earth, magma, and even the very horizon into ribbons. The 2 sure-hit effects met and dissolved one another in the space between. Mahito's instant-kill soul-strangling domain, meant to devour all, had its fangs removed, forced back by the violent denial of Malevolent Shrine. Sukuna's endless dissection, meant to cut all that lived, was nullified as well, dissolved in the tide of cursed rejection. It did not matter. Malevolent Shrine's nature was excess itself. Even without its sure hit binding his target, the blades never stopped moving. Entire districts collapsed into slivers. Lava plumes sprayed upward from the earth as the ground beneath them was diced into fragments. Mahito walked through the storm untouched. The blades shattered before they reached him, infinity shimmering like glass in the air. His smile never wavered. Sukuna roared, 3 remaining arms spreading wide as blood soaked his torso. Die here, thief. His shrine expanded further, splitting apart the battlefield until nothing remained but floating platforms of molten stone. His fingers extended into claws of cursed energy, his aura burned red, and each motion flung another storm of dismantle into Mahito's path. Sukuna quickly prepared to unleash what would usually be an instant kill move. He pressed his palms together, flames gathering between his fingers. Fuga. It was a move of desperation, Mahito knew it. In an instant, it was as if a nuke had gone off, the entire area was covered in bone-melting flames, hotter than magma. The strongest curse could feel the heat, but it could not touch him, not through infinity. And still within those flames, behind his barrier, he only raised one hand, palm glowing crimson. His voice rang with calm cruelty. Phase. Paramitha. Pillar of light. The orb of crimson light seemed to compress itself violently as Mahito pointed it in Sukuna's direction, aiming for both him and his shrine. Curse technique reversal, red. The word detonated. And with it, so did Mahito's arms, as he was still a cruise at the end of the day. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to use reversed cursed energy and perform red. But in the current flow state he was in, the rules of the jujitsu world were more of a suggestion. The blast blew away the flames and consumed Sukuna and his shrine in an instant. The pillars holding up the shrine crumpled inward like fragile paper, its endless blades sheared into sparks before collapsing entirely. The temple's grand sprawl shattered into dust. The ground ruptured, molten rivers evaporating under the surge. Sukuna was hurled back. His body cracked against the remnants of stone, tattoos dimming, blood exploding from his mouth. His shrine collapsed. He had lost. Mahito's arms knit themselves back together slowly, grotesque patches of new flesh winding around his limbs. He exhaled, a smirk curling across his mask. Even a cockroach dies at times, I suppose. He advanced, limitless folding space around him, every step closing the distance as if the battlefield itself bent to let him through. Sukuna coughed blood, forcing himself upright, his torso riddled with holes, one arm barely attached. Mahito's 6 arms crossed, as he was about to end it all in a single strike. He quickly imbued his domain with limitless. An infinity of incomplete information shimmered along his hand, ready to pierce straight through Sukuna's brain. For the first time, Sukuna looked cornered, with no way out. Not even enough energy to run out of Mahito's domain. But then the world darkened. A third domain swelled across the field, swallowing both Mahito and Sukuna. A grotesque womb of overlapping patterns unfurled, cords of black flesh weaving across the ground. The air thickened until sound itself seemed muffled. Sukuna's shrine was gone. Mahito's smug smile disappeared as his sure hit effect immediately vanished. Kenjaku's voice echoed, deep and deliberate. Womb prefusion. The pressure in the air shifted with Mahito's sure hit effect gone, severed by the overwhelming intrusion of another domain. His infinity remained as a barrier, but the lethal inevitability of his touch was stripped away. His 6 arms fell back slightly, his head tilting toward the shadows where Kenjaku's form emerged. His voice was calm, almost amused. So you intervene now. Kenjaku did not answer. His eyes stayed shut, focus absolute. Every fragment of his will poured into suppressing Mahito's domain, denying its completion. He did not attack. He did not move. He only held, strangling the certainty of cursed genesis. A cold wind tore through the battlefield. Yuram descended. Ice and frost swept over the molten ground as her form streaked into the crater, seizing Sukuna's battered body. Without hesitation, she pulled him into her arms, eyes blazing with fury. Mahito's gaze shifted, his smile thin. He stepped forward, ready to follow, but the world cracked with a single word. Stop. The command rattled space itself. Yudo Katsu stood at the edge of the ruined field, megaphone in hand. His cursed energy roared, his body trembling as blood sprayed from his throat. The megaphone shattered in his grip, breaking apart into shards. His chest heaved, his knees shook, but Mahito's advance halted for a single instant. Mahito turned his head slowly, eyes narrowing in curiosity. Infinity held steady, unaffected, yet the sheer force of Yuda's voice had been enough to reach him. Yuda coughed blood, lips trembling, yet his eyes were iron. You will not move another step. Mahito's grin softened into something amused, almost gentle. Interesting. The ground erupted. A spine like Shikigami tore upward, massive and twisting, its weight crushing into the battlefield. Yuki Tsukumo's voice followed, sharp and commanding. You will not have your way here, Mahito. Not anymore. The Shikigami slammed down toward him, but infinity shimmered once more. Mahito raised a hand and caught the immense construct effortlessly. His fingers curled around its tail. With casual cruelty, he swung it like a whip. The Shikigami snapped through the air, colliding with Rika as she madly lunged forward. The Queen of Curses was hurled back, crashing into the fractured stone. She had wanted to take revenge for Yuta, but the so-called Queen of Curses was way out of her depth. Mahito lowered the Shikigami's tail, tilting his head, eyes moving between Yuta, Yuki, Kenjaku, and Yuram, carrying Sukuna away. His grin widened, voice dripping with playful venom. Oh! Are we all joining the party now? Chapter 84, Free for All. Yuram dragged Sukuna's battered body across jagged stone, frost spilling in waves behind her. Each breath came as a plume of mist, the temperature plummeting as she sprinted. From the earth ahead, volcanoes erupted like open wounds, spewing magma that painted the horizon crimson. Lava geysers soared into the heavens, but Yuram twisted through the chaos, her frost forming temporary bridges and shields that shattered as molten rock crashed against them. Mahito did not let her flee without pressure. His golden will turned lazily behind his head, his domain still hanging like a noose over the battlefield. Though Kenjaku's womb prefusion stripped away the killing certainty of curse genesis, Mahito's arsenal remained intact. He could not pierce all of their brains with an infinite amount of incomplete information, but he could unleash every other technique freely. And he did. His laughter echoed faintly as volcanoes spewed magma into the surroundings and lightning roared into the skies. Ah, how nostalgic. It has been a while since I've seen some of you. Mahito's voice carried through the wreckage, playful and cruel. You all cling together like a swarm of ants. Alone, not one of you could last against me. The first answer came in a blur of motion. Yuki Tsukumo stormed forward, her form wreathed in gravitational distortion. Her spine like Shikigami erupted from the ground once more, snaking back into her hands. With a single command, it folded into a weapon, and star rage surged through her body. The mass added to her strikes bent the air itself, her blows falling with the weight of mountains. Her fist shot toward Mahito's chest, Garuda whipping down to follow. The ground caved in a crater beneath her step, the force of her punch magnified into catastrophic density. Mahito raised a single hand. Infinity shimmered. The blow landed, yet touched nothing, crumbling against the intangible wall. Mahito's 6 arms moved in tandem, countering with palm strikes and sweeping claws. The sheer speed of his retaliation forced Yuki onto the defensive, her augmented mass hammering through the earth each time she deflected. You are strong, Mahito said lightly, weaving through her offense. But that's it. That's all you are and all you'll ever be. Before his follow-up could land, a torrent of energy surged across the field. Yuta Okatsu rushed in, his sword gleaming, Rika's presence roaring behind him. Techniques layered across his aura like stacked storms. After feeling the initial backlash of cursed speech, he decided that it was not an ideal technique to use against Mahito. Blood manipulation, however, provides him with a great physical boost alongside his cursed energy reinforcement, which allowed him to keep up with Mahito's sheer speed, even if only momentarily. Every weapon that the jujitsu world could muster, he carried with him. He swung down with overwhelming force. Mahito caught the strike with infinity, though sparks arose as Yuta immediately started using the only counter he might have had against Infinity. Domain amplification. Mahito tilted his head, his grin shining brightly. Ah, so you are their new hope. He shifted his stance, pulling infinity tight around himself. Yuta pushed harder, slashing again and again. The strain carved deep scars into the earth, forcing Mahito to slide back an inch. It was only an inch, but it was enough. From the shadows, a new presence cut into the domain. Maki Zenin moved like a phantom, her approach invisible until the very last heartbeat. Her body was honed to its absolute peak, heavenly restriction sharpening her existence into something nearly imperceptible. And in her hands gleamed a weapon unlike any before. A hybrid of Mai's creation, the inverted spear of heaven, fused with the soul-split katana, its blade radiated defiance against the very concept of Mahito's curse technique. Maki's strike was silent. The blade drove straight into Mahito's flank, cutting not flesh, but essence. For the first time since Gojo's death, Mahito staggered. His mask twisted with genuine shock as cursed blood sprayed into the air, his infinity disrupted where the weapon pierced. From a distance, a shot rang out. Mai stood poised on a broken ledge, her sniper raised, the barrel glowing with cursed light. The bullet whistled through the domain, colliding with Mahito's shoulder. Like Maki's blade, the shot bypassed his cursed defenses, grazing the core of his soul. Mahito snarled, twisting, his 6 arms flaring outward. You. Then his calm smile returned. I knew helping you 2 out would bring interesting results. Ultimately, he was entertained, that was what mattered. He caught the Shikigami's tail mid-swing, wrenching it aside as Yuki pressed forward again. But the Zenin twins had already moved, Maki's blade slashing in precise arcs while Mai's bullets cracked through the distance. Together, their synergy was sharp enough to carve through even Mahito's overwhelming dominance. Yuki gritted her teeth, star rage amplifying her next strike. We're hurting him. Do not let up. Mahito's laughter returned, ragged but mocking. Hurt, perhaps. But you're far from killing me. His will spun faster, space twisting violently as he unleashed a pulse of red cursed energy. An incomplete technique, but still powerful. Maki was forced back, Mai barely dodged a gigantic molten rock, and Yuki raised her Shikigami to shield herself. A sudden clap cut through the battlefield. Boogie woogie. In an instant, To-Do appeared at Mahito's side, his grin as wide as ever. His hand snapped again, switching places with Yuki mid-strike, forcing Mahito to guard against attacks from conflicting directions. You are flashy, aren't you? Mahito chuckled, deflecting a blow. But patterns are easy for me. His eyes gleamed as he adapted, predicting the rhythm of the swaps within only a few exchanges. Still, To-Do pressed forward, his voice booming. I will keep your hands full, curse. From the rear, Kusakabe entered the fight, blade raised. He did not seek glory, nor did he charge recklessly. Instead, he acted as an anchor, amplifying his strikes with domain amplification. His movements were controlled, deliberate, each one coordinated to open narrow windows for the others. Together, they fought as a unit. Yuki's mass-heavy blows crushed down, Yuta's copied techniques swirled like storms, To-Do disoriented the flow with his swaps, Kusakabe grounded the assault, and the Zenin twins pierced from every angle. Every strike, aside from Maki and Mai, was augmented with domain amplification, for without it, they could not touch Mahito at all. Infinity remained untouchable otherwise. For a moment, it looked as though the tide could turn. Mahito was pressured, forced to guard from angles he could not fully predict. His body split with shallow cuts from Maki's blade, his soul grazed by Mai's bullets, his infinity hammered by layered assault. Then he exhaled. His 6 arms spread wide. He used his cursed energy and the limitless to condense a sphere, folding space into one single point, collapsing into a singularity before erupting outward. The explosion swept the battlefield clean. Yuki slammed into the ground, and Garuda was knocked from her grip. Yuta and Rika were hurled back in tandem, the boy coughing blood as his sword snapped under the strain. To-Do crashed against a stone, his left arm breaking on impact. Kusakabe was driven to one knee, his blade shattering in his hand. The Zenin twins barely evaded death, Maki shielding Mai from the brunt of the blast with her own body. Both of them staggered, weapons cracked but still intact. Dust clouded the field. Mahito stepped forward, unscathed, his smile calm once again. His gaze drifted toward Uram, who still shielded Sukuna at the base of Kenjaku's writhing domain. The Frost Wielder's chest heaved, eyes sharp as she tightened her hold on the unconscious king of curses. Mahito's footsteps echoed as he advanced. And then, the air split. Piercing blood. A crimson spear of cursed blood streaked across the battlefield, slicing through dust and flame. It crashed into Mahito's infinity and parted harmlessly, the two halves spiraling into the air. Mahito turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing. Choso stood tall in the distance, his hands slick with cursed blood, his face set in defiance. He was not going to let Mahito get close to his brother's body. Silence fell for a heartbeat. Mahito's grin spread, wider than ever. His voice was soft, almost disappointed. You really think this will matter? His golden wheel spun. The space around him rippled with intensity. I will not play with you any longer. Chapter 85, Carnage and Natural Enemy. The world screamed as Mahito finally stopped playing around for good. His 6 arms flexed once, his mask twisted into a neutral expression, and then he was gone. Yuki scowled as she saw him heading straight for her, but his figure seemed to just vanish in that moment. The first to fall was To-Do. He had raised his hand to clap, Boogie Woogie primed to disrupt the flow of combat, when Mahito appeared before him in less than a heartbeat. Projection sorcery bent the air into 24 frames, and the teleportation of Limitless folded the space between them. The two combined into something close to instantaneous execution. To-Do never clapped. Mahito's claws tore through his shoulder, ripping his arm from its socket before To-Do even saw the strike. A kick followed, cracking his ribs and hurling him across the battlefield into the molten husk of a collapsed building. The structure caved around him with a hiss of boiling stone. Mahito did not watch him fall. He had already moved. His hand slid through Yuki Tsukumo's torso before she even finished turning her head. The mass she carried with star rage evaporated from her body in a spray of blood and entrails. Her guts hit the ground steaming, her eyes wide in disbelief. Mahito's foot planted against her chest, and she was kicked away, her body crashing against the wounded Choso. For a split second, Choso blinked at the sight of her blood-soaked form. That was all Mahito needed. He was there again, his claws spearing clean through both their chests at once, pinning them together like broken dolls. Blood cascaded over his arm, their bodies jerking helplessly on his claws. You cling so tightly, Mahito whispered almost tenderly, twisting his arm as both groaned in agony. And yet, it never matters. He wrenched his hand free, their bodies falling limp, their blood mixing across shattered stone. Maki came next. Her blade gleamed, the replica of the inverted spear fused with the soul-split katana, aimed for the core of his soul once more. Mahito turned to meet her, his grin widening. The strike landed. The weapon bit deep. For a heartbeat, Mahito's body convulsed as his soul was struck again. But this time, he bent. His very soul warped around the wound, twisting and contorting into shapes that no human could comprehend. The damage lessened, the pain pushed aside. You learn quickly, Mahito said, his eyes gleaming. But not quickly enough. He swiped outward. Maki and Yuta stood side by side, their blades raised. They did not even get the chance to swing. Mahito's claws carved across the ground, and both of their legs vanished from beneath them. Blood erupted in arcs, the two collapsing as bone and sinew sprayed across stone. Yuta screamed through clenched teeth, his cursed energy flooding to regenerate, but Mahito's heel came down against his skull. The impact rattled his brain inside his skull like glass in a jar. His eyes rolled back as unconsciousness claimed him instantly. Rika roared. The Queen of Curses surged forward, her claws slamming into Mahito's torso. The blow did not even stagger him, clashing against the invisible barrier around him like any other attack not enhanced with domain amplification. Mahito turned his head slowly, his tone as mocking as could be. Ah, a tantrum. Rika swung again and again, tearing at the air in front of him with raw fury. And Mahito responded in kind, with only 4 strikes, he brought the queen to her knees, forcing her to retreat. Rika still managed to preserve Yuta's life. In front of Mahito, even survival was a stroke of luck. Thankfully for them, Mahito turned his attention to other sorcerers. Hikari burst forward, his body glowing with the endless promise of jackpot. His fist collided with Mahito's forearm, diverting the killing swipe meant for Kusuke's neck. Mahito raised his brows, amused. Ah, the gambler arrives. They clashed in a flurry, Hikari's body shattering and repairing in the same breath, Mahito's claws rending through him only for his immortality to reset the wounds. Mahito tilted his head with curiosity. Annoying. But that clash did not last long, as Mahito already knew of the gimmicks of Hikari's domain. He immediately turned his hand into a spike and pierced the gambler's chest, elongating the limb and wrapping around Hikari. Some tried to stop him, Kusuke slashing at his back a few times, and failing to do any damage. Mahito did not stop at all. He hooked another arm around Hikari's torso, elongating it grotesquely, then spun. The arm stretched taut like a rope, then snapped as he released. Hikari's body became a bullet, flung across the battlefield like a stone from a trebuchet. He vanished into the distance, crashing through molten buildings with a thunderous shockwave. Kusuke was next. His blade whistled with domain amplification, cutting through infinity with precise, measured strikes. He landed 3 shallow cuts along Mahito's chest, cursed, blood spraying. For a heartbeat, he felt some hope flare. Then it died. Mahito flickered again, his body skipping frames. Projection sorcery locked Kusuke mid-swing, his blade halting inches short. The curse's claw was already piercing forward. It entered through Kusuke's temple and exited the other side, spraying brain and blood across the shattered ground. The body slumped lifelessly, sword falling from nerveless fingers. Mahito let it drop. Weak. Then, the air above darkened. Crows spiraled downward in a storm, each one glowing with cursed energy. Mei must have taken some time to set this up, probably used some sort of expensive tool as well. Such a shame. Maximum technique, bird strike barrage dash. Mei's strongest attack fell like black rain. The crows exploded against infinity, detonations blotting out vision in a mist of blood and cursed energy. For a heartbeat, it looked like the world itself collapsed. But when the smoke cleared, Mahito stood untouched. Every blast had ignited an infinity away from his skin. Was that meant to amuse me? Mahito only chuckled. Far in the distance, Mei's lips parted before pursing and smiling. She had expected it, her attacks had never reached Gojo, either, after all. Still, that bought enough time for Panda and Ui to leap into action. Panda's massive frame tore across the battlefield. One by one, he gathered the fallen, Yuta, Maki, Yuki, even Choso, dragging them from the center of carnage. His breath came ragged, his fur blackened with soot, but he did not falter. Ui covered them all within a mantle, and they promptly disappeared. Mahito did not stop them. To him, they were now just rats, squabbling about. His attention was elsewhere. His eyes slid toward Kenjaku. The ancient sorcerer's body stood motionless, focus locked on sustaining womb perfusion. His lips did not move. His eyes stayed closed. But a bead of sweat trailed down Geto's stolen face. Mahito smiled. In a fraction of a second, he was there. Kenjaku's eyes snapped open. Too late. Mahito's hand plunged through Geto's skull, not tearing flesh but extracting essence. The brain writhed in his palm, the true body of Kenjaku twitching desperately. Your tricks end here, Mahito whispered. He crushed it. The brain's resistance shattered. Kenjaku's soul spilled into the strongest curse, consumed in an instant. Womb perfusion collapsed. Mahito inhaled sharply, his will flaring bright as the sure hit effect of his domain returned. The battlefield quaked as cursed Genesis reasserted itself, its golden inevitability crawling back into every breath of air. He exhaled, satisfied, and turned toward Yuram. But she was not there. Instead, at his feet sat on shattered ground, was a cube, small and black, with a single eye glimmering on its surface. Mahito tilted his head, chuckling softly. The prison realm. You think I would fall for such a petty trick? He raised a hand, preparing to erase it. And then it hit. Agony, sharp and sudden, lanced through his chest. His grin snapped, his mask cracking at the edges. He looked down. 2 enormous nails jutted through his torso, pulsing with cursed energy. He felt no physical pain, but his soul flared with pain. Resonance. The attack didn't come from the battlefield. It came from far away, from the viewing room back in Jujutsu High. A crow perched on the railing, feathers smoldering with cursed energy. And in its talons sat a grotesque arm, Mahito's own, one torn free by Sukuna earlier in the fight. Beside it, slumped in a wheelchair, sat Nobara Kujisaki. Her body trembled, her face pale, but her hammer rested steady across her lap. Blood trailed from her nose as she slammed another nail into the severed arm, forcing the curse's own essence back against him. Even with the backlash, she continued to hammer resonance into the strongest curse. Mahito staggered. His 6 arms shuddered, infinity flickering for the briefest instant. The nails through his chest glowed brighter, digging deeper, each throb lashing at his soul. At the end of the day, Mahito was hurt. The curse staggered 1 step, golden wheel at his back spinning once, before he could finally calm down and take a breath. His mask split further as a strangled laugh escaped his throat. You. He hissed, voice shaking with genuine fury for the first time. His eyes locked on that crow, onto Nobara's, on the girl he had once disregarded as broken, useless. And yet here she was. The one who scarred him. Not Yuta, nor any of the sorcerers that could have been called the hope of the jujutsu world. It was the wheelchair-bound girl he saw no value in helping. The perfect counter to him. If the backlash doesn't kill her, then I certainly will. Chapter 86, Ego's End, Struggle. The nails pounded into the grotesque severed arm again and again, and with every strike, Mahito's chest cracked with resonance. His 6 arms spasmed against his will, infinity flickering, his mask twisting with fractures. Far away, Kujisaki Nobara did not move from her wheelchair. Blood streamed from her nose and lips, her hands shaking violently as she slammed the hammer down again, guided by Mei-Mei's crow. Every strike echoed in Mahito's soul, bypassing his body entirely. The backlash tore through her in equal measure. Her body convulsed, veins bursting beneath her skin, her eyes rolling back with each slam. Shoko was at her side in an instant, her hands glowing with reversed cursed energy to keep the girl alive. Stop. At this rate, your heart dash. Nobara's voice cut through her screams, raw and stubborn. If he gets back up, then none of this matters. The hammer fell again. And again. By the time the last nail was driven through, Nobara was slumped forward, barely breathing. The resonance still rang in Mahito's soul, more deafening than anything Gojo or Sukuna had inflicted. Mahito staggered back. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt weak. The wheel on his back seemed to turn, helping him adapt, but the damage was already done. His aura flared and guttered, infinity thinning like a veil on the brink of collapse. Inside, his soul writhed. Mahito's inner world twisted, distorted, his body suspended between countless warped reflections of himself. Yet he was no longer alone. 2 presences flared within him, refusing to be erased. Gojo Satoru, his form limned in white, eyes as sharp as when he had stood in Shinjuku. Kenjaku, in the form of an ephemeral brain with eyes and a mouth. Mahito's grin slipped for the first time. His movements faltered. His arms drooped slack, and his eyes rolled half-lidded. His physical body froze on the battlefield, entering a comatose stillness. The prison realm's cube opened its eye, transforming and expanding as it stared deep into Mahito's soul. Mahito already knew the rule. 1 minute, if I remain within 4 meters of this thing, the seal will complete. The strongest barrier ever made began to devour the space around him. Inside Mahito's soulscape, Kenjaku laughed. You truly did it, Mahito. You became the strongest. To think, the entire world, past and present, would converge against one curse. And you stood above all. Even Gojo fell, even Sukuna faltered. He spread his arms as though in reverence. In the end, we gambled everything on this moment. That if you devoured both me and Gojo, our egos would gnaw at your consciousness. That the clash would unseat you, even if it's just momentary. Gojo's voice cut across his words, calm and sharp. I told them it was pointless at first. That this wasn't a fight the weak could interfere in. You, me, and Sukuna. Anyone else would be scraps caught in the tide. His eyes narrowed. But the moment I fell and you stole Limitless, the game changed. They realized they had to team up. So the prison realm became the backup plan. Kenjaku chuckled darkly. Unfortunately, I ended up as the bait. I knew the moment you consumed Gojo, you would hunger for more. My soul was irresistible, too dense to be ignored, consumed multiple curse techniques over the years. Irresistible bait, right? I would have died regardless, so it matters little. Gojo's gaze sharpened, his 6 eyes glimmering even in this half-existence. He didn't say anything anymore. He knew that Mahito was stronger than all of them individually. His pride as the strongest was certainly hurt. But he was still glad that the others had managed to push Mahito. Mahito will finally respond to them, realizing that focusing and regaining his consciousness within a minute was impossible. Some plan this is. You just bet on that girl's nails to push me over the edge. Without her, this plan wouldn't have worked. As strong as your souls are, mine overwhelms them easily. You would have been both erased fully given a bit more time. Mahito rolled his eyes. His voice was faint but steady, his grin returning even within this collapse. Crafty, but overall quite pathetic. 2 ghosts are mocking me while a box counts down to close. How impressive. The sarcasm in his voice was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Kenjaku leaned forward, studying him. You seem calm. Oddly calm, given you're about to be sealed. You should be thrashing, clawing, screaming. Instead you just smile. Gojo's gaze flickered, silent for a beat. Then he exhaled slowly. I think I see it now. You're not worried about being sealed because... He trailed off, eyes narrowing with sudden clarity. His lips pressed thin. Seems like that idiot Sukuna really did get duped after all. Kenjaku froze. Confusion rippled across his stolen features, then understanding dawned. His eyes widened, genuine shock flashing for the first time in many years. No. You didn't dash. The words cut off as the prison realm's eye glowed. On the battlefield, the cube snapped shut. The minute had passed. Mahito's body dissolved into the seal, sucked into the black cube as though the world itself rejected him. His 6 arms clawed at empty air once, then vanished in silence. The cube dropped onto the broken earth with a dull thud, becoming heavy enough to leave a deep crater in the molten ground. For the first time since Gojo's fall, the battlefield was silent. But in the viewing room, Nobara's hammer slipped from her fingers. Her chest heaved shallowly, her blood pooling beneath her. Shoko pressed harder, trying desperately to stabilize her, reversed cursed energy burning through her hands. But she quickly had to move on, the others were also just as injured, and she had lives to save. Mei stood by the window, her crow perched, and the arm it had brought was smoking from resonance. Her cold eyes narrowed as the cube pulsed faintly in the distance. Mahito is sealed, she said softly. So much for my investments dash, she trailed off. Because even within the silence, even with Mahito gone, the unease remained. The prison realm was shut. But the question lingered like a blade over their throats. Had Mahito really lost? Chapter 87, Results and Endless Vacation. This is NHK reporting with continuing coverage of the Shinjuku disaster. While the government insists the destruction was caused by unprecedented tectonic shifts and volcanic eruptions, eyewitness testimony paints a different picture. Despite evacuation efforts made ahead of time, some had managed to remain in their homes during the incident, and dozens of lives were lost due to the lack of clarity regarding the reason for the evacuation. Survivors claim to have seen monstrous figures, scarred with black lines, moving amid the flames. There are conflicting reports of temples in the sky, of structures collapsing as if cut by invisible blades. Some say a god of fire descended, volcanoes sprouting out of the very earth itself, even on concrete buildings. Others speak of ghosts or monsters. Public officials urge the public to keep calm. They maintain that relief efforts are underway and there is no evidence of supernatural interference. Still, whispers grow louder. Was Shinjuku destroyed by some supernatural conflict? Are ghosts real? And if so, what does that mean for the safety of the world? The broadcast cut to images of burning districts, streets split like ribbons, lava pools cooling into black stone. There was even strange, blurry footage of figures clashing, going too fast for a regular phone's camera to capture properly. The world already knew. They might not have the words for it, but they had seen too much to believe in earthquakes and volcanic activity. The few survivors that were left described the same impossible things: a grotesque shrine, a monstrous entity, invisible slashes. It spread online, in late-night talk shows, in classrooms. Rumors hardened into certainty, as the public could clearly tell a cover-up was going on. That, coupled with recent sightings of humanoid figures in the city, made them even more skeptical. To them, it was all but confirmed. The supernatural was real. They just did not know just how real it was. And fear made curses stronger. In the ruins of Tokyo, silence reigned. The battlefield that had once been filled with the strongest, clashing domains and egos was nothing but stone husks, molten pits, and broken towers. The sorcerers who survived gathered in Jujutsu High's underground facilities. Their mood was somber. Yuki Tsukumo lay bandaged like a mummy, her body stitched together by Shoko's reversed cursed energy. She would live, though the hole Mahito had left through her torso would never truly vanish. It was thanks to her reverse cursed energy that she was still alive. Choso was not as lucky as her. But he was still clinging on, refusing to die through sheer force of will. His status as a cursed womb likely helped slightly, but anyone in his position would have died. But not Choso, he would not rest until he saw his younger brother safe and healthy. Yuta Okatsu sat nearby, his legs reattached but stiff, his body trembling from exhaustion. He could regenerate with reversed cursed energy, but the memory of his skull cracking against stone lingered. Rika hovered near him, silent and watchful, her crimson eyes dim. Maki Zenin leaned against the wall, her blade across her lap. Both her legs had been severed cleanly, but thanks to Panda's desperate rescue and Shoko's precision, they were reattached. Her face was calm, though her knuckles were white against her sword hilt. Hikari strolled in, coughing blood, his torso split open from his last clash with Mahito. Even in jackpot mode, even with immortality, he had nearly been obliterated. But his domain's effects had carried him through any damage he may have sustained. Panda sat hunched in a corner, his fur burned, his face drawn. He had carried too many broken bodies out of the fire. He had seen Kusakabe's eyes go dark as Mahito's claw went through his head. Tadu remained unconscious, his arms gone forever. His clap had never come again. But at least he survived. The same couldn't be said for Kusakabe. No healing, no second chance. His body was already cremated, returned to his family. Nanami was sitting in a corner, he had been unable to join them on the field, not that he would have been of much help, but he now stood among them all the same. They spoke little. But still. At least they won, right? Mahito was no longer an issue. Yuki's voice finally broke the silence. If Sukuna comes back, we have no Gojo Satoru to stop him. The name hung in the air like smoke. Gojo Satoru. The strongest, the unbreakable wall, the man they had all relied on. Now reduced to fragments in Mahito's sealed belly. Hikari spat blood into a rag and chuckled without humor. At least Sukuna is bleeding. Mahito's strikes went deeper than flesh, I can certainly confirm that. Reversed cursed energy can't heal it all. His soul won't heal anytime soon. I also doubt that white-haired chick can heal him like Shoko heals us. Yuta raised his head, eyes weary. And we know Sukuna's technique now, his domain, his moves, everything. We can prepare. No one looked convinced. Maki tapped her blade against the floor. Knowing doesn't mean surviving. But, we have time. That's more than anyone thought we would get. The silence returned. Outside their circle, the world shifted. The disaster could not be hidden. The people had seen too much. Governments scrambled to bury the truth, but every denial only fueled the rumors. Curses stirred stronger in every shadow, fed by collective fear. What once had been dismissed as folklore and ghost stories now grew teeth. Murders spiked. Unexplained deaths doubled. And yet, ironically, the world did not collapse. Because Mahito's army still stood. The curses he had created did not dissolve when he was sealed. They did not scatter, nor did they revolt. They continued their patrols across Japan, suppressing curses, maintaining a twisted version of peace. The jujitsu world should have been relieved. Instead, the sight chilled them to the bone. Even sealed, Mahito's will echoed. His army moved like soldiers following orders that had never ceased. It was as if their leader had never vanished at all. Far from the ruins, far from the scars of battle, the sea glittered under a foreign sun. Waves crashed against the white sand of a private island, the air heavy with salt and birdsong. A burly, blond young man reclined on a beach chair, sunglasses shading his eyes. His hair was short, his skin flawless, his body carved like a statue. A coconut rested in one hand, ice clinking as he sipped lazily. There was no scar on him. No mask. No trace of the monstrous curse. This was Mahito. Or rather, Marcus. He stretched, the corners of his lips curling into a satisfied smile as the waves lapped at his feet. He had made a binding vow with Sukuna, that all his clones would be gathered, that his full self would face the king of curses. And he had kept that vow. The Mahito that fought Gojo and Sukuna was genuine, complete. But Marcus was something else. Not a clone. Not a fragment. A soul he had once split away, nurtured, and given freedom. A separate self, human in shape and form, tucked far beyond the reach of the vow. While his true self waged war, Marcus had lived quietly, enjoying wealth, luxury, life itself. He had not been in the country for quite a while now. Tengen's barriers were not obstructing him in any way, as he had control over them. The sorcerers never knew. And now, with Mahito sealed, the memories came to him like a package delivered. A bird-shaped soulsborn fluttered across the ocean, landing at his feet. Its eyes glowed faintly, carrying a shard of the sealed consciousness that had witnessed everything. Marcus reached out, smiling softly. He consumed it with idle transfiguration, the one technique he had chosen to keep in his human life. Well, as human as could be. He was essentially a soulsborn, made out of fragments of humans and his original body, shaped to be perfect by his own hand. Visions poured through him, Gojo's death, Sukuna's rage, the clash of domains, Nobara's nails piercing his soul, the prison realm snapping shut. Memories of triumph and near defeat, of power that had shaken the world. Yet, Marcus was unimpressed by it all. He just leaned back in his chair, sipping the last of his coconut water. Ah, he murmured. So that's how it ended. There was no regret. No sorrow. Only amusement. This had not been his plan. For months, he had sunk deeper into his life and role as a curse, the embodiment of humanity's hate. He had thought himself bound, destined only to destroy, to fight, to prove he was the strongest. That strength meant freedom. But in creating Marcus, in shaping a soul to be human, he had given himself freedom he had nearly forgotten. His mind felt clearer here. His thoughts lighter. No stitches, no mask, no cursed birth. Only him, reclining under the sun, choosing for himself. He still carried power enough to rival the strongest. Even as Marcus, with nothing but idle transfiguration and the option to feed on his own army, he could reclaim a special grade status in moments. Hell, he already had the cursed energy reserves of a special grade. Similar to how he had been at birth. But that hardly mattered. Strength was not the point. At least not the only one, not anymore. At some point, his main body would unseal itself. Maybe in a few dozen years, maybe 100. Maybe more. The world wouldn't ever be prepared to fight him, Mahito knew that much. But the jujitsu world would still prepare. They would train, forge cursed tools, whisper strategies in darkened rooms. They would mourn their dead, rebuild their cities, and ready themselves for Sukuna's return. And none of them would know. None of them would realize that Mahito, Marcus, still sat at the very top of the world. Not as the curse that fought the kings of the jujitsu world. Not as the monster they sealed. But as a man who simply walked away to enjoy his life. The sun dipped low, waves glimmering orange. Marcus stood, brushing sand from his legs, and stretched. He looked out across the endless horizon, his smile lazy, almost childlike. Now then. He said softly to himself. Where to next? Bali. Maybe the Maldives. Or perhaps somewhere colder. Iceland has its charm. I haven't tried skiing yet. He laughed under his breath, low and satisfied. The strongest curse in the world, sealed and feared, yet alive and full elsewhere, deciding only where to take his next vacation.